Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. She was one step closer to becoming ultimate class. Good, good. Roy said, also sensing the increase in her power. It was a significant boost, even for a high class. Megaman, overhearing their conversation, grinned. Ho. It's time for the Great Crimson Demons Clan's #1 mage to shine. My growth will astound you. Roy rolled his eyes at her Junabu antics. Come here and take off your clothes. Despite her usual boisterousness, Megaman was a bit shy in front of everyone. She reluctantly approached Roy, who helped her remove her top. Roy updated her stats. As expected, all of Megaman's stats were also SSS rank. Although a mage, her dexterity and agility were also maxed out, which amused Roy. And her development ability was magic. Which was undoubtedly explosion magic. Next. Daddy, me. Kohina jumped into Roy's arms. Roy gently updated her stats. As expected, Kohina's stats were also maxed out. Then, it was Inju and Yukari's turn. All 5 girls had maxed out stats and had leveled up to level 2. Lilaruka, watching this, was stunned. She had never seen anyone with max stats, let alone 5 people. Even a rank stats were rare. She had been worried about the war game against the Loki Familia, but now she was confident. Leveling up from level 1 to level 2 with max stats in a single day? That was terrifying. Perhaps they really could pull off a miracle. Meanwhile, in another room Hestia was bestowing her blessing upon Kurami. As soon as the blessing was complete, Hestia was stunned. Kurami, a newly registered adventurer, already had a development ability. Her other stats were all E rank, the lowest possible, and she had no skill points yet. But her development ability was speed. This ability didn't require magic and could be used at any time to increase her speed. It was likely due to Kurami's rabbit genes. Kurami, you're amazing. Hestia exclaimed, hugging Kurami tightly. She was incredibly pleased with her new Familia member. Hey, I'll bring back lots of magic stones for you tomorrow, Hestia-sama. Kurami said, beaming. That's wonderful. They played around on the bed for a while, then fell asleep. The next morning, Hestia was woken by the smell of food. She got out of bed and followed the aroma to the kitchen. Good morning, Hestia-sama. Inju and Kurami were preparing breakfast. Kisara wasn't good at cooking, so the task had fallen to Inju and Kurami. And they were surprisingly skilled. Inju, Kurami, you're making breakfast? Hestia asked, sniffing the air. Yes. Hestia-sama, please wait. It'll be ready soon. Kurami said with a smile, then turned back to her cooking. Hestia left them to it and went to the living room. Kisara, Megaman, Yukari, and Lilaruka were already awake and dressed, ready to depart for the dungeon. They would go to the 20th floor using a shortcut, then explore the deeper levels. Breakfast is ready. Roy, Hestia-sama, come and eat. Inju and Kurami called out. The 2 little girls, sharing similar genes, got along well. After breakfast Roy and Hestia saw them off at the castle gate. Kurami, be careful in the dungeon. I will, Hestia-sama. Kurami nodded. Kisara, take care of Lilaruka and Kurami. Don't worry, we will. Kisara said, holding Lilaruka's hand. Good. Roy smiled. The girls set off for the dungeon. Chapter 294, Roy Familia's dungeon trip encounter with Freya Familia. I hope they come back safely. Hestia murmured, praying for their safe return as she watched them leave. Don't worry, they will. Roy chuckled, patting her head. Okay. Hestia nodded. There's a gathering of gods tonight. Would you like to go? Roy asked. A gathering of gods? I haven't seen many other gods since I arrived in Orario. It might be interesting. Roy mused. I'll go with you. Hestia said. She usually avoided such gatherings. As a penniless god, she was often the target of ridicule. But she couldn't let Roy her junior go alone. And she had new, beautiful dresses now. She wanted to show them off to those who looked down on her. Thank you, Hestia. Roy smiled. Hestia blushed. Let's go back and wait for them. I'm sure Kisara and the others will bring back even more magic stones tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing how Kurumi does," Hestia said, nodding eagerly. Meanwhile, Kisara and the 7 girls followed a large group of adventurers through a safe passage to the 18th floor. The 18th floor was a safe zone, a bustling town. "This is a safe zone. Should we buy some supplies?" Lilaruka suggested. She was familiar with the dungeon and knew that adventurers usually stocked up on potions and other necessities before venturing deeper. "No, we don't need those low-level potions," Kisara said, shaking her head. They had plenty of high-level potions from the Konosuba world, which was practically their backyard. They didn't need to buy any here. "Lilaruka, here." Yukari handed Lilaruka several potions. "What are these?" Lilaruka asked, looking at the unfamiliar vials. "This one heals injuries, this one restores magic, and this one," Yukari explained. Lilaruka was stunned. She had only ever seen low-level potions that healed minor injuries. She had never seen anything like these. "All right, let's head to the 19th floor," Kisara said, not wanting to waste any time. They continued their journey, drawing the attention of other adventurers along the way. After all, a group of beautiful female adventurers was a rare sight. Seeing them head straight for the 19th floor, the adventurers began to murmur. "Whose familia are they? I've never seen them before. They just arrived in Orario. They're from the Roy familia. I heard their god challenged the Loki familia to a war game." "What? Does he not know that the Loki familia is one of the strongest in Orario? Apparently, the Roy familia only has those 5 members, and they just registered as adventurers. So they're level 1? That's right. How can level 1 adventurers challenge the Loki familia? Who knows?" The adventurers continued their gossip, but Kisara and the others didn't hear them. They had already reached the 19th floor. The monsters here were stronger and more numerous. Lilaruka was worried. But her worries were unfounded. "Kohina, Inju, Kurami, you 3 take the lead and clear out the monsters. Megaman, Yukari, you 2 stay in the middle. Megaman, be careful with your magic. Yukari, provide support as needed. Lilaruka, you focus on collecting the magic stones. I'll protect you." Kisara quickly assigned their roles. "Okay." The girls nodded. They advanced towards the monsters. Kohina's knife sliced through the monsters with ease. Inju and Kurami darted through the horde, kicking and punching, every blow a fatal one. Their strength amazed Lilaruka. If the monsters grouped together, Yukari's light magic would obliterate them. Megaman, watching this, felt a pang of envy. Her explosion magic was useless in these narrow corridors. She could only use it in open areas, and even then, she had to minimize its power. Otherwise, the dungeon might collapse. The 7-girl team advanced rapidly, quickly reaching the 20th floor. They could have gone even faster, but Lilaruka was struggling to keep up, busy collecting the magic stones left behind by Kohina, Inju, and Kurami. Every step they took left a trail of magic stones. Any other familia would be overjoyed, but to them, magic stones were common. The monsters on the 20th floor were even stronger. When Kohina, Inju, and Kurami tired, Kisara would take over. This way, everyone got a chance to train. At this rate, they would max out their level 2 stats today. Their relentless monster slaying was witnessed by other adventurers. They were stunned. When had such powerful adventurers appeared in the dungeon? Upon reaching the 18th floor, they learned that these girls had just registered. This news shocked the adventurers who had witnessed their power. They had just arrived in Orario and were already on the 20th floor? And they were cutting down monsters like they were nothing? It was unbelievable. But Kisara and the others were unaware of the commotion they were causing. "Roy, why aren't they back yet?" Hestia paced anxiously, glancing out the window, but there was no sign of Kurami and the others. Roy sighed. "Don't worry, they'll be fine. But they've been gone for so long." Roy shrugged helplessly. "They're back." He suddenly looked out the window. From their vantage point, they could see the streets of Orario. Kisara and the others were walking towards them. Where? Where?" Hestia rushed to the window, her eyes lighting up as she saw the girls. "They're back. Wonderful." She hurried to greet them, Roy following behind. "Welcome back." Hestia rushed towards Kurami and hugged her. "Hestia-sama, I'm back." Kurami smiled. "Welcome back, everyone. Go get some rest and take a bath," Roy said, approaching them. "Okay." The girls were exhausted after a day of fighting in the dungeon, even though the monsters were relatively weak for them. They had reached the 29th floor, then returned. After bathing and resting, they went to the Adventurers Guild. First, they exchanged the magic stones for Velis, then they would head to the Hostess of Fertility for a celebratory feast. "Roy-sama, your magic stones are worth 8,250,000 Velis," Ina announced. The guild hall fell silent. 8 million Valis? The adventurers were stunned. Exchange them all for Valis. Roy said. Yes, Roy-sama. Ina quickly processed the exchange. Roy and the others left the guild with their earnings. Here, Hestia, this is for you. Roy said, handing Hestia a bag of Valis. Wow. So much money. Hestia's eyes sparkled. This is too much. It was over 1 million Valis. You should thank Kurami for that. Roy chuckled. Kurami, you're my lucky star. Hestia hugged Kurami tightly. They went to the hostess of fertility. The Loki Familia wasn't there this time. But to Roy's surprise, the Freya Familia was present. Freya was the goddess of beauty and love, possessing unparalleled beauty. But to Roy, she was average. Many girls in his harem were more beautiful. The two familias passed each other without acknowledging each other. Seer led Roy and the others to a table. Seer, prepare a feast for us. Certainly. Seer smiled and left to prepare their order. While they waited, Hestia asked about their dungeon adventure. Roy also listened with interest. Chapter 295, The Gathering of Gods, meeting Hephaestus confronting Loki. While Roy and the others chatted, Freya observed Roy with curiosity. What makes this man confident? He's challenging the Loki Familia to a war game? She couldn't understand. Freya-sama, should I test them? Otter, the captain of the Freya Familia, asked. Otter was the only level 7 adventurer in Orario, known as the city's ultimate weapon. He was devoted to Freya, a calm and collected warrior with unwavering loyalty. No. He might have some hidden cards, but he can't defeat the Loki Familia. Freya said. She knew the Loki Familia's strength well. The Freya and Loki Familias were the two strongest in Orario. If anyone could defeat the Loki Familia, it would be the Freya Familia. Not some unknown, newly arrived Familia. Meanwhile, Roy and his Familia were enjoying their meal, Megaman's Chunabu antics providing endless entertainment. After their feast, Kisara, you all head back. Hestia and I are going to a gathering of gods. Roy announced. Okay. Kisara smiled. Daddy, I want to come with you. Kohina clung to Roy, refusing to let go. Kohina, be a good girl. We'll be back soon. Roy said, patting her head. Okay. Kohina reluctantly agreed. Kurami, you should go back too. Hestia said to Kurami. After a brief farewell, Roy and Hestia left for the gathering. Hestia, you're here. Good evening, Hestia. As they entered the hall, several gods greeted Hestia warmly. Despite being penniless, Hestia was on good terms with the other gods. But when they saw Roy, their expressions changed. They recognized him as the god who had challenged the Loki Familia. Where does that kid get his confidence? He's challenging the Loki Familia to a war game? I heard he was just annoyed by a Loki Familia member. That's reckless. I don't think the Roy Familia is that weak. I heard they injured a level 6 adventurer from the Loki Familia. That must have been a fluke. I heard the Roy Familia members are all new adventurers. How could they injure a level 6? The gods gossiped amongst themselves. Roy and Hestia ignored them and found a table. Roy, you probably don't know any of these gods. Let me introduce you. That's Mayak. Hestia began, pointing out the various gods. They chatted and enjoyed the refreshments. A tall figure in a red dress entered the hall. Hestia's eyes lit up. Come on, I'll introduce you to my best friend. She excitedly pulled Roy towards the figure. Hephaestus. Hestia called out, then rushed forward and hugged the woman. The tall woman in the red dress was Hephaestus, the goddess of the forge. And Hestia's best friend. You. Hephaestus chuckled, pushing Hestia away gently. Then, noticing Hestia's dress, she asked, Hestia, you're actually wearing a dress? Hey, Roy gave it to me. Hestia said, blushing. Oh? Hephaestus turned her attention to Roy. She was instantly intrigued. His aura was different from the other gods, more mysterious. Hello, I'm Hephaestus. She greeted him. Hephaestus, I'm Roy. Roy replied with a smile. I heard you challenged the Loki Familia to a war game? Hephaestus, often engrossed in her forge, wasn't always up to date on current events. That's right. Roy confirmed. Hephaestus, seeing his confident demeanor, was puzzled but didn't question him further. She wasn't one to pry. Thank you for taking care of Hestia. We help each other out. Roy said with a shrug and a smile. I doubt Hestia has been much help to you. Hephaestus chuckled, knowing Hestia well. Hey. Hestia protested, then realized that since meeting Roy, she had been the one constantly receiving his help. She hadn't done anything for him. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Freya approached them. Hestia, Hephaestus, you're here too. She greeted them with a smile, then turned to Roy. Hello, I'm Freya. I doubt anyone doesn't know you. Freya, call me Roy. Roy replied with a smile. Roy, I don't like her. Hestia whispered in Roy's ear, loud enough for Freya to hear. Oh, really? Roy chuckled. Hestia and Freya didn't get along. After all, one was a pure maiden goddess, the other a promiscuous one. It was natural for them to clash. He preferred Hestia. Freya could go play elsewhere. Freya. A flat-chested woman Loki approached them. Huh? Loki's eyes widened as she saw Roy and Hestia. Her expression changed, then she smirked. Well. Pint-sized goddess, you're actually wearing a dress. Humphrey. Why shouldn't I wear a dress? You airport. Hestia retorted. Loki's eye twitched at the insult. You little airport. The two goddesses bickered. Roy could tell they were actually on good terms. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't engage in such playful banter. Whatever. I'm not arguing with you. I heard you're staying with his familia? You'll be homeless in a month. Loki said with a dismissive wave of her hand. What? You? Hestia understood instantly. If Roy lost the war game, Loki would take everything he owned and banish him from Orario. Hestia would be homeless again. But this time, she had money. You're quite confident, Goddess Loki. Roy chuckled. Against a newbie like you? Of course. Loki scoffed, cleaning her ear with her finger. I suggest you take this seriously. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Roy said with a shrug. Hey, you're quite the talker. Loki was amused. No god had ever spoken to her like this. Kid, I wasn't planning on banishing you from Orario, but now I'll have to punish you. Loki said. Oh? I won't banish you, but your familia, and everything you own, will be mine. Including you. Roy said. Ha ha ha. You're quite bold, kid. Loki's eyes narrowed. Taking her familia and everything she had built in Orario? That was a serious challenge. Fine. If you can do it, I'll submit. But if you fail, I'll leave Orario and never return. Deal. Deal. Within moments, they had set the stakes for the war game. If Loki lost, everything she owned would belong to Roy. If Roy lost, he would leave Orario and never return. The surrounding gods gasped. This was a big deal. If Roy lost, it wouldn't be a major event. But if Loki lost, it would change Orario forever. Roy, how could you make such a bet? Hestia asked, worried. Don't worry, I'll win. Roy said confidently. He was certain of his victory. Humphrey. Loki scoffed and laughed. She was also confident. After all, he was just a newbie. She had investigated Roy and confirmed that he had just arrived in Orario. She didn't see how she could possibly lose. You're brave, challenging the Loki familia to a war game. Hephaestus said, looking at Roy with interest after Loki left. It seems you don't believe I can win. How about a bet? Roy chuckled. Oh? What kind of bet? Hephaestus was intrigued. Chapter 296, An agreement with Hephaestus. Hestia's astonishment. If I lose, I'll give you a divine weapon. If you lose, you forge a weapon for my familia, free of charge. How about it? Roy asked, folding his arms and smiling. A divine weapon? Hephaestus's interest was piqued. That's right. A divine weapon crafted with techniques you've never seen before. Roy said confidently. Hephaestus was tempted. As a goddess of the forge, she was always eager to learn new crafting techniques. How many members are in your familia? While interested in the divine weapon, she wasn't going to be tricked. If his familia was large, she would be at a disadvantage. Not many. Just 7. Roy replied. Hestia, hearing this, was momentarily confused, then she realized that Roy had included Kurami. This meant Kurami would also receive a weapon crafted by Hephaestus. Hestia was excited. Very well. It's a deal. Hephaestus agreed. His familia wasn't large, so the deal was fair. Deal. Roy smiled, shaking her hand. It was a win-win situation for him. The gathering soon ended. Roy and Hephaestus had enjoyed their conversation and had become friends. Hephaestus even offered to forge weapons and armor for his familia in advance. Roy, of course, wouldn't refuse such a generous offer. Back at the castle, Roy told the girls about the new equipment, and they were overjoyed. While their current gear was decent, it was nothing compared to weapons crafted by the goddess of the forge. Wait, even I get one? Kurami asked, surprised. She hadn't expected to receive a gift, since she wasn't part of Roy's familia. Of course, Kurami. You should thank Roy for this. Hestia said, hugging Kurami. Thank you, Roy-sama. Don't mention it. We're family. Roy said with a wave of his hand. Hestia blushed at his words. Familia members were considered a god's children. So, did that mean she and Roy were? Normally, after acquiring some wealth, Hestia would move out and establish her own familia base. But she didn't want to leave. Perhaps she didn't want to deal with the hassle of managing a familia, or maybe she simply enjoyed being here. She had everything she needed, everyone was kind to her, and her familia was hardworking. Hestia decided she wasn't going to bother with managing a familia on her own. Roy is the best, she thought, then hugged him impulsively. Hestia was a pure and innocent goddess. She was affectionate towards those who were kind to her. Roy chuckled and patted her head. That evening Roy and Hestia prepared to update their familia stats. Kisara, take off your clothes, Roy said with a grin. Kisara, who had been smiling, blushed but still removed her top, exposing her bare back. Roy updated her stats. Strength, SSS 999, Agility, SSS 999, Endurance, SSS 999, Dexterity, SSS 999, Magic, SSS 999, all of Kisara's stats were maxed out again. That was terrifying. This wasn't level 1 anymore. She was level 2. Reaching max stats again in a single day was unbelievable. Kisara on-san is so amazing. Lilaruka exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Hey, Lilaruka did well today too. I'm sure your stats have improved, Yukari said encouragingly. While Lilaruka was a supporter, Kisara had deliberately weakened some monsters for her to finish off. This allowed Lilaruka to gain experience and level up. Really? Lilaruka was excited. She wanted to know how much she had improved. As a supporter, she was still a level 1 adventurer. She would be overjoyed if she could reach level 2. Kisara, how do you feel? Roy looked at Kisara, who had leveled up to level 3 with max stats. How much stronger had she become? I feel significantly stronger. I'm at the peak of high class level. If I level up again I might even reach ultimate class level, Kisara said excitedly. Hearing Kisara's words, the girls were surprised. Level 3 had brought her to the peak of high class level? Just one more level, and she would reach ultimate class level. That was incredible. Roy was also excited. It seemed his million ultimate class familia plan was feasible. Even if he couldn't become a cosmic being, he could still establish a powerful presence in Little Garden. Then, he could set his sights on the Shiroisha and the Halloween Queen. He would become the strongest demon god in Little Garden. Kisara is strong. I don't think I can become an ultimate class at level 4. Yukari said worriedly. She wasn't confident. Humphrey. Yukari, you lack confidence. Megaman, will definitely become ultimate class at level 4. Megaman declared, striking a Chaunabiu pose. Roy's eye twitched. Megaman, you're next, he said, interrupting her. Huh? Megaman stumbled, then reluctantly removed her clothes and approached Roy under his amused gaze. Stop staring at me, Yulilicon, she said, her face red, covering her chest with her arms. Roy shrugged. Your flat chest isn't that interesting. Yukari is more appealing, he said, glancing at Yukari. Yukari blushed and looked away. What did you say? Megaman glared at him, her shyness forgotten. I said Megaman has a great figure. Roy quickly corrected himself. He couldn't keep teasing her. Megaman blushed again and turned around. He updated her stats. Like Kisara, all of Megaman's stats were maxed out. After all, they had been fighting monsters far above their level. And they had been completely dominating them. Rapid stat growth from fighting higher level monsters was to be expected. But leveling up from level 3 to level 4 wouldn't be so easy. It would likely take more than a day. Roy quickly updated the other girls' stats. Lilaruka was last. While her stats weren't as impressive as the others, they had all reached S rank. This was thanks to Kisara and the others weakening monsters for her to finish off. Since the monsters were far above her level, the stat gains were significant. Lilaruka, your agility and magic have reached S rank. Would you like to level up to level 2? Lilaruka's potential wasn't as high as Megaman or the others, so reaching S rank was already a great achievement. She could definitely level up to level 2 now. Lilaruka was stunned. S rank? Had she heard correctly? Yes. Roy-sama, I want to reach level 2. Please. She eagerly agreed. She knew her own limitations. As a supporter, she couldn't be as strong as Inju or the others. Reaching level 2 with S-rank stats was already a huge accomplishment. Alright, I'll update your stats. Roy nodded and began the process. Meanwhile. Huh? Hestia gasped as she updated Kurami's stats. She couldn't believe her eyes. All of Kurami's stats were maxed out at SSS 999. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still the same. She was stunned. Such high stats were unheard of in Orario. Of course, if a familia did have a member with such stats, they would keep it a secret. But even so, such power couldn't be hidden forever. Hestia-sama, can I level up to level 2 now? Kurumi asked impatiently. Inju had told her that they had all reached level 2 with max stats. That was the most efficient way to gain strength. She didn't want to fall behind. If she couldn't reach max stats, she would sneak into the dungeon and grind until she did. The bunny girl's obsessive-compulsive nature was showing. Of course. Here, take a look. Hestia printed Kurumi's stats on a piece of paper and handed it to her. Kurumi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she saw her stats. All SSS rank. Just like the others. It was wonderful. Chapter 297, Leveling Up to 4. The Apollo Familia's provocation. Hestia-sama, please level me up to level 2. Kurumi said, turning around to expose her back. Okay. Hestia, still amazed by Kurumi's stats, said excitedly, Kurumi, all your stats are maxed out. Aren't you excited? Of course. It's great that I didn't fall behind Anju and the others. Kurumi replied with a smile. Having one incredibly talented familia member like Kurumi was already a miracle. She had to protect Kurumi. Kurumi, it's wonderful to have you. After updating Kurumi's stats, Hestia hugged her tightly. The two girls giggled and played around. The next day. Kurumi, be careful. Everyone, come back safely. Don't worry, Hestia-sama. We'll be fine. Have a good day. Roy and Hestia saw the girls off at the castle gate. They were going deeper into the dungeon today. To level up, adventurers needed more than just monster slaying experience. They also needed achievements. And achievements were earned by defeating floor bosses. But floor bosses took several days to respawn after being defeated. And the respawn time was unpredictable, making things complicated. So, today's mission was to hunt monsters and search for a floor boss. They had gone from newly registered adventurers to level 3 in just a few days. If this news spread, no one in Orario would believe it. It was simply too unbelievable. Roy, I don't know how to thank you. Kurumi is such a blessing. Hestia said gratefully. She was still hesitant to tell Roy about Kurumi's maxed out stats. After all, it was Roy who had introduced Kurumi to her. If you really want to thank me, words aren't enough. Roy said with a grin. Then how should I thank you? Hestia asked, confused. How about a kiss? Hestia blushed. As an eternally pure goddess, she hadn't even given away her first kiss. Was she really going to give away her million-year-old first kiss today? Bend down. She mumbled. The height difference between them was significant. Even if she wanted to kiss him, she couldn't reach. Oh. Roy chuckled, then knelt before her. Hestia didn't hesitate. She closed her eyes and kissed him. And Roy smirked and deepened the kiss, his skillful technique leaving Hestia breathless. After a long moment, they finally parted. Roy, how could you? Hestia said, her face flushed, hands on her hips, trying to look angry. But her blushing cheeks betrayed her. She looked adorable. I'm sorry, Hestia. I didn't mean to. Your lips are just so sweet. Roy said, feigning apology. Hestia, who had been about to forgive him, blushed even deeper. Humphrey. I'm not talking to you. She turned and stormed off. Roy chuckled and followed her. His familia had just been established. Logically, they should be busy. Managing a familia wasn't easy. They needed to acquire weapons, armor, potions, magic scrolls, and other supplies. But Roy's familia didn't need any of that. They had top-tier potions from the Konosuba world, more than enough for their needs. And Kisara and the others didn't need magic scrolls. Megaman and Yukari were their mages. Were there any mages stronger than them? Probably not. Time passed quickly. Kisara and the others went to the dungeon every day to hunt monsters. They also explored Orario in their free time. Within half a month, they had earned enough achievements to reach level 4. That evening after leveling up to level 4, the girls were celebrating. Roy decided to take them to the hostess of fertility for a feast. Everyone agreed. Where's Seer? Roy asked, looking around the tavern. She wasn't there. Roy-sama, Seer is unavailable today. Please follow me. A girl with emerald green hair Reliant greeted them. She was also a waitress at the hostess of fertility and a former level 4 adventurer from the Astria familia. Astria was the goddess of justice, her familia known for their righteousness. But they were also disliked by many adventurers. Eventually, they were framed, and the familia was destroyed. Seer had brought the injured Rit to the hostess of fertility, where she became a waitress. All right. Roy nodded, and they followed Rit to their usual table. Ru, bring us your specialties. Certainly, Roy-sama. Please wait a moment. Ru nodded and left to prepare their order. Kurumi, you're amazing. Hestia said, hugging Kurumi tightly. Ever since Kurumi's status update, Hestia had been beaming, constantly wanting to cuddle the bunny girl. Kurumi sighed. You've all worked hard. How about some drinks tonight? Roy offered. The drinks were brewed by elves and tasted like fruit wine, delicious and refreshing. Of course, that was if they drank in moderation. Yay! Megaman cheered. She loved alcohol, just like in the Konosuba world. Sounds good. Kisara agreed with a smile. The food and drinks arrived. Cheers. Cheers, everyone. After a toast, the girls began chatting. I wonder if we can reach level 5 in the remaining half-month. Time is running out. Kisara said. I doubt it. It's not enough time. Yukari said, shaking her head. The higher the level, the more achievements were needed. And the floor bosses respawn too slowly. Sometimes, it took several days for a single boss to respawn. You've leveled up fast enough. There's no need to push yourselves so hard. Roy said with a smile. So, for the next 2 weeks, you all get to relax and prepare for the war game. I agree. Kurami, you should rest as well. Hestia said to Kurami. Hestia was no longer poor. Kurami brought back 1,000,000 Valis every time she went to the dungeon. Hestia had become quite wealthy. Okay, Hestia-sama. Kurami nodded obediently. Inju, Megaman, and Yukari also agreed. They were tired from their dungeon excursions. Alright, another toast. Cheers. While Roy and his familia celebrated, a group at a nearby table was feeling less than celebratory. Hey, aren't those the newbies from the Roy familia? Talking about reaching level 5? They should stop dreaming. A blonde boy, clearly drunk, stumbled towards them, his voice loud and mocking. Hey, their god is here. Don't be so loud. His companions tried to stop him, but he was too drunk to listen. Isn't that the new god? Challenging the Loki familia right after arriving in Orario? He's just... Swish. Before he could finish, a knife was pressed against his throat. The chilling killing intent instantly sobered him up. He looked at the knife and wet himself. What are you doing? Insult daddy, and you die. Slash. Kohina didn't hesitate. The boy's head rolled to the floor. The tavern fell silent. Chapter 298, Facing the Apollo Familia. An invitation from Apollo. Everyone in the tavern froze, a wave of fear washing over them. Someone had just killed a person in broad daylight, and a member of the Apollo Familia, no less. Apollo was known for his vindictive nature and ruthless methods. He would recruit anyone he found appealing, regardless of gender, into his familia. He acted with impunity in Orario. In the original story, he even had his familia attack the Hestia familia in broad daylight, demonstrating his arrogance. With a god like that, it was no wonder his familia members were so arrogant. They had dared to provoke Roy and Hestia while drunk. They deserved to die. This was why Roy hadn't stopped Kohina. He disliked the Apollo familia. If they wanted trouble, he would give it to them. Why you killed him? Do you know who we are? The other Apollo familia members at the table looked at Kohina with fear. They hadn't expected her to kill without hesitation. We're from the Apollo familia. Another one stammered. Anyone who insults Roy dies. Kohina said, her blood-red eyes fixed on them, her killing intent clear. The Apollo familia members trembled. By now, most of the other patrons had fled the tavern. A figure stood up from behind the counter. Captain Hyacinthos, help. The Apollo familia members, seeing him, rushed towards him as if he were their savior. Hyacinthos was the captain of the Apollo familia, their strongest member, though only level 3. Idiots. Hyacinthos scoffed, then walked towards the tavern's exit. He wasn't afraid of Kohina. He simply couldn't confront her with her god present. He had to inform Apollo. Captain, wait for us. The other Apollo familia members followed him out. Kohina, come here and sit down. Roy called out. Okay, Daddy. Kohina sheathed her knives and climbed onto Roy's lap. Roy sighed, then held her. Kohina, you're always stealing the spotlight. Inju grumbled, pouting. She had also wanted to punish that boy for insulting Roy. But Kohina had been faster. It was the same last time. She was always a step behind. It can't be helped. Roy chuckled, patting Kohina's head and feeding her some grilled meat. Kohina was utterly devoted to him. She would protect him from anyone who disrespected him, without hesitation. Inju was too kind. She couldn't kill so easily. Roy, aren't you worried about the Apollo familia? You killed one of their members. Apollo won't let this go. Hestia said, her voice laced with worry. That's right. The Apollo familia won't just forget about this. Cirado, who had joined them, added, their expressions also filled with concern. They clearly disliked the Apollo familia. Don't worry, they won't. Roy chuckled. The girls were speechless. He was still smiling at a time like this. Roy, seeing their expressions, said, we've already provoked the Loki familia. One more won't make a difference. We'll just deal with them both. His casual tone, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, stunned Hestia, Seer, and Ro. They looked at Kisara and the other familia members, who seemed completely unconcerned. Like God, like familia, huh? Hestia sighed, giving up on persuading him. They had already provoked the Apollo familia. There was no point in worrying about it now. Don't worry, Hestia-sama. We'll win. That's right. I can handle the Apollo familia on my own. Humphrey. It's time for my ultimate explosion magic. Megaman, using explosion magic is cheating. Kisara, Megaman, and the others tried to reassure Hestia. Seeing their confidence, Hestia felt a bit better. The next day, as expected, the Apollo familia made their move. Two girls were waiting outside Roy's castle. Daphne Laurose and Cassandra Ilion. Did I pronounce your names correctly? Roy, alerted by Anju, went outside with the others to meet the two girls. They were members of the Apollo familia. Huh? Daphne and Cassandra were stunned. He knew their names? Yes, Roy-sama. We're here to deliver a message. Daphne presented Roy with an invitation. Roy, already knowing its contents, still opened it and read it. An invitation to a banquet at Apollo's estate? Tell Apollo I'll be there. Roy said. Wonderful. Then we'll take our leave, Roy-sama. Having successfully delivered the invitation, they had completed their mission. Wait. Roy stopped them. Huh? They turned back, confused. After the Apollo familia is disbanded, would you be interested in joining my familia? Roy asked with a smile. What? The two girls were stunned. Just kidding. But if that day does come, you're welcome to join the Roy familia. Roy chuckled. They exchanged glances, then nodded politely, showing respect to a god. After they left. Roy, Apollo's invitation, it's a trap, isn't it? Hestia said. She knew it would be a banquet of ill intent. Of course. I expected this. Roy shrugged. I'm planning on using the Apollo familia as a stepping stone to make our familia famous. Then, more adventurers will join us. There were plenty of skilled adventurers in Orario. Roy wouldn't mind them joining his familia. Of course, they would have to pass his screening process. He had high standards. With the cursed children as reserves, he wasn't worried about lacking familia members. Alright then. Hestia, while still worried, didn't argue. Let's get some rest. We have a banquet to attend tonight. Roy patted Hestia's head and headed inside. Hestia sighed and followed him. That evening, Hestia, are you ready? It's time to go. Since this was a private gathering, they could bring their familia members. So, they all went. Kisara, Megaman, and the others were already dressed in beautiful gowns. Only Hestia was still in her room. Coming. Hestia opened the door. She was wearing a low-cut evening gown that accentuated her ample bosom. It was quite a sight. Hestia, you can't wear that. It's too revealing. Go change. Roy said, pushing her back into her room, despite his gut appreciation for the view. Roy, I think this dress is beautiful. I spent a long time choosing it. Hestia grumbled, though she was secretly pleased that he had noticed. She changed into another gown. This one was better. While her figure was still impressive, it was less revealing. Roy nodded in satisfaction. Alright, let's go. Apollo's estate was grand and imposing, his castle vast and opulent. Compared to it, Roy's castle seemed small. But it would be his soon. The ball was already in full swing. Apollo had invited most of the gods in Orario. Those who weren't present had other engagements. Roy and his familia's arrival drew everyone's attention. Freya, Loki, and other gods were present. But Roy, knowing their disdain for him, didn't bother greeting them. He found a table with Kisara and the others. Most of Orario looked down on him. He wouldn't waste his time on them. Once he defeated the Apollo familia and conquered the Loki familia, these gods would come crawling to him. Roy, aren't you going to meet the other gods? Hestia asked. No. You can go greet Loki and Freya, if you want. Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Then I won't go either. Hestia said, nodding. She didn't have many friends among these gods. She couldn't stand Freya, and she and Loki always argued. She was close to Hephaestus, but Hephaestus wasn't here tonight. She was probably busy in her forge. Chapter 299, A Dance with Eyes. Wallenstein. The war game with Apollo. Freya approached Roy and Hestia and exchanged greetings. But neither Roy nor Hestia was fond of Freya. Loki, due to the upcoming war game with Roy, didn't bother arguing with Hestia, much to Hestia's relief. The ball soon began. Roy, may I have this dance? To everyone's surprise, Yukari was the first to ask Roy for a dance. Kisara, Megaman, and even Hestia were a bit disappointed. Of course. Roy smiled, taking Yukari's hand and leading her to the center of the dance floor. As the heir to the Lucifuge family, Roy was a skilled dancer. Yukari had also learned to dance. Roy placed his hand on Yukari's waist, and she rested her head against his chest as they danced gracefully. Inju, Hestia, and the others watched enviously. After the dance, Roy asked Inju. Due to their height difference, they looked a bit comical, but Inju was overjoyed. Roy danced with each of the girls. When it was Hestia's turn. Hestia, dance with me. Okay. Hestia readily agreed. They joined the other dancers, and Roy led Hestia through the steps. Hestia, is this your first time dancing? Roy asked, noticing her awkward movements. Yes. I don't really like these kinds of parties. Hestia admitted shyly. As a penniless goddess, she avoided such events. And she wasn't fond of the other male gods. So, this was her first dance. It's an honor to have your first dance, Hestia. Roy said with a smile. What do you mean, first dance? Really? Hestia playfully glared at him. Isn't it? You also gave me your first kiss, Hestia. Roy whispered in her ear, pulling her closer. Hestia blushed even deeper. After their dance, Roy asked Lilyruka. Huh? And me too? Lilyruka was stunned. She hadn't expected to be asked. Of course. We can't leave Lilyruka out. Roy said, taking her hand and leading her to the dance floor. Lilyruka, so close to a god, was incredibly nervous. Her body stiffened. She had never been this close to a god before. She quickly became flustered, her face crimson. She stumbled through the dance, guided by Roy, a dazed smile on her face. Roy chuckled, amused by her reaction. After dancing with everyone, they waited for the ball to end, anticipating Apollo's next move. Roy's gaze fell upon a girl with long, golden hair standing alone on the balcony. She seemed not reserved. She had refused every invitation to dance. Is that Eyes Wallenstein? Roy smirked. He had encountered Eyes several times but hadn't had a chance to speak with her. He approached her. Hello, Eyes. He greeted her with a smile. Eyes looked up at him, her expression blank. She didn't reply. Roy knew Eyes wasn't being rude. She was simply socially awkward. May I have this dance? He asked, extending his hand. My. Eyes, finally reacting, was about to refuse. But Roy took her hand and led her to the dance floor. Eyes, do you know how to dance? He asked with a smile. I've never danced before. Then follow my lead. Roy guided Eyes through the steps. While initially hesitant, Eyes soon relaxed, enjoying the feeling of dancing. It was liberating. Loki, seeing Eyes dancing with a god from the rival familia, was furious. But Hestia held her back. Roy and Eyes finished their dance. You're a wonderful dancer, Eyes. Roy said, giving her a thumbs up. It's my first time, but I enjoyed it. Eyes said with a smile. Just as Roy was about to continue their conversation, a man with red hair and a laurel wreath, dressed in a white tuxedo, descended the stairs. It was Apollo, the god of the Apollo Familia. Is everyone enjoying the banquet? He asked, his gaze sweeping across the hall, then settling on Roy. No one answered. They could all sense that Apollo was about to confront the newly arrived god. You, newcomer. I don't recognize your name, but that's not important. Apollo said, his voice laced with disdain. About your familia member killing a member of my familia, do you have anything to say? The other gods understood. That was it. No god would tolerate their familia being attacked. This time, they were on Apollo's side. After all, Roy was a newcomer who had already offended the Loki familia. Now, he had provoked the Apollo familia as well. He was practically an outcast. Roy shrugged. A mortal insulted a god. It's only natural for a god to punish them. Isn't that how it works? The other gods couldn't argue with that logic. They were gods. Punishing mortals who insulted them was their right. But Apollo didn't see it that way. The deceased was his familia member. And a valuable one at that. He had heard that the Roy familia members were all skilled fighters. Despite being level 1, they could easily kill monsters. Some had even seen them on the upper floors of the dungeon. Apollo coveted such powerful adventurers. He always got what he wanted. You claim my familia member insulted you, but they're all upstanding individuals. They would never insult a god. Do you have any proof? Apollo said, trying to weasel his way out. There was no proof, of course. And even if other adventurers had witnessed the event, who would dare to testify against Apollo? Enough with the bullshit. Apollo, you want a war game, don't you? Roy scoffed. He wasn't interested in playing games. Apollo was taken aback, then he laughed. Very well. The Apollo familia formally challenges you to a war game. Do you accept? Of course. Roy said with a smirk. If Apollo wanted to die, he would oblige. The gods, hearing his acceptance, erupted in excitement. He accepted Apollo's challenge? This new god is suicidal. First was the Loki familia, And now he's challenging Apollo? It seems Loki won't even have to lift a finger. Apollo will banish him from Orario. Yeah. The gods gossiped, and Apollo's smug grin widened. Apollo, that's not fair. He challenged me first. Loki interjected. What's the problem, Loki? I'll deal with him first, so you don't have to. Apollo said confidently. No, I challenged him first. I should be the one to banish him from Orario. Loki insisted. There's no need to argue. The Loki Familia is one of the strongest in Orario, right? I'll deal with the Apollo Familia first, then it's your turn, Loki. Don't worry, neither of you will escape. Roy said, folding his arms, his arrogant demeanor stunning the other gods. They had never seen such a brazen newcomer. Loki and Apollo were furious. He was looking down on them. How about this? I'll have the war game with Apollo in 3 days. That way, you won't have to wait too long, Loki. Unless you want to join us? I don't mind. Roy said, further provoking them. Fine. I'll let you have your fun with Apollo first. I hope you survive long enough to face me. Loki said coldly. Don't worry, he won't live to see your face. Apollo chuckled. The gods were excited. It had been a while since the last war game. This would spice things up. Chapter 300, the war game begins. Yukari's light magic Megaman, the melee mage. The banquet ended in a tense atmosphere. 3 days passed quickly. At the Roy Familia's castle, everyone, do your best. But remember, don't go all out. Just toy with the Apollo Familia, understand? Before they departed, Roy gave them some instructions, his gaze fixed on Megaman. Why are you looking at me like that? I just want to cast Explosion. Do you know how long it's been since I've unleashed my full power? I can't use it in town. I've been holding back for too long. Megaman, flustered by Roy's gaze, clutched her staff, her Chunabiu acting up again. If you unleash your full power, you'll destroy the entire city. What's the point of a war game then? Roy said, pinching Megaman's cheeks. Megaman was already incredibly powerful, especially after reaching level 4 and breaking through to ultimate class level. One of the defining characteristics of an ultimate class was the ability to casually destroy a town. And with her explosion magic, destroying a town would be child's play. The Apollo Familia had over 100 members, but their strongest member, Hyacinthos, was only level 3. He wouldn't be able to withstand a single explosion. Is it really that powerful? Hestia, not having witnessed it firsthand, couldn't imagine a single spell destroying a town. It is, Hestia-sama. In the dungeon, Megaman Non-chan couldn't resist and cast a smaller explosion. It almost destroyed the entire cavern. Kurumi explained. What? You're causing trouble again? Roy pinched Megaman's cheeks even harder. Ow! That hurts. That hurts. Megaman wailed dramatically. Shouldn't we be going? Yukari suggested, trying to rescue Megaman. Roy sighed. He hadn't even used much force. Megaman was a good actress. Fine. Let's go. He led them out of the castle. Roy and Hestia soon arrived at the war game arena. While gods couldn't use their divine powers normally, they could use a special ability during war games, projecting the event for all of Orario to see. So you've arrived. Apollo said, approaching them with a smug grin. Enjoy your last laugh, Apollo. You'll be crying soon. Roy retorted. Humphrey. After I win, I'll not only banish you from Orario but also take all your Familia members. Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed arrogantly. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Roy's eyes. This guy dared to covet his Familia? He had initially planned to just send Apollo back to heaven. But now Apollo had to die. Roy ignored Apollo, now a dead man walking. After some preparations, the war game began. It was a siege battle, decided by a lottery 3 days prior. The Apollo Familia had spent the past 3 days fortifying their defenses, preparing for Roy's attack. All of Orario was watching. Everyone assumed the Roy Familia wouldn't attack directly. But Kisara and the other 5 Familia members were already at the city gates. They were going to launch a frontal assault? Everyone was surprised. The Apollo Familia had over 100 members and the advantage of defending from behind city walls. A frontal assault seemed suicidal. But Kisara and the others weren't concerned. They were discussing their strategy. Roy told us not to go all out, so everyone, hold back. Kisara reminded the others. Understood. But first, let me open the gate with my light magic. Yukari said eagerly. Go ahead. Kisara nodded. Megaman glared at Yukari. She was stealing her spotlight. It was all Roy's fault for not letting her use explosion. Light of Genesis. Yukari shouted. Beams of light, too fast for ordinary eyes to see, flashed towards the city gate. Before the Apollo Familia members on the walls could react, the gate was destroyed. Everyone was stunned. What kind of magic was that? She didn't even chant. And it's so powerful. Are they really level 1 adventurers? This is getting interesting. The Roy Familia doesn't seem intimidated by the Apollo Familia. Apollo might actually lose. Why do you say that? Idiot, haven't you noticed? The Roy Familia is completely unconcerned. They're clearly not level 1, like the rumors say. I see. The Apollo Familia is in trouble. Among the gods watching the war game, some had already noticed something was amiss after Yukari's display of magic. Rumors in Orario claim that Roy was a new god with a familia of newly registered adventurers. They shouldn't have been able to reach level 2 in just a month. But the Roy Familia's performance clearly exceeded level 2 capabilities. Apollo, hearing the whispers, frowned. But he wasn't worried. He assumed it was just a fluke, that one of their mages had reached level 2. His familia had over 100 members, and their captain, Hyacinthos, was level 3. They couldn't possibly lose. Meanwhile, with the gate destroyed, Kisara and the others charged into the city. While the walls wouldn't have stopped them, they had to maintain a low profile. Roy wanted them to hold back so as not to scare Loki. It would ruin the fun. Clang. 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 As they approached the walls, the Apollo Familia members attacked. Magic spells and arrows rained down on them. But it was useless. Kisara, at the forefront, casually drew her sword, deflecting all the attacks. Their advance was unimpeded. Fire. Stop them from entering the city. The Apollo Familia members on the walls panicked. Their attacks were having no effect. Kisara and the others breached the walls. Apollo Familia members swarmed them. Since the Roy Familia was attacking head-on, there was no need to defend other areas. They planned to overwhelm them with numbers. Everyone, attack. Don't hold back, even if it means killing them. Kisara ordered, then charged forward. Roy had told them that there were no rules in this war game. It was a fight to the death. If the Apollo Familia members survived, it was their good luck. If not, too bad. Of course, Roy had specifically instructed them to spare Daphne and Cassandra. They had potential. He might recruit them into his familia later. Inju and Kohina followed Kisara. Megaman, Yukari, and Lilyruka remained behind. Hey! They left us. There's no one to protect us. Megaman shouted. She was a mage. And Roy wouldn't let her use explosion. What if she was targeted? Her outburst alerted the Apollo Familia members, and most of them turned their attention to the 3 unprotected girls. Target the mage first. It was common sense. Especially an unprotected mage. Megaman, you idiot. Yukari sighed. Megaman always did the most unexpected things. But she was used to it. Light of Genesis. While Megaman couldn't use magic, Yukari could. Her light magic was effective both at range and in close combat. Once unleashed, no one dared to approach. They still remembered how she had effortlessly destroyed the city gate. They didn't want to be next. But there was one exception. A figure broke through the encirclement and charged towards them. Good job. Interrupt her spellcasting. That's right. Once the mage is down, the other 2 are finished. The Apollo Familia members cheered. Someone got through? Yukari, being kind, hadn't been using lethal force. Her light magic was primarily defensive. This had allowed someone to break through. Take this. Just as Yukari was about to cast a spell, Megaman raised her staff and swung. Clang. A thief, wielding a dagger, had reached them. He instinctively blocked Megaman's staff with his dagger. To his shock, his dagger snapped in 2. Then, everything went black. Megaman had knocked out a level 2 adventurer with her staff. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 301, Winning the War Game. Eliminating Apollo. Acquiring Apollo Familia assets. A mage had just knocked out a level 2 adventurer with her staff. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the petite girl with her slender arms and legs, it was hard to believe she possessed such strength. And she was a mage. Was she a fake mage? The tavern erupted in excited chatter. The gods, especially, were buzzing with excitement. This was quite a surprise. The Apollo Familia members were dumbfounded. Everyone be careful. That girl looks like a mage, but she's actually a warrior. She's just using that staff to trick us. One of them shouted. The others nodded. That explanation made sense. That little brat. Tricking us into getting close. She hasn't even cast a single spell. What kind of mage charges into battle without using magic? She's probably a berserker in disguise. The Roy Familia is shameless. The Apollo Familia members began complaining. A berserker? I can't stand this. Let me go. I'm going to blast them with explosion. Megaman, hearing their insults, was about to unleash her magic. How dare they call her a delicate young lady, A muscle-bound berserker. It was unforgivable. I'm not holding you back. Yukari said, confused. Megaman on-chan, if you use explosion, Roy will punish you. Lilaruka reminded her. Megaman froze, hearing the word punishment. Let's just finish this quickly. Yukari said, no longer holding back. She unleashed multiple beams of light, sacred light, radiant barrage, at the surrounding Apollo Familia members. While she wasn't aiming to kill, her attacks were still powerful. Meanwhile, Kisara, Inju, and Kohina had already defeated most of the Apollo Familia members outside and had entered the mansion. To win the war game, they had to defeat or kill Hyacinthos, the Apollo Familia captain. Captain, we should retreat. They're inside. If you lose, we lose. That's right. As long as you're still standing, we have a chance. Daphne and Cassandra tried to persuade Hyacinthos to retreat. If I run now, I'll be a laughingstock. I don't believe those girls are that strong. I'll defeat them myself. Hyacinthos scoffed, then walked towards the mansion's entrance. He encountered Kisara, Inju, and Kohina. You actually made it this far. Hyacinthos drew his sword, his expression cold. While Daphne and Cassandra had told him about their strength, he hadn't believed them until now. Still resisting? Kohina, he's yours. Kisara said impassively. He. Kohina giggled, a bloodthirsty glint in her eyes. Hyacinthos tensed up, not daring to underestimate her. The next moment Kohina vanished, then reappeared behind Hyacinthos. Slash. Hyacinthos's eyes widened in shock. He dropped his sword and clutched at his throat, collapsing to his knees, blood trickling through his fingers. Impossible. He hadn't even seen her move. Daphne and Cassandra gasped, instinctively covering their own throats. With Hyacinthos defeated, the war game was over. Apollo, you lose. Roy said, approaching Apollo with a smirk. Impossible. I can't lose. Apollo's face was contorted in rage. He refused to accept defeat. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. There are plenty of witnesses. Roy scoffed. My terms are as follows, the Apollo Familia is disbanded. All your assets are transferred to the Roy Familia. And you, Apollo banished from Orario. Permanently. The gods, hearing this, weren't surprised. War games were brutal. Today's war game had shown them why the new god was arrogant. He had a powerful familia. Even the Apollo Familia had been easily crushed. With the gods as witnesses, Apollo couldn't refuse. After a final, bitter curse, he left Orario. The Apollo Familia was disbanded, and all their assets were transferred to Roy. After the gods left, Roy didn't immediately claim his spoils. Kisara, you and the others start cataloging the Apollo Familia's assets. I have some business to attend to. I'll be back soon. Okay. Kisara didn't question him. Hestia, you go with them. Roy, what are you going to do? Hestia asked. Just some minor cleanup. Go with Kisara to the Apollo Familia estate. I'll join you later. Roy said, patting her head, making her blush. All right, but come quickly. Of course. Roy nodded. Hestia, reassured, left with Kisara and the others. Roy's expression turned cold. He was going to eliminate Apollo. He wouldn't tolerate anyone who dared to covet his familia. Orario forbade gods from using their divine powers, punishable by banishment back to heaven. But this rule didn't apply to Roy. His power was different from the gods of this world. In a separated corner, a teleportation circle shimmered. Roy vanished. Apollo, recently banished from Orario, was cursing under his breath. Damn it. He took everything from me. I'll have my revenge, Roy. Just you wait, he snarled, his face contorted in rage, not noticing the figure that had appeared behind him. You won't get the chance. A familiar voice made Apollo's body tremble. Why you, Roy? He turned around in disbelief. Roy had followed him? What do you want? To apologize? I won't forgive you, even if you give everything back. Apollo snarled. Roy chuckled. It seemed Apollo had misunderstood. But it didn't matter. I'm not here to apologize. Then what do you want? Apollo asked, sensing something was wrong. I'm here to send you to hell. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Apollo tried to use his divine power. But his body was frozen, the ice spreading from his feet upwards. He couldn't use his powers. He watched in horror as the ice reached his head, freezing his terrified expression in place. He looked comical. Apollo was powerless against Roy's absolute zero. Roy smirked, then tapped the ice sculpture. Crack. The ice shattered, and Apollo vanished, his body and soul completely annihilated. Roy wasn't sure if killing Apollo would be noticed, but it probably wouldn't be discovered anytime soon. And even if it was, he wasn't worried. He returned to Orario. He went to the Apollo Familia's estate. It was vast and opulent, much larger than his own castle. The buildings were magnificent. He was pleased. "Have you finished taking assets?" he asked Kisara and the others, who were currently assessing Apollo's assets. Yes, Apollo was quite wealthy. Kisara began her report. Roy wasn't interested in the details. But now, with this vast estate, his plan for the cursed children could begin. This would be their new home. Chapter 302, Daphne and Cassandra join the Familia Loki Familia's apprehension. Saya Takagi and Yuriko Takagi. "What about the other Apollo Familia adventurers?" Roy asked after hearing Kisara's report. "You mean Daphne and Cassandra?" Kisara smiled. "That's right. Where are they now?" "They're waiting outside. Come with me," Inju said, taking Roy's hand and leading him away. They soon found Daphne and Cassandra. "Roy-sama." The two girls bowed respectfully. "I see you're here. Have you considered my offer? Will you join my familia?" Roy asked, getting straight to the point. Daphne and Cassandra exchanged glances, then bowed again. "We accept, Roy-sama." "Are you sure?" "I won't force you, unlike Apollo," Roy said with a smile. He remembered that both girls had been forced to join the Apollo Familia. They had no sense of belonging there. Daphne Lauros was a level 2 adventurer, serving as a commander in the Apollo Familia. She was quite talented. Cassandra Ilian was also a level 2 adventurer, a healer who supported the front lines with her magic. And she possessed a unique ability, precognitive dreams. She had foreseen the Apollo Familia's defeat in the war game. But no one had believed her. Now, facing Roy's offer, they were intrigued. If he had forced them, they might have refused. But he had given them a choice. And they saw Roy as a good god. "We're certain, Roy-sama," Daphne and Cassandra said, bowing again. "Welcome to the Roy Familia. By the way, you're familiar with the Apollo Familia, right? Come and help out." Roy, without further ado, led the slightly bewildered girls to the treasury. Kisara and the others were still taking inventory. Megaman and Yukari were useless at this task, so Kisara had been handling it alone. It was no wonder she hadn't finished yet. "Kisara, I've brought some help." Roy arrived with Daphne and Cassandra. "Roy, I think we should bring some people from home. I can't manage this alone," Kisara said, a hint of frustration in her voice. Apollo's estate was vast. She couldn't possibly manage it alone. "I know. Don't worry, I'll bring some reinforcements soon," Roy assured her. "All right." Kisara sighed in relief. "Let them help you for now. I'm going to find some people." Roy left Daphne and Cassandra with Kisara and left to return to the DxD world. He needed to bring some of the cursed children over. Meanwhile, Aurario was buzzing with excitement after the war game. No one had expected the Apollo Familia to be defeated so easily. They had outnumbered the Roy Familia significantly. Yet, the Roy Familia had crushed them completely. And they hadn't even been injured. It was unbelievable. After the war game, adventurers and gods alike were discussing the event. This newly arrived god and his familia, all newly registered adventurers, were incredibly powerful. It didn't make sense. And what excited everyone even more was that the Roy Familia wasn't just challenging the Apollo Familia. They had also challenged the Loki Familia. While no one had initially believed they could win, the adventurers were now having second thoughts. The Roy Familia was incredibly strong. While the Loki Familia was one of Aurario's strongest, the Roy Familia's confidence was unsettling. Was it blind confidence? Or did they truly possess the strength to defeat the Loki Familia? All of Aurario was eager to find out. At the Loki Familia's headquarters, Loki paced anxiously. While the Roy Familia had deliberately held back during the war game against the Apollo Familia, their displayed strength was enough to make the Loki Familia wary. Roy's confidence was unsettling. From the beginning, his target had been the Loki Familia. While they were one of Aurario's strongest, Loki couldn't shake off a sense of unease. "Loki, stop pacing," Finn said. "It's just the Apollo Familia. We could have easily defeated them as well." Shan added. "That's right. We're one of Aurario's strongest familias. Aside from the Freya Familia, who can rival us?" Shan agreed. "They're just newbie adventurers. There's no need to worry." Bet said casually, crossing his legs. "Bet, shut up." Gareth Landrock, a man with a thick beard, snapped. Gareth, along with Finn and Riveria, was part of the Loki Familia's leadership. He was a respected elder who cared for the younger members, his personality kind and gentle. Like Finn, he often cleaned up after the younger members' messes. But this time, he was truly angry. Bet's arrogance had started this whole mess. And the Roy Familia was clearly not as weak as they appeared, yet Bet was still acting so carelessly. It was foolish. Bet, chastised, grumbled but didn't argue. "Bet, even I can't defend you this time." You are too reckless. The Roy Familia is not to be underestimated. Finn said. They're not newbie adventurers. They're incredibly strong. Especially that mage. She can use light magic without chanting. She's incredibly powerful. Reveria added. Reveria was the vice captain of the Loki Familia and Aurario's strongest mage. Her assessment, as an elf royalty, carried weight. Her words surprised the others. Are they really that strong? I thought they were. A joke. Lefia said, confused. She remembered the mage acting strangely during the war game. That's right. That crazy girl doesn't even act like a mage. Using her staff to knock out a level 2 adventurer? She's a berserker, just like everyone says. That spoke up again. Idiot, don't you trust Reveria on San? Shen retorted. No one argued with that. Reveria was like a mother figure to the Familia. She wouldn't lie. Is the Roy Familia really that strong? Lefia asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Yes, they are. Their captain is incredibly powerful. Even you, Eyes, think so. They were surprised. Even Eyes Wallenstein acknowledged their strength. Why is it so hard for you all to admit that someone else is strong? Loki finally spoke. Despite her usual playful and sometimes inappropriate behavior, she was perceptive. Her words silenced them. We have to acknowledge that the Roy Familia is strong. But we're not weak either. The outcome of this war game is still uncertain. So, get yourselves together. Loki's words reignited their confidence. That's right. We're the Loki Familia. No one can defeat us. We'll win this war game. They're strong, but they're not our match. The Loki Familia members' spirits were lifted, and they began discussing their strategy. Meanwhile, Roy had returned to the DxD world. He gathered 100 of the highest-level cursed children from the Konosuba world. That was easy. Finding someone to manage them, however, was a problem. There were still many cursed children in Dreamland, and most of Roy's harem members were busy with their own duties. Few were available. He had no choice but to borrow Saya Takagi and Yuriko Takagi. Yuriko had experience managing a household, and Saya was also familiar with such tasks. They should be able to manage the Familia. Roy, after satisfying Saya and Yuriko, explained the situation. They readily agreed, and so it was decided. Chapter 303, 100 Lawless in position subduing Hestia. Expanding the Familia. The next day Roy, without delay, brought the 100 cursed children, along with Saya and Yuriko, back to Aurario. They arrived at the Apollo Familia's estate, now the Roy Familia's estate. Kisara and Hestia were waiting for them in the backyard. Whoosh! A large group of people suddenly appeared. Hestia, startled, looked at Roy. Roy, what is this? We'll arrange accommodations for them first, then I'll explain. Roy said, turning to Kisara. Kisara, I've brought some help. Yuriko, Saya, go with Kisara and familiarize yourselves with the Familia. Then, arrange rooms for everyone. Alright, follow me. Kisara nodded and led Yuriko, Saya, and the 100 cursed children away. Roy had a busy day ahead of him. He had to bestow his blessing on 100 little girls. It was a strenuous task. But he could use his magic to expedite the process. Let's go, Hestia. You wanted an explanation, right? Roy said, heading towards the lounge. Hestia followed him. In the lounge, Roy explained that he wasn't a god from this world. He was from another world. That's why he had such powerful Familia members. Hestia finally understood. She had been wondering how Roy had acquired such a strong Familia and had even found her such a talented Familia member. But seeing the 100 little girls, all similar to Kurumi, she realized that Kurumi was originally one of his Familia members. Hestia hugged Kurumi tightly, afraid of losing her. Roy chuckled. Don't worry, Hestia, I won't take Kurumi away. There are plenty more cursed children where she came from. By the way, Hestia, do you want more Familia members? You can choose any of these girls. I can choose? Hestia asked, surprised. Of course. Roy would gladly let her share the burden. It didn't matter which Familia the girls belonged to. They were all his, after all. Hestia was tempted, but she shook her head. Kurumi is enough for now. But can you tell me about them? She was curious about their backgrounds. Are you sure? Their stories aren't pleasant. Roy sighed. I want to know. Hestia nodded. As a goddess who had lived for eons, she had seen her share of tragedies. Very well, then. Roy, having nothing else to do, began to tell the story of the cursed children. Their stories were indeed tragic. While Hestia had initially been composed, she soon began to cry, hugging Kurumi tightly. And upon learning that Roy had saved them, she hugged him impulsively. Roy, thank you so much. You're such a good person. She gave him the good person card, making Roy's eye twitch. They're so adorable. I had to do something. But I'm not a good person. Roy said, his hands wandering. Hestia stiffened, feeling his touch, then blushed. Roy smirked. It seemed he had managed to stir the heart of this eternally pure goddess. In the original story, Hestia had only Belgrano as her familia, which was why she had been so clingy. But now, with Kurani, she wasn't as desperate. While a lily goddess, her figure was surprisingly well developed. She was small, like a huggable pillow. That evening, to celebrate the arrival of Yuriko, Saya, and the cursed children, Roy prepared a lavish banquet. They enjoyed themselves. Then, it was time to bestow his blessing upon the little girls. Other gods required blood to bestow their blessings. With so many familia members, it would be a tedious process. But Roy could use his magic. Now, all the cursed children could go to the dungeon and level up. Of course, he wouldn't let them participate in the war game against the Loki familia. That would be too unfair. Loki-sama. Loki-sama. Bang. 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 Early in the morning, Shana and Shin pounded on Loki's door. Click. What is it? Even gods need their sleep. Loki grumbled, rubbing her eyes. If it were any other familia member, she would have punished them for disturbing her sleep. But she was fond of Shana and Shin. She was always kind to the female members of her familia. Loki-sama, it's bad. We just saw the Roy familia with a lot of new adventurers, Shana said urgently. A lot of new adventurers? What do you mean? Loki was instantly awake. We saw Roy leading a large group of little girls towards the Adventurers Guild this morning. Shana and Shin explained what they had seen. Isn't that the god of the Roy familia? Why does he have so many children with him? Where did he get them all? Intrigued, Shana and Shin had followed them. What are they doing at the Adventurers Guild? They can't be registering as adventurers, can they? Those little girls? No way. Why not? The Roy familia already has 2 little girls, and they're incredibly strong. Shana and Shin exchanged glances. Something was going on. After the Roy familia left the guild, they had asked around and learned that the girls had been registered as adventurers. They hadn't initially been concerned about a group of children. But remembering Anju and Kohina's performance in the war game, they couldn't dismiss them so easily. Learning that the Roy familia had taken the girls to the dungeon, they had immediately returned to report to Loki. Loki, hearing their report, frowned. Despite her usual playful demeanor, she was perceptive and had built her familia into one of Arario's strongest. Anju and Kohina's performance in the war game had been impressive. Everyone remembered them. And now, the Roy familia had 100 more girls. If they were all as strong, that would be a problem. Loki's mood soured, but she didn't know what to do. Alright, that's enough. Go back to whatever you were doing. I need to sleep. She said, then closed the door and went back to bed. Shana and Shin exchanged confused glances. What was Loki doing? They relayed the information to Finn, Riveria, and the others. But their reaction was also unexpected. They seemed unconcerned by this news. Meanwhile, after sending the little girls to register at the Adventurers Guild and then to the dungeon, Roy and Hestia returned to the castle to wait. While the new cursed children weren't Hestia's familia, she was still excited to see their progress. As soon as they arrived, Hestia kicked off her shoes and rolled around on the sofa. This was why they had returned to the castle instead of staying at the Apollo Familia estate. Hestia loved the modern amenities. Roy, watching her unrestricted movements, which resulted in a few accidental flashes of skin, felt a stirring within him. Hestia, I have some snacks. Want some? He asked, summoning some treats. Yes. Hestia, a foodie, had become addicted to Roy's snacks. Roy sat beside her and beckoned her closer. Hestia eagerly scooted over. Here, open wide. Ah. Hestia took a bite, her face filled with satisfaction. Roy chuckled at her adorable, childlike enthusiasm, then took advantage of the situation. While they were occupied, Kisara and the others entered the dungeon with the cursed children. Since the new cursed children were level 1, they didn't need to go to the upper floors. They could level up by defeating monsters on the lower floors. The adventurers on the lower floors, seeing Kisara and a large group of little girls, began to murmur amongst themselves. The news quickly spread, attracting the attention of other adventurers and gods. But Kisara and the others were unaware of the commotion they were causing. They were busy slaughtering monsters. While the new cursed children weren't as strong as Anju or Kohina thanks to their training in the Konosuba world, they were still quite powerful. And with their diverse job classes, they complemented each other well, creating a formidable fighting force. They were cutting through monsters so quickly that the dungeon could barely keep up with the respawns. The day passed quickly. When Kisara, Megaman, and the others returned with the cursed children, Roy and Hestia were waiting for them at the Adventurers Guild. Even from a distance, they could see the exhaustion on the little girls' faces. They had clearly had a long day. Chapter 304, The war game begins. The siege battle against the Loki familia. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Roy smiled, looking at the tired little girls. It was nothing. It's our duty. Kisara replied. Seeing Roy, their fatigue seemed to vanish. You've all done well. Hestia beamed, though she felt a twinge of guilt, remembering her activities with Roy while the girls were working hard in the dungeon. Huh? Kisara, being experienced, instantly understood what Hestia was thinking and smirked. She had known Hestia wouldn't be able to resist Roy. All right, everyone, head back and rest. Roy announced, and they walked towards the Roy Familia estate. The castle wasn't large enough to accommodate all the little girls. Meanwhile, the Loki Familia had also received reports about the Roy Familia's new recruits and their performance in the dungeon. You're saying those little girls can easily kill monsters in the dungeon? Monsters from the near 10th floor? The Familia members were surprised, hearing Shenan's report. That's ridiculous. They just registered as adventurers. How can they be so strong? Lefia questioned their claims. The monsters in the dungeon, even on the lower floors, weren't that weak. Even level 2 or 3 adventurers wouldn't find them so easy to kill. We saw it with our own eyes. Shen insisted. We believe you. We're just surprised. Finn said. Those kids must have some kind of secret. Even Bet wasn't as arrogant as usual. Loki, aren't we going to do anything? Reveria asked. There's no need. Just focus on preparing for the war game. Loki said, waving her hand dismissively. The Loki Familia was already at its peak. There was no way to become significantly stronger in such a short time. So, Loki didn't want to pressure them. But she was actually quite nervous. She had been confident at first. But after seeing the Apollo Familia's swift defeat, her confidence had wavered. And today's news had made her even more uneasy. They had initially had the advantage of numbers, but now, with the Roy Familia's 100 new recruits, that advantage was gone. While they were just children, based on the reports from the dungeon, they were no ordinary children. Loki-sama? Loki-sama? Huh? What? Where's Eyes? Loki, lost in thought, was startled, then quickly changed the subject. Eyes? She's probably training. Reveria sighed. Eyes hadn't attended the meeting and had gone off to train on her own. It was frustrating. Then everyone, go do what you need to do. I'm going to see Eyes. Loki grinned, then left. The other sighed, watching her go. Meanwhile, Roy was busy. After taking the cursed children to the hot springs and then having dinner, he began updating their fauna. As expected, most of their stats had reached SSS rank. Only a few hadn't. But it didn't matter. They didn't have to reach level 2 in a single day. A few more days in the dungeon wouldn't hurt. Roy wanted them to reach max stats before leveling up to maximize their strength gains. Even Roy was tired after updating all their fauna. That night, Hestia snuck into his room, and Roy dutifully satisfied her. The next 10 days Kisara and the others took the cursed children to the dungeon every day. Within that short time, all the little girls had reached level 3. Their growth rate was astonishing. But Roy and the others were used to it by now. 10 days past the war game between the Roy and Loki Familius was fast approaching. It was the most anticipated event in Orario. One side was the renowned Loki Familia, one of Orario's strongest. The other was a newly arrived god and his familia. On the surface, the Loki Familia had an absolute advantage. That's what most adventurers and gods believed. But after the Roy Familia's easy victory against the Apollo Familia, many had changed their minds. The gods were hoping for the Loki Familia's defeat. It would be entertaining. The adventurers, however, were rooting for the underdog. Regardless of their motivations, the war game had finally arrived. The day of the war game, most adventurers who had planned to visit the dungeon changed their plans. A war game involving the Loki Familia was a rare event. All of Orario wanted to watch. In taverns and Familia headquarters, wherever adventurers gathered, they watched the war game through magically projected images, displayed on mirrors powered by divine energy. This was the only occasion where gods were allowed to use their powers. Meanwhile, Roy and his familia were prepared. Looking at the confident girls, Roy smiled. Good. Let's win this decisively. From today onwards, we are Orario's strongest familia. Leave it to us. Kisara said with a confident grin. Victory was within their grasp. Can I finally use explosion today? Megaman asked, her Chunabu acting up again. No. I'm planning on absorbing the entire Loki familia. So, Megaman, no explosion magic. Understand? Roy flicked her forehead. Ow! Megaman clutched her head, pouting. But you said I could use explosion. Did I? Roy was confused. Had he really said that? Kisara, Yukari, and the others exchanged glances. They didn't remember him saying that. Hestia, Seeing Megumin's disappointment, couldn't help but intervene. She doted on her familiar members and usually granted all their requests. Roy, why can't Megumin use her magic? She's very strong, isn't she? Roy sighed. It's not that she's not strong. It's that she is too strong. Her magic is too destructive. She might hurt someone. Is she really that powerful? Hestia was surprised. She had never heard of magic being too destructive. Megumin, taking his words as a compliment, giggled. Hestia-sama, remember that time in the dungeon when Megumin.on-chan used explosion? It almost destroyed the entire passage. We were almost buried alive. Kurumi explained. Wow, that's amazing. While Hestia hadn't witnessed it herself, Kurumi's words painted a vivid picture. Megumin, of course, took this as another compliment. Roy rolled his eyes. Fine, Megumin, you can use your magic. But don't hurt anyone from the Loki Familia. Understand? Really? Megumin's eyes lit up. But you said her magic was too destructive? How can she use it without hurting anyone? Hestia asked, confused. That's easy. Just aim at no one. Yukari explained. She was quite familiar with this tactic. Alright, it's time to go. Roy, not wanting to waste any more time, led them towards the arena. Roy and Hestia parted ways with Kisara and the others. Kisara and the familiar members went to the designated battlefield. Roy and Hestia went to the area reserved for the gods. Their arrival drew the attention of the other gods. Loki, try to look a bit happier. Roy said, seeing Loki's grim expression. After all, your familia is about to join mine and become Wario's strongest. Loki frowned. The war game hasn't even started yet. Don't get ahead of yourself. Is that so? Roy shrugged, not bothering to argue further. They would be family soon. He had to give her some face in front of the other gods. The other gods watched with amusement, hoping for a fight between them. It would be entertaining. The war game is about to begin. It's time for the coin toss. Take me, Kazuchi announced. There's no need for a coin toss. We'll have a siege battle. The Loki Familia will defend. You won't refuse, will you, Loki? Roy smirked. A siege battle tested a Familia's overall strength. It was the most advantageous scenario for the Loki Familia. And the most disadvantageous for the Roy Familia. As the attackers, they faced a significant challenge. Loki's eyes narrowed. Very well. She agreed, to everyone's surprise. It seemed like she had been given a free win. Take me, Kazuchi was momentarily stunned, then he smiled. Since both parties have agreed, let the war game begin. Chapter 305, Megumin's Explosion. Loki, you've lost with Take Me, Kazuchi's announcement. The war game between the Roy and Loki Familias officially began. All eyes were on the magically projected image displayed on the mirrors. A heavily fortified city appeared, the Loki Familia's stronghold. Familia members were stationed along the walls, ready for any attack. The war game would last for 3 days. If the Roy Familia couldn't breach the city within that time, they would lose. Powerful Loki Familia adventurers guarded each section of the wall, ready to hold the line and wait for reinforcements. On the walls, the game just started. I doubt they'll attack so soon. Shin said, stretching. The area outside the city was empty. Don't let your guard down. Remember what happened to the Apollo Familia. Riveria said sternly. Fine, fine. Shin sighed, then focused her attention on the area outside the city. Just then look. On that mountain. Shin pointed towards a distant peak. Riveria and Shin followed her gaze. The Roy Familia, who they had just assumed wouldn't attack so soon, was standing on the mountaintop, in plain sight. Shin's face flushed. She had been proven wrong almost instantly. Inform Finn and Eyes. Riveria immediately ordered. A Familia member rushed off to relay the message. Now that the Roy Familia was in sight, there was no need to worry about a sneak attack. They just had to defend the city. What are they doing? Within minutes, Finn, Gareth, Bet, Eyes, Lefia, and other core members arrived. They looked towards the distant mountaintop, puzzled by the Roy Familia's actions. Is that the girl who knocked out the level 2 thief with her staff? What is she doing? They watched as Megumin stepped forward, her staff raised. Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark, I beseech thee, grant me the crimson light. The time of awakening has come. The absurd and contradictory laws of the world shall be twisted and distorted. Dance, dance, dance. Megumin's Chaunabiu chant echoed across the battlefield, reaching the Loki Familia. Riveria's expression changed. She's casting a spell. Seriously? That's too far for a spell, isn't it? Lefia said in disbelief. The mountaintop was quite far from the city. Indeed. Shana and Shin agreed. Everyone, be on guard. Prepare for a magical attack. Riveria, while skeptical, was still wary. If the girl was chanting from such a distance, she must have a long-range spell. But a spell cast from that far would be significantly weaker. It shouldn't pose a threat. But she was wrong. The collapse of the origin of my power, the unparalleled destruction that incinerates all creation. Descend from the abyss explosion. As Megaman continued chanting, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky, dyeing it crimson. The sheer scale of the spell shocked the Loki Familia. What is that? Lefia stared at the sky, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is that mage's power? Who called her a berserker? Shana and Shin murmured, also stunned. We're doomed. We can't defend against that. Lefia trembled, hugging herself. The magic circle was enormous, almost half the size of the city. If that spell hit, no one would survive. They were certain the entire city would be annihilated. Meanwhile, the gods were also in an uproar. It's that berserker girl. That spell. It's incredible. She's so powerful. Is she level 7? 8? Or even 9? Definitely not level 1. Which idiot called her a berserker? The Loki Familia is in danger. That spell can destroy the entire city. I thought the Loki Familia would crush the Roy Familia, but it seems the tables have turned. The Loki Familia is finished. Loki's face darkened, hearing their comments. She was starting to feel uneasy. Was she really going to lose? Roy, watching the scene unfold, felt a twinge of worry. What was Megaman doing? He had told her not to hurt anyone from the Loki Familia. If that explosion hit, the entire city would be gone. No one could withstand such power. But Kisara and the others didn't seem concerned. They must have a plan. He wondered where Megaman would aim. Meanwhile, this is humanity's ultimate attack. The ultimate offensive magic explosion. Megaman finished her chant. Of course, the chant wasn't necessary. It was just her Chunabiu acting up. As the magical energy surged, everyone knew the spell was about to be unleashed. Everyone, retreat to the center of the city. I'll cast a defensive barrier. Reveria shouted. The Loki Familia members didn't hesitate. They could only place their hope in Aurario's strongest mage. Under Reveria's guidance, a massive barrier appeared. Lefia and the other mages channeled their magic into the barrier, strengthening it. And as if timed perfectly, Megaman's explosion descended just as they finished. Boom! A deafening roar shook Aurario. The blinding light forced the Loki Familia members to close their eyes. When the dust settled, they slowly opened their eyes. I'm alive? One adventurer looked at his hands in disbelief. That powerful spell had hit, and he was unharmed? How was that possible? I survived. Me too. The Loki Familia cheered, celebrating their survival. Wait, look. Just as some were celebrating, others stared in stunned silence. Even Finn, Reveria, and Eyes were speechless. The city wall was gone. Completely obliterated. A massive crater now scarred the earth where it had once stood, the edge of the crater reaching the very feet of the Loki Familia. If it weren't for Reveria's barrier, they would have been caught in the blast. Even the debris from such a powerful explosion would have been lethal. All of Aurario adventurers and gods alike were stunned. Are you kidding me? When did Aurario get such a powerful adventurer? Am I dreaming? How can magic be so destructive? They're incredibly strong. They're not newbies at all. How did they achieve such power? I want to be that strong. In taverns and the Adventurers Guild, everyone who had witnessed the devastating power of explosion was speechless. The gods were also shocked, their discussions even more animated. Loki stared at the scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how they could be so powerful. But seeing that Eyes and the others were safe, she sighed in relief. But the thought of losing the war game filled her with frustration. Her usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grim determination. She clenched her fists. Loki, don't worry. Even if you lose, I won't banish you from Aurario. And I won't harm your familia. You can still be the goddess of the Loki Familia. But Roy whispered something in Loki's ear. Loki's face darkened. She hadn't expected him to make that kind of request. Think it over. I'll wait for your answer. Roy said with a smile, then returned to Hestia's side. Roy, what did you say to Loki? Hestia asked, a bit annoyed that he had whispered something to another goddess. Nothing. I just said that even if she loses, I won't banish her from Aurario. She can continue as usual. Roy said, putting his arm around Hestia. Really? Hestia blushed at his public display of affection, but she was more concerned about Loki. While they often argued and bickered, they were still good friends. She had been saddened by the prospect of Roy and Loki fighting, but now, knowing that Roy wouldn't harm Loki, she was relieved. Chapter 306, The Real Battle Begins. An easy victory. Freya's interest. Of course it's true. Roy said with a smirk. He wouldn't banish Loki from Aurario. But from now on, The Loki Familia would become a subsidiary of the Roy Familia. Loki would still be their goddess. But Roy would be her superior. And he had made one more request, that Loki become his servant. This demand had angered and humiliated Loki, but she couldn't refuse. She couldn't abandon the familia she had painstakingly built over the years. But she hadn't lost yet. A sliver of hope remained. Meanwhile, after Megaman's explosion destroyed the Loki Familia's wall, she, unlike usual, didn't collapse. She hadn't used her full power. That was amazing, Megaman. Yukari exclaimed, proud of her friend's display of power. Humphrey. Witness the might of the ultimate explosion magic. Megaman declared, striking a Chunabiru pose. Alright, it's our turn now. Kisara announced. They had planned this beforehand. Megaman would destroy the gate with explosion, then they would launch a frontal assault. This would allow Megaman to use her magic while also eliminating the Loki Familia's defensive advantage. Okay. Inju nodded. Kohina, however, had already charged ahead. Kisara sighed. Kohina, besides Roy, listened to no one. She always acted on her own. Let's go. Kisara followed Kohina. Meanwhile, the Loki Familia, recovering from their shock, noticed the Roy Familia members descending the mountain and charging towards them. They're coming. What do we do? We're doomed. That magic was terrifying. They're monsters. We don't stand a chance. Seeing the enemy approach, the Loki Familia members panicked. Silence. Finn's voice boomed across the battlefield. Everyone quieted down. No matter how strong they are, we can't give up. And they've already used that powerful magic. They can't use it again. Get yourselves together. Prepare for battle. Finn's words, filled with the authority of a captain, calmed the panicked Familia members. As expected of Captain. Shna murmured. But they all knew that the Roy Familia had held back. If that spell had hit them directly, they wouldn't have survived. And that made she seemed perfectly fine after casting such a powerful spell. Could she really not cast it again? Reveria, Eyes, Shana, and the others knew that the odds were stacked against them, but they would still fight with everything they had. Kohina's small figure appeared before the Loki Familia. No one dared to underestimate her. I'll take her. Bet stepped forward. The next moment Bet screamed as he and Kohina crossed paths. A large gash appeared on his chest, staining his clothes crimson. Hee. Kohina giggled, looking at Bet. If Roy hadn't told them not to kill, Bet would be meeting Hades right now. Bet. Finn, Reveria, and the others were shocked. Bet, a level 5 adventurer, had been defeated in an instant? Who was this little girl? Why was she so strong? As Kohina charged towards Bet again, they rushed to his aid. But Kisara and Inju arrived. Your opponent is me. Kisara flashed forward, intercepting Eyes and Finn. Inju faced Shana, Shun, and Gareth. Yukari, arriving last, confronted Reveria and Lefia. Everyone had an opponent. The battle began. The adventurers and gods watching the war game were excited. The final battle had begun. Who would emerge victorious? Hee. Unopposed, Kohina walked towards Bet. She had to punish him for disrespecting her daddy. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Bet snarled, though fear flickered in his eyes. He hadn't even seen her move, not in the tavern, nor just now. It was unbelievable. But he had no choice. The fear of death fueled his rage. He roared, ignoring his injuries, and charged towards Kohina like a wild beast. Futile. Kohina's expression didn't change. She vanished. They crossed paths again. Another gash appeared on Bet's chest. He collapsed. Bet, Finn, Reveria, and the others were worried. You don't have time to worry about him. He won't die. Kisara said calmly, her hand resting on the hilt of her katana. A sharp, chilling aura emanated from her, making the Loki Familia members shiver. Finn, Eyes, and the others turned their attention to the woman before them, her beauty rivaling even Eyes's. Are you ready? This might be over quickly. Kisara said coldly. Finn and Eyes didn't underestimate her. Finn's magic power surged as he prepared to unleash his strongest spell, Durnanog. Eyes activated her aerial, increasing her speed dramatically. Facing Eyes' speed and Finn's magic, Kisara seemed to be at a disadvantage. But her expression remained unchanged. Kendo-style bat jutsu. A flash of silver light clang. Eyes, sensing danger, blocked the attack with her sword. She was sent flying. Fortunately, her desperate sword was indestructible. Otherwise, that attack would have cut her in half. Finn's Durnanog was also dispelled. Impossible. Finn was shocked. Their combined attack had been effortlessly neutralized. Surrender. You can't win. Kisara said calmly, sheathing her sword. She had held back. Otherwise, Finn and Eyes wouldn't be standing here unharmed. Meanwhile Inju had easily defeated Shana, Shun, and Gareth. And Riveria and Leffy had lost to Yukari in a magical duel. The Loki Familia was defeated. While there were still hundreds of Loki Familia adventurers present, they were no match for Roy's Familia. According to the war game rules, if Finn, the captain, was defeated, the Roy Familia would win. Take me Kazuchi declared the war game over. The victor was the Roy Familia. The adventurers in Orario were stunned. The Loki Familia, one of the strongest, had lost to a newly arrived Familia? It was unbelievable. But the Roy Familia had crushed them completely. It was shocking. Loki, you've lost. Roy said, approaching Loki with a smirk. Loki trembled, still in disbelief. She couldn't believe she had lost. The gods who were on good terms with Loki sighed. Even Freya felt a pang of sympathy. The Loki and Freya Familias had always been considered the strongest in Orario. And now, the Loki Familia had been easily defeated. Was she next? But looking at Roy, Freya felt a strange pull. It was coming from Cyr. Cyr Fluva, the waitress at the Hostess of Fertility, was Freya's alter ego. What Cyr saw Freya also perceived. When Cyr had first met Roy, she had been unguarded and had glimpsed something within him, a soul that shone brighter and hotter than anything she had ever seen. It drove Cyr to near madness, but she restrained herself. Freya felt the same pull. She looked at Roy with a burning intensity. Loki remained silent, still reeling from the shock of her defeat. Chapter 307, The Spoils of War. Loki becomes a servant. Eyes can't escape. The victor of this war game is the Roy Familia. Take me Kazuchi declared. The gods erupted in excitement. No one had expected the Loki Familia to lose so decisively. They knew this would change Orario forever. After all, the Loki Familia was one of the strongest. According to the rules of the war game, Roy, you may make any demand of the Loki Familia. Take me Kazuchi said, approaching Roy and Loki. With the gods as witnesses, Loki couldn't go back on her word, even if it meant being banished from Orario. Loki's face was grim as she awaited her judgment. I've already told Loki my terms. It's up to her now. Whether she leaves Orario, or... Roy smirked, looking at Loki expectantly. All eyes were on Loki. Roy, what did you ask for? Hestia whispered, seeing Loki's conflicted expression. I simply requested everything she owns. Roy whispered back. What? Even that flat chest? You want that too, Roy? Hestia exclaimed, pointing at Loki's chest, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. The gods turned to look at them. Even Loki's attention was drawn to their conversation. Pint-sized goddess, who are you calling flat? Loki snarled, glaring at Hestia. Whoever takes offense is the one. Hestia retorted with a shrug. Her smug attitude infuriated Loki further. Loki, don't you have something more pressing to worry about than arguing with Hestia? Make your decision. Roy said impatiently. If Loki refused, he would simply banish her and take over the Loki Familia. Their resources would instantly make the Roy Familia the strongest in Orario. But that would be troublesome. And he would lose a strong servant like Loki. Loki's expression shifted, then she gritted her teeth. I agree. But only for 100 years. Becoming someone else's servant was humiliating, an insult to any god. But for the sake of her Familia, she agreed. And 100 years wasn't that long, not for a goddess who had lived for eons. It was just the blink of an eye. Loki was cunning. But Roy smiled and nodded. Fine. Once Loki became his devil servant, she wouldn't be able to escape. He had absolute control over his devil servants. And in 100 years he would be far more powerful. He wouldn't need her then. Since Loki has agreed to the terms, the war game is officially over. Take me Kazuchi announced. The gods dispersed, but the event wouldn't be forgotten anytime soon. It would be the talk of Orario for a while. Roy, Kisara, and the others, along with the Loki Familia, returned to the Loki Familia's headquarters. From today onwards, I am your god. Understand? Roy announced, sitting on the throne in the main hall. Loki Familia's core members, along with Kisara, Kohina, and the others, were present. Loki stood silently beside Roy. Loki, what's going on? Are we not disbanding? Finn asked, voicing everyone's concerns. They had been worried about being disbanded and banished from Orario after losing the war game. But it seemed that wasn't happening. The Loki Familia will remain as it is. But... Loki hesitated, unsure how to explain. I'll explain. Roy said, sighing. Nothing will change for the Loki Familia. Loki will still be your goddess. But the Loki Familia now belongs to me, including your goddess, Loki. Do you understand? The Loki Familia members were stunned. Did that mean they all belong to Roy now? Finn, Riveria, and the others hadn't expected this outcome. Don't worry, I won't interfere with the Loki Familia's operations. Everything will continue as usual. Roy reassured them. But this only confused them further. Ignoring their confusion, Roy instructed them to continue with their usual duties, then took Loki to a private room. Roy, you want me to become your subordinate? But that's impossible now, isn't it? Loki asked, puzzled. The gods in Orario couldn't use their divine powers. How could he make her his subordinate? It's simple. Roy smirked and waved his hand, creating a magic circle that blocked divine detection. Loki frowned. While just a magic circle, it still counted as using divine power. If detected in Orario, it would result in punishment. But nothing happened. Roy wasn't sent back to heaven. Loki was confused. Disappointed? I'm still here. Roy chuckled, folding his arms. How? Loki wondered if he had discovered a loophole in the divine rules. I'll tell you. I'm not a god from heaven. I'm from another world. What? Loki was shocked. It's complicated. Anyway, let's form our contract. Roy offered her an evil piece. Loki frowned, sensing a mysterious aura emanating from the piece. Accept its power, and you'll become my servant. Of course, if you want to leave after 100 years, I won't stop you. Roy said with a shrug. Loki pondered his offer, then took the evil piece. I expect you to keep your word. She said, her gaze fixed on Roy. She couldn't comprehend the piece's power, but after some consideration, she decided to accept. She had made a promise, after all. As soon as she took the piece, it dissolved into a beam of light and entered her body. The devil transformation began. This was the power of the evil piece. It could transform many being, even gods and divine spirits, into devils, without conflicting with their existing powers. Even Roy, with his strength, couldn't fully comprehend the nature of the evil pieces. Their power was truly extraordinary. Loki's transformation was quickly completed. My divine power has increased? Loki looked at her hands in disbelief. Her divine power had actually increased? That was impossible. For gods, increasing their divine power was incredibly difficult, almost impossible. But it had happened. And the increase was significant. From today onwards, you're my servant. Roy smirked. He could feel his own power increasing as well, though not by much. It was still a welcome boost. Yes, Master. Loki was still stunned. Who was this Roy? He could use his powers in Orario without consequence, and he could even increase her divine power. Roy waved his hand. There's no need to call me Master. Just Roy is fine. Now, go and bring Eyes here. Eyes? What are you going to do to my eyes? Loki asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Just making her my servant. Nothing too drastic. Besides, doesn't Eyes want to become stronger? Loki, while reluctant, couldn't refuse. The entire Loki familia belonged to Roy now. After Loki left, Eyes soon entered the room. You wanted to see me? She asked, tilting her head. Yes, come and sit down. Roy, looking at the adorable Eyes, smiled and led her to the sofa. Eyes was dressed in casual clothes chosen by Loki, of course. The outfit not only accentuated Eyes' figure but also revealed quite a bit of skin, making her look even more alluring. Eyes, you can't dress like this. Only when we're alone. Roy said seriously. Huh? Eyes blinked, confused. Just remember what I said. By the way, Eyes, do you want to become stronger? Roy coughed, getting down to business. Yes. Eyes said firmly. Her parents had left her when she was young, and she had been training tirelessly to become stronger, hoping to find them. But recently, she had hit a plateau. Her progress had slowed significantly. She wouldn't miss any opportunity to become stronger. Roy smiled, seeing her determination, and offered her an evil piece. Accept this, and your strength will rival even Kisaura's. Eyes' eyes lit up. She hadn't forgotten Kisaura's attack during the war game. It had been too fast. If it weren't for her sword's indestructibility, she would have been in danger. Chapter 308, Eyes and Riviera become servants. Haruim Sanjono. Although Eyes had learned from Kisaura that she was only level 4, she knew Kisaura was much stronger than her level indicated. Even before becoming an adventurer, Kisaura had been incredibly powerful. Eyes had always been curious about the reason, but Kisaura hadn't told her. And now, it seemed she knew Kisaura's secret. Eyes looked at Roy, then nodded. I accept this power. Good. But remember, once you accept it, you'll become my servant. Roy said with a smile. Eyes didn't back down. Roy handed her the evil piece. Eyes took it, and its power instantly flowed into her body. The devil transformation began. Eyes was already quite strong, easily rivaling a high class. With the evil piece's power, she instantly broke through to the ultimate class level. Her potential was truly extraordinary. After the transformation, Eyes felt her newfound power and was awestruck. She was incredibly strong. Eyes, while you've gained immense power, You can't neglect your training. You can become even stronger. Roy reminded her. Eyes nodded. I understand. Master. She blushed, saying the word. Eyes, just call me Roy when we're in public. You can call me Master when we're alone. Roy chuckled, a bit flustered himself. I understand, Master. Eyes nodded, her adorable, clueless expression making Roy's heart skip a beat. He pulled her close and teased her. The naive Eyes didn't resist. Afterward, Roy helped her adjust her clothes. You can go now, Eyes. Ask Riveria to come in. Okay. Eyes, still blushing, nodded and left the room. Riveria, with her long, flowing green hair, entered. She looked at Roy, her gaze sharp and scrutinizing. You bullied Eyes, didn't you? Roy's eye twitched. She had noticed. Riveria was like a mother figure to the younger members of the Loki familia, especially Eyes, who was socially inept. She was sometimes even called Eyes' mother. And now, her daughter had been bullied. She wouldn't let this go. Well, you two are mine now. Roy said matter-of-factly. Even so, you can't bully Eyes. She's innocent. Riveria insisted, her maternal instincts kicking in. I can't bully Eyes? Then how about you? Roy sighed, then pulled Riveria into his arms. Riveria was startled and tried to resist, but she couldn't break free. Without her magic, she was just a regular woman. Despite being an elf royalty and having lived for centuries, Riveria was inexperienced in matters of the heart. Under Roy's teasing, Riveria gradually yielded. Afterward, Riveria was much more submissive. Roy performed the devil transformation ritual on her. Then, he had her call Lefia. Lefia Viridis was a new mage in the Loki familia with great potential, even praised by Riveria. But she was easily flustered and would often forget her spells when faced with danger. She admired Eyes, perhaps a bit too much, bordering on obsession. She was a timid, easily frightened elf with Yuri tendencies. Roy, of course, wouldn't let that slide. He had to correct her preferences. After signing the contract, she left. Lastly, it was Shana and Shun, the Amazon twins. Upon learning that it would make them stronger, they readily accepted the power of the evil pieces. Roy had achieved his goals. While he wouldn't interfere with the Loki familia's operations, most of their core members were now his servants. Now, he could focus on developing his familia, making the Roy familia the strongest in Orario. Deep within the dungeon, on the 40-something floor, the Loki and Roy familias were on an expedition, their goal the 60th floor. The Loki familia's deepest expedition so far had only reached the 59th floor. Half a month had passed since the war game. The adventurers and gods of Orario had been expecting to see the Loki familia disbanded and banished. But nothing had changed. Many had even seen the Roy and Loki familias interacting amicably. It didn't make sense. But Roy didn't care about their confusion. His priority was developing his familia, helping the cursed children reach level 4, level 5, and eventually, ultimate class. That's why he had organized this joint expedition with the Loki familia. The dungeon was vast and complicated, easy to get lost in. It took a significant amount of time for a familia to clear each floor. Reaching the 60th floor would take at least half a month. Eyes has become so strong. That's right. She wasn't even as strong as us before, but now I doubt even the two of us together could defeat her. Shana and Shun were impressed by Eyes' progress. Eyes was currently slaughtering powerful monsters. They were on the 50-something floor now. The monsters here were incredibly strong, capable of causing widespread destruction on the surface. But Eyes was cutting through them like they were nothing. Humphrey, she's still no match for Kisaura on San. Inju scoffed, observing Kisaura and Eyes, who were leading the way. She still considered Kisaura to be stronger. Eyes' swordsmanship was swift and elegant, while Kisaura's focused on one-hit kills. Kisaura's style was more visually impressive. Every time she drew her sword, several monsters would be instantly slain. Her speed was blinding. Eyes and Kisaura, seemingly in a competition, quickly cleared out the monsters. Within moments, all 100+ monsters on the floor were eliminated. Kisaura, you're incredibly strong. Eyes said, her gaze fixed on Kisaura. Eyes, you've improved a lot. You might even surpass me soon. Kisaura said with a smile. She wasn't just being polite. Eyes had killed almost a third of the monsters on this floor. Before becoming a devil, she wouldn't have been able to handle even a tenth of them in such a short time. The gap between their strength was rapidly closing. Even Kisaura was starting to feel the pressure. Wow, the magic stones here are so big. Lilaruka exclaimed. As a supporter, this was her first time on the lower floors. While initially worried, she hadn't faced any danger, protected by the others. Let's go. Next floor. Finn said. He was the captain of this expedition, being the most experienced. Kisaura, Megaman, and the others weren't familiar with the deeper levels of the dungeon. While the Loki and Roy familiars were on their expedition, Roy and Hestia were enjoying their activities at the castle. Even Kurimi, Hestia's familiar member, was on the expedition, along with the 100 cursed children. It was practically the combined force of the Roy and Loki familiars. Roy had also brought another 1,000 cursed children from the DxD world. Managing these little girls kept Sai and Yuriko busy. In his free time, Roy set his sights on other familiar members. Like Haruime Sanjouno, the Renard from the Ishtar Familia. The Ishtar Familia controlled Orario's entertainment district. The Amazonesses in her familia were known as prostitutes. But Haruime was different. Whenever she entertained a client, she would faint at the sight of a man, ruining the mood. Aisha had to take her place, and Haruime was completely unaware of this, so she was still a virgin. Roy was, of course, interested in such a unique individual. He simply asked Ishtar for her. Ishtar, the goddess of beauty, tried to seduce Roy. But Roy wasn't interested. In the end, Ishtar reluctantly handed over Haruime. After all, the Roy familia was now the strongest in Orario. If she refused, he would challenge her to a war game and banish her from Orario. Chapter 309, Targeting the downfall of the Astria Familia. Relian joins the Familia after acquiring the fox girl Sanjouno Haruime. Roy set his sights on Relian. Relian was once a member of the Astria Familia. Astria, the goddess of justice, and her familia were known for their righteousness. Because of this, they were disliked by many adventurers and gods. During a dungeon expedition, the Astria Familia was framed and annihilated. Only Ri survived, thanks to the sacrifices of her comrades. Later, she was rescued by Seer and became a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility. Roy-sama, you're here. Seer greeted Roy with a smile as he entered the tavern that evening. Seer led him to a table, and Roy asked, "Just here for a drink? Is Ru around?" "You're looking for Ru, Roy-sama?" Seer was surprised. "Yes. Find us a quiet place," Roy said with a smile and a nod. Seer, curious about his intentions, led him to a private room. After a while, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Ru entered, dressed in her maid uniform, her expression puzzled. "Have a seat. I have something to discuss with you, Ru," Roy said with a smile, gesturing towards a chair. Ru sat down opposite him. "What is it, Roy-sama?" "It's about your familia." Ru tensed up, hearing his words. Roy smiled gently. "Relax. I know you were a member of the Astria Familia. You want revenge, don't you?" Ru, seeing that he knew about her past, didn't deny it. "You want revenge. But you can't find them, those who framed your familia in the dungeon, those who banished your goddess." Roy continued. "Do you know who they are?" Ru asked, her gaze fixed on him. Having searched for so long without any leads, she wouldn't let go of any glimmer of hope. "I know who framed the Astria Familia. And I know where your goddess Astria is now," Roy said. "What?" Ru's body trembled with excitement. No one knew what she had endured all these years, searching Orario for any clue about her enemies, but to no avail. She had even assumed Astria had returned to heaven. But Roy's words rekindled her hope. But her excitement quickly faded, replaced by caution. There was no such thing as a free lunch. He must want something in return. "Roy-sama, what do you want from me?" she asked calmly. Roy was impressed by her composure. She had calmed down remarkably quickly. "What I want is simple, you." Roy made no attempt to hide his desire. Ru wasn't surprised. She had nothing left. Her only value was herself. "Very well, I agree. Just tell me who framed the Astria Familia," she said without hesitation. Roy, a bit embarrassed by her easy acceptance, shook his head. "No." "Why?" Ru was confused. She had agreed. Why was he refusing? Roy chuckled. "Don't worry, Ru. I'm not just going to tell you who your enemies are. Since you've agreed to join my familia, I'll help you get your revenge." Ru's eyes welled up, touched by his words. "Thank you. Don't mention it. We're family now," Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Now, about your enemies." Ru's attention was immediately focused on Roy. "Ru, you know about the downfall of the Zeus and Hera familias, right?" Ru frowned. Of course, she knew about the Zeus and Hera familias. They had been the two strongest familias in Orario, possessing level 9 adventurers. But after defeating the Behemoth and the Leviathan, they had been defeated by the one-eyed black dragon and annihilated. Having lost their main fighting force, Zeus and Hera had been banished from Orario by Loki and Freya. But those familias didn't seem to have any conflict with the Astria Familia. "Are you saying the Zeus and Hera familias were responsible for what happened to the Astria Familia?" Ru asked, puzzled. "Yes and no." Roy chuckled. After the Zeus and Hera familias were disbanded, and their gods banished, their adventurers didn't leave Orario. They joined the Eveless. And the god of Evelus is an evil god named Erebus. Evelus? Erebus? Ri frowned, unfamiliar with those names. That's right. After Zeus and Hera were banished, Erebus and Evelus caused chaos in Orario. Even some gods were killed. It was thanks to the Astrea Familia that Evelus was defeated. Ri knew what happened next. After that battle, the Astrea Familia was trapped in the dungeon, surrounded by powerful monsters, and annihilated, with only Ri surviving. Learning the truth, Ri was filled with rage. She wanted to destroy Evelus and avenge her familia. Roy chuckled. Don't be impulsive, Ri. The members of Evelus are former Zeus and Hera Familia adventurers. Some are even stronger than the current strongest adventurer. Revenge requires careful planning. The current strongest adventurer in Orario was Otter, a level 7 adventurer from the Freya Familia. But that level of strength was nothing compared to the former Zeus and Hera Familia members. Ri took a deep breath and calmed down. She knew she couldn't act rashly. She had been searching for so long. Patience was key. What about Astrea-sama? She asked. Don't worry about Astrea. You've noticed that your Falna hasn't disappeared, right? A Falna's power came from their god. If the god returned to heaven, the Falna would vanish. Ri's Falna was still active. This meant Astrea hadn't returned to heaven. Ri had already considered this, but she hadn't been certain. Roy-sama, can you find her? Her tone had become more respectful. It might take some time, but as long as she's still in the lower world, I'll find her. Roy promised. Thank you. Ri was overjoyed. Don't mention it. We're family now, Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Ri blushed. The next day Ri came to the Roy Familia estate. She knew she couldn't get her revenge alone, and she had agreed to join Roy's Familia. Ri, you're here early. Roy greeted her, lounging on the sofa with his head in Haruim's lap. Despite not doing anything inappropriate, Haruim was still blushing furiously. Yes. Ri nodded, feeling a bit awkward. Come and sit down. Roy gestured towards a chair, smiling. Now that Ri had joined his Familia, he could begin his plan to help her. He had told the other girls about his situation the previous night, and they had agreed to help. But Ri's Falna was a problem. Normally, a Falna had to be released by their god before another god could bestow a new one. But Astrea wasn't here. He took her to a private room. After some blushing and flustered actions, Roy imbued her Falna with his power. Astrea's mark didn't disappear. A single Falna with the power of 2 gods made Ri even stronger. And after the devil transformation, Ri's power reached ultimate class, making her one of the strongest members of the Familia. Chapter 310, Astrea, Goddess of Justice entering Little Garden Lily. The fox girl. After Ri joined his Familia, Roy tasked Loki with dealing with Evelus. As a former top Familia in Orario, the Loki Familia had significant influence and extensive connections. They were the best choice for finding Evelus. Roy wasn't interested in such troublesome matters. He had his own mission, finding Astrea. The world outside Orario was vast. In a forest filled with birdsong and blooming flowers, a girl with long brown hair, dressed in a beautiful white gown, was playing with squirrels, foxes, and other small animals. It was a picturesque scene. The girl was Astrea, the goddess of justice. Roy, while reluctant to disturb this idyllic scene, approached her. Astrea, noticing him, looked at him with curiosity. She had been living in seclusion for years and had never seen another human here. The animals, seeing Roy, scattered. Who are you? Astrea's voice was as clear and melodious as a songbird's. Astrea. Roy said with a smile, walking towards her. How do you know my name? Astrea asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Because of this. Roy presented her with a token given to him by Ru. Ru? Astrea gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's right. I'm from Orario. Ru gave me this. Roy explained. Astrea's face lit up. How is Ru doing? Not well. Roy said, shaking his head. Astrea's expression turned somber. As a goddess, she cared deeply for her Familia. Ru asked me to find you. Come back with me. Roy said. Astrea shook her head. I can't go back yet. Why? Roy asked, confused. Astrea's face fell, and she explained, I was injured in the battle against the evil god. Roy finally understood. Don't worry, I can heal you. But the evil god's power is. Astrea said worriedly. Leave it to me. Roy chuckled, then took her hand and led her towards a nearby treehouse. Huh? Astrea was momentarily stunned, then she realized he was holding her hand. Among the gods in heaven, besides Hestia, there was only one other virgin goddess, Astrea. Roy, seeing her adorable, flustered expression, had a bold idea. 3 days later, under the pretense of healing her, Roy successfully took Astrea's virginity. They spent the next 2 months enjoying each other's company. Finally, Roy brought Astrea back to Orario. Astria-sama. Rue cried, tears streaming down her face as she rushed towards Astria and hugged her tightly. In front of Astria, Rue was like a child again. Rue, I've missed you. Astria said, holding Rue close, like a mother comforting her child. Roy, why did you take so long? Hestia asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. She had missed him. Don't worry, I'll spend some quality time with you now, Hestia. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Roy chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Hestia blushed and huffed, appeased by his words. Over the next year Roy established a two-way portal between Orario and the DxD world. Now, the cursed children could freely travel between the two worlds. Once a cursed child reached a certain level in the Konosuba world, they would be allowed to come to Orario. This significantly expanded the Roy familia. Even the Loki familia, one of Orario's strongest, only had around 200 active members. And less than 10 core members. Every cursed child in the Roy familia was considered a core member. The Roy familia became the strongest familia in Orario. Of course, Roy's goal was to have all the cursed children reach Demon Lord level. But that wouldn't happen overnight. Several years passed quickly. The Roy familia was now Orario's largest and strongest familia, with over 1 million cursed children as adventurers. However, Roy's power had plateaued at stellar level. He hadn't been able to reach Solaric level. This disrupted his plans. He had intended to reach Solaric level before going to Little Garden. But things hadn't gone as planned. While all the cursed children had reached ultimate class level, it hadn't been enough for him to break through. It seems I need to find another way. Roy decided to go to Little Garden. He had been hesitant before, knowing the potential dangers. But he had overestimated Little Garden. Even Canaria, a stellar level being, had created the no-name community, which had become a floor master. What was a floor master? Little Garden was divided into 7 floors, corresponding to 1 through 7. Each floor had a ruler of floor master. At its peak, the no-name community had even become the sole floor master, essentially ruling all of Little Garden. In a world filled with gods and spirits, this was a remarkable achievement. In an era without Solaric level beings, stellar level beings were the strongest. With his power, Roy could practically roam freely in Little Garden, as long as he didn't actively seek out trouble. With that in mind, Roy, after saying goodbye to the girls, set off for Little Garden. Little Garden was a world created by gods and spirits. It consisted of the Little Garden City, the land masses of Little Garden, and the outer universe where Little Garden resided. The outer gate of the lower levels of Little Garden City spanned millions of kilometers. From the outer gate to the world's edge was 980,000 kilometers. This meant that the city alone was almost as large as the surface of the sun. And the city occupied less than 1% of the total landmass. The entire landmass was likely comparable to the surface area of a red giant star. In simple terms, the landmass of Little Garden was 100 times larger than the surface of the sun. It was a vast world. Roy, using the system's teleportation function, arrived in a dense forest. Where am I? He used his psychic abilities to scan the surroundings. His psychic powers, usually capable of scanning an entire planet, were significantly weakened here. But even so, he quickly located the entrance to Little Garden City. He soon reached the outer gate of the 7th floor. Entering the city, the streets were bustling with people. It looked like an ordinary city. Most of the residents of the 7th floor's outer gate were demi-humans. Like that cat girl over there or that fox girl. Wait a minute, doesn't that fox girl look familiar? Roy noticed a familiar figure, a little girl with golden hair and 2 foxtails. It was Lily. Her adorable appearance was hard to forget. And it seemed she was in trouble. A large, blonde man stood before her, laughing. You're from a no-name community? How pitiful. How about joining For's Garrow? Lily shook her head firmly. I won't leave no name. Move aside. She tried to leave, but the man blocked her path. Roy, hearing the name For's Garrow, instantly recognized the man. It was Galdo Gasper, the leader of the strongest community in the eastern outer gate of the 7th floor. He was also the first community leader to provide resources to the no-name community in the original story. Little girl, do you know the consequences of refusing me? Galdo sneered, switching from persuasion to threats. Lily, while slightly afraid, didn't waver. I won't join any other community, she said, shaking her head. Galdo, seeing that his threats weren't working, sighed. He couldn't attack her in public, so he simply made a final threat and left. Lily sighed in relief, then hurried towards the no-name headquarters. But she didn't realize that Galdo was following her. Roy, seeing this, also followed them. Chapter 311, Rescuing Lily. Plotting against Arcadia. Meeting Black Rabbit. On a quiet path, Lily hurried towards the former Arcadia headquarters, her pace quick, perhaps driven by fear. As the familiar sight of the old headquarters came into view, a smile spread across her face. But then a tall figure blocked her path. Ah! Lily yelped, stumbling and falling to the ground. Didn't expect to see me here, did you? Galdo Gasper sneered, looking down at her with a predatory grin. Lily, recognizing him, tried to maintain her composure. What do you want? This is no-name territory. If I scream, Black Rabbit will hear me. Don't try to fool me. I've checked. There's no one around. Once I capture you, your community will be forced to accept my gift game. Then, everything you own will be mine. Galdo laughed. This was his specialty, kidnapping children from other communities to force them into gift games. It was this tactic that had made Forascaro the strongest community in the eastern outer gate of the 7th floor. If Lily was captured, No Name would have no choice but to accept the gift game. Normally, gift games required the consent of both parties. Only demon lords could force a gift game. Lily's eyes widened in fear. She was terrified of being captured, of becoming the cause of No Name's downfall. Galdo, perhaps wary of Black Rabbit, didn't want to waste any more time. Black Rabbit was a little garden noble and a planetary-level being. But as a gift game referee, she couldn't participate in games. Come quietly, little girl. Galdo said, approaching Lily. Lily turned and ran. But she was no match for Galdo, a werewolf, in a foot race. Ah! She stumbled again, about to fall when a figure appeared beside her, scooping her up into his arms. Are you all right? Be careful. Roy said, his gentle smile reassuring Lily. He's so kind. She thought. But then her expression changed. Run. He's after me. She remembered Galdo chasing her. Galdo, seeing Roy, was stunned. He had checked the area. There was no one here. But now he would just have to eliminate them both. He had initially captured children from other communities without killing them, but he had found them annoying. So, he had started killing them. The other communities, thinking they could rescue the children, didn't know their hostages were already dead. Galdo transformed into his werewolf form and lunged at Roy. Look out! Lily cried. But Roy didn't move. He extended a finger and tapped the air. Crack! Galdo, mid-leap, froze solid. He crashed to the ground, the ice encasing him intact. Roy hadn't killed him. Galdo was a valuable resource provider for No Name. He couldn't kill him yet. It's all right now, Roy said, patting Lily's head. Her fox ears twitched adorably. Thank you. I'm Lily. What's your name? She asked, blushing. Call me Roy. Now, Lily, go home. And don't wander off alone next time. Roy said with a smile. Royani-san, could you please come to my community? I want to thank you. Lily asked nervously, tugging on his sleeve. Roy had been waiting for this invitation. He had considered joining a strong community in Little Garden to gain access to resources. But he had decided that No Name offered more freedom. Once he controlled No Name, he could acquire even more resources than he would in another community. And there was Black Rabbit, an alluring bunny girl, and Letitia Draculi, a vampire loli. Roy was quite interested in them. He also wanted to involve the girls from his harem in developing his community. If he joined another community, he wouldn't be able to freely bring his familia members along. He wouldn't have the same freedom. Sure. Roy agreed with a smile. Yay. Lily beamed. They left Galdo, still frozen, and headed towards the No Name headquarters. Royani-san, are you new to Little Garden? Lily asked as they walked, learning that he hadn't joined a community. This surprised her. That's right. I just arrived. I don't know much about this place. Roy explained. I just saw what happened earlier and followed you when that man started following you. I see. Lily nodded, understanding. She wasn't as surprised now, knowing he was new to Little Garden. We're here. This is No Name's territory. Lily said proudly, pointing towards a large gate. Roy looked at the gate. It was rusty and covered in moss, the walls weathered and crumbling. The area outside the walls was overgrown with weeds, a desolate sight. But the sheer size of the walls hinted at Arcadia's former glory. The walls stretched as far as the eye could see. Roy estimated that the entire territory was as large as a small city. But when Lily led him through the gate, he saw a barren wasteland, a desolate desert. It was nothing like the glorious Arcadia he had imagined. Lily, what happened here? Roy asked, feigning surprise. Lily's face fell, and she began to explain No Name's history. 2 years ago, Arcadia, at its peak, had become the sole floor master of Little Garden. But then, they were attacked by unknown demon lords. Demon lords were powerful beings who possessed a special privilege in Little Garden, the Game Master Authority. If they initiated a gift game, no one could refuse. Even the Shiroisha possessed this authority. Under attack from multiple demon lords, Arcadia was shattered. Most of its members were killed, and the survivors were banished from Little Garden. The once glorious Arcadia was no more, reduced to the no-names. Having lost even their name and flag. Roy, hearing Lily's story, sighed inwardly. He believed Arcadia's downfall was due to their overreaching ambition. At their peak, their strongest members were at stellar level. Yet, they had tried to rule all of Little Garden. It was inevitable that others would resent them and rebel. Arcadia's fate was a testament to this. Roy didn't know much about Little Garden. He only knew that a community called Ouroboros Alliance was supposedly responsible for Arcadia's destruction. But he didn't know who their members were. Why was Lily telling him all this? Roy observed her carefully and finally understood. So that's it. He murmured with a smirk. Lily led him to the edge of the territory, where several buildings still stood remnants of Arcadia. The central structures had been destroyed, but the outer buildings remained. The entire territory was a desert, barren and dry, with vegetation only visible in the distance. It was no wonder the children of No Name had to go so far to fetch water. They encountered several children returning with water. It seemed that Black Rabbit was the only adult in No Name. The rest were children. Welcome back. A girl in a short black and red dress stood at the entrance to the settlement. She had long blue hair, blue bunny ears, a delicate face, and captivating red eyes. Was this Black Rabbit? Roy's eyes lit up. Chapter 312, Touching Black Rabbit's Ears. Joining No Name, the gift game begins. Black Rabbit-sama, I'm back. Lily announced cheerfully. Welcome, Lily. Would you mind introducing our guest? Black Rabbit asked, turning her attention to Roy with a curious smile. Roy rolled his eyes. He knew she had been aware of his presence since they approached the Arcadia gate. Lily had conveniently asked him if he belonged to a community. When he said no, she had offered to introduce him to No Name. It was all Black Rabbit's scheme. Her motive was clear, she wanted to recruit him, a newcomer to Little Garden who hadn't joined any community. No Name was struggling. Besides Black Rabbit, their only members were children who couldn't participate in gift games. A strong member would be a valuable asset. Having learned about Roy's encounter with Galdo, Black Rabbit was determined to recruit him. In a living room within the No Name headquarters, Black Rabbit served Roy tea. Thank you for saving Lily. Please, if there's anything you need, just ask. She said sincerely. Could you tell me about Little Garden? Roy asked, deciding to gather more information before making any decisions. His memories might not be entirely accurate. Black Rabbit beamed. Of course. They chatted for a while. As evening approached, Roy, would you join us for dinner? Black Rabbit asked. Sure. Roy agreed, still surprised. He had expected her to ask him to join No Name earlier. But she hadn't mentioned it. If she wasn't in a hurry, neither was he. The dinner was surprisingly lavish, and the children's faces were filled with smiles. Despite their hardships, they hadn't given up hope. After dinner, at Lily's suggestion, Roy joined them for a bonfire, one of the few recreational activities they could afford. Roy. Black Rabbit approached him. Roy smirked inwardly. She couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at her expectantly. Black Rabbit, feeling his gaze, felt a bit exposed. Roy, could I ask you a favor? Go ahead. Roy chuckled. Would you join No Name? Black Rabbit finally asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Join No Name? Roy paused, then smiled. All right. Black Rabbit, who had been prepared for rejection, was overjoyed. You'll join us? Yes. Roy nodded. Black Rabbit, still excited, was also puzzled. Why would you agree? You know about No Name *s. Situation, right? That's what makes it challenging. Roy shrugged. Black Rabbit was momentarily confused, then she nodded. Little Garden was full of problem children, after all. Wonderful. With you, No Name will rise again. As she spoke, her blue hair and bunny ears turned pink. Roy's eyes lit up. Black Rabbit looked even more beautiful with pink hair. As expected of a Little Garden noble. He reached out and touched her ears. He couldn't resist. He had to touch Black Rabbit's ears. Huh? Black Rabbit was startled, then she blushed. A Moon Rabbit's ears were sensitive. Roy let go my ears. She mumbled, trying to pull away, but she couldn't break free. Tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, sorry. They just looked so cute. I couldn't resist. Roy said with a chuckle, giving her ears a final squeeze before letting go. Black Rabbit glared at him, pouting. Having successfully joined No Name the next day, Roy was woken up early by Lily. Roy, wake up. Black Rabbit wants to see you. Ugh. Roy sighed, then, looking at the little girl beside him, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he grabbed her tail. Ah! Lily yelped, surprised, and collapsed onto his lap, blushing. Roy chuckled and began stroking her tail. Lily's two fox tails were incredibly soft and fluffy. After teasing Lily for a bit, They went to the living room. Sorry to wake you so early, Roy, but it's important. Black Rabbit said apologetically. What is it? Roy asked, sitting down. It's like this. Black Rabbit explained that Galdo had challenged No Name to a gift game that morning. The loser would forfeit everything. While they could refuse, Galdo would undoubtedly resort to other underhanded tactics, so Black Rabbit was in a difficult position. Roy, hearing this, realized that Galdo was retaliating for his failed attempt to capture Lily. But this was perfect. Equipment and resources were being delivered right to their doorstep. There was no reason to refuse. Except the gift game. Roy said. Huh? Black Rabbit was stunned. You're saying we should accept Galdo's challenge? Yes. Roy nodded with a smile. But you don't understand. No Name only has Jin who can participate in gift games. Black Rabbit hesitated. No Name lacked any real fighting power. Most of their members were children. Jin Russell, while technically the community leader, wasn't a particularly strong fighter. And Black Rabbit herself couldn't participate in gift games. They had no chance of winning against another community. Don't worry. You have me. Roy said confidently. Black Rabbit remembered Lily mentioning how Roy had easily subdued Galdo, but she hadn't seen it herself. And if they accepted the gift game, Roy would be facing Galdo's entire community alone. Roy, seeing her hesitation, said, if you don't believe me, we can have a gift game. Black Rabbit was intrigued. This would be a good opportunity to test his strength. All right. She agreed. They went outside. The children of No Name, hearing about the gift game between Roy and Black Rabbit, gathered to watch. The rules of this gift game are as follows. Black Rabbit summoned a contract scroll G-scroll and handed it to Roy. As a little garden noble, she could communicate with the host master and create gift game contracts. That's why she had been chosen as a referee. Once the terms of the gift game were agreed upon and recorded on the G-scroll, they couldn't be changed. The host master enforced the rules absolutely. Roy took the scroll and read it. The rule was simple, the first person to touch the other's body wins. Have you finished reading? If you win, you can ask for anything. Since this is your first gift game, you don't have to wager anything. Black Rabbit explained with a smile. The contract stated that if Black Rabbit won, Roy wouldn't have to forfeit anything. But if Roy won, he could make one request of Black Rabbit. Roy smirked, looking at Black Rabbit. I'm looking for a bed warming maid. Absolutely not. I won't agree to that kind of request. Black Rabbit exclaimed, blushing. Roy shrugged, feigning disappointment. Fine. Black Rabbit sighed in relief. Then the contract is established. Let the gift game begin. She waved her hand, and the G-scroll vanished. Once established, the contract was unbreakable. The host master would oversee the game. Chapter 313, Facing Black Rabbit meeting Shy Roy. The gift game between Roy and Black Rabbit began. The children of No Name watched nervously. Black Rabbit, aren't you going to make a move? Roy asked with a smile, seeing her hesitation. Considering this is your first gift game, I'll let you go first. Black Rabbit said confidently, hands on her hips. While usually a bit clumsy, she was still a planetary-level being, a formidable force in Little Garden. Is that so? Then here I come. A mischievous glint flickered in Roy's eyes. He had a fun idea. Bring it on. Black Rabbit nodded, her expression serious. Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Roy appeared before her, a smirk on his face. Black Rabbit, startled, leaped backward, her powerful legs propelling her away. Hey, as expected of a moon rabbit. Those legs are nice. Roy said, his gaze lingering on Black Rabbit's stocking-clad thighs. He vanished again. Black Rabbit, still in midair, looked around cautiously, but he was gone. As she landed, Roy was already there, waiting for her. He looked up, hoping for a panty shot, but her skirt was impossibly dark, concealing everything. He frowned. This must be the gift Shiroisha had bestowed upon her, eternal partial concealment. Ah! Black Rabbit, noticing Roy below her, yelped and instinctively covered her skirt. Roy's eye twitched. There was nothing to see. Why bother covering it? Black Rabbit seemed to realize this as well. You're strong, Roy. But I won't lose. I'm going all out now, she declared, her blue hair and bunny ears turning pink as her power surged. This was her battle form, her planetary-level power unleashed. She charged towards Roy. Whoosh! She was incredibly fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye, her hand reaching for his chest. Roy smirked and sidestepped, easily dodging her attack. Black Rabbit lunged again. They moved across the clearing, their speed too fast for the children to follow. Black Rabbit-sama and Royani-san are so amazing. Lily exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration, though she could barely see their movements. Roy is really strong. Jin said excitedly. Their community had finally gained a powerful member. Now, they had a chance to reclaim their name and flag. Meanwhile, the chase continued for a while. Roy decided to end it. Black Rabbit, are you ready? It's over. Roy said with a smile, still dodging her attacks. Don't get cocky. Just give up. There's no penalty for losing. Black Rabbit retorted, her competitive spirit ignited. She wouldn't lose. Is that so? Roy smirked. His speed increased dramatically. Before Black Rabbit could react, he was before her. Game over. Roy's hand was on Black Rabbit's chest. According to the rules, he had touched her first. Black Rabbit froze, her face crimson as she looked at his hand. Ah! She screamed. Roy calmly retracted his hand, not a hint of embarrassment on his face. The rules only stated that he had to touch her. It didn't specify where. He had to admit, Black Rabbit's assets were surprisingly impressive. So I win? He asked. Black Rabbit glared at him, her arms crossed over her chest. Roy, unfazed, continued, then I'll state my request. Not that kind of request. Black Rabbit quickly reminded him. I know. Roy sighed. Be my maid for a day. What? No. Black Rabbit immediately refused. It's just regular maid duties. No bed warming required. Roy said with a shrug. Black Rabbit sighed in relief. Just regular maid duties. That was acceptable. Fine. She agreed. Roy smiled, satisfied. Remember to wear a maid outfit. Roy, I've accepted Galdo Gasper's gift game challenge, as you instructed. The game is in 3 days. Black Rabbit reported, dressed in a sleeveless maid outfit with black stockings and long legs. She looked enticing. Roy, observing her, thought, black stockings are truly the best. Roy, are you even listening to me? Black Rabbit shouted. Ahem. Of course. Black Rabbit, make me some tea. Roy said casually. Black Rabbit's eye twitched, but she still went to prepare the tea. This tea is quite good. Roy commented after taking a sip. Of course it is, Black Rabbit said proudly, then she remembered something. Roy, this isn't the time to be talking about tea. Aren't you worried? This gift game is about no-name survival. Roy calmly put down his teacup. Relax, Black Rabbit. If we lose, you will be taken away. I won't let that happen. Black Rabbit blushed at his words. Roy, enjoying her flustered reaction, suddenly had an idea. I heard that the Thousand Eyes community can appraise gifts. If you're so worried, why don't you take me there? Sure. Black Rabbit readily agreed. She had been wanting to take him there anyway. They left No Name's territory. Roy and Black Rabbit walked through the streets of Little Garden. The streets were bustling with people, and the variety of demi-humans fascinated Roy. The cat girls and fox girls looked like they had stepped out of an anime. Black Rabbit explained the city's structure as they walked. Little Garden City was similar to a human city. The 7th floor's outer gate was mostly populated by ordinary demi-humans with little power. Galdo's dominance over the eastern outer gate was due to his underhanded tactics. Even with his vampire powers, he wasn't even a Mao class. He was just a slightly stronger small fry. They stopped in front of a shop. Yo. Black Rabbit, long time no see. A small girl with white hair suddenly rushed out of the shop and leaped towards Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, seeing the girl, was startled and instinctively stepped back. Roy, however, stepped forward and caught the girl. Black Rabbit peeked out from behind Roy and gasped. Shiroisha-sama. What are you doing in the lower levels? It's been a while, Black Rabbit. I came to see you, of course. Shiroisha chuckled, then turned to Roy. Who's this? Have you had enough of hugging me? Roy looked at the legendary Shiroisha. She looked like a little girl, similar to Sharon from high school DxD. But Shiroisha's true identity was extraordinary. She was the strongest celestial star spirit wielding the power of the sun and star trajectory manipulation. She was also the leader of the Thousand Eyes, a large commercial community. And a former demon lord. She was a celestial law that existed before the concepts of heaven and earth, the White Knight demon lord who reigned supreme over the cosmos. And one of only 2 beings to have held the title of Soul Floor Master, the other being Letitia Draculi. Roy knew that at her peak Shiroisha was the strongest being in Little Garden, besides the slumbering Azadehaka. Why had Arcadia been destroyed after becoming the Soul Floor Master, while Shiroisha hadn't faced any repercussions? The reason was simple: Shiroisha's power made the other demon lords, gods and spirits wary. To be able to interfere with the lower floors as a floor master, she had voluntarily lowered her divinity, adopting the divinity of a weak god and gaining the trust of the other gods. Roy, hearing her words, put her down. Spirits had no gender, but Shiroisha always appeared as a white-haired Liliana kimono. She looked at Roy curiously. She didn't mind being hugged. Black Rabbit, you haven't introduced your friend. she said. Oh, right. Shiroisha-sama, this is Roy. He just joined No Name. Black Rabbit explained. A newcomer? Shiroisha asked, fanning herself elegantly. That's right. Roy replied, looking at the white-haired Lilai. A bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. Shiroisha at her peak was a solaric-level being. But now, having lowered her divinity, she could only access stellar-level power. Chapter 314, A Duel with Shiroisha. High-stakes gift game. Roy followed Shiroisha to a tatami room within the Thousand Eyes headquarters. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Shiroisha, a cadre of the Thousand Eyes community, headquartered in the 3345th outer gate of the 4th floor. I'm an old acquaintance of Black Rabbit over there, a benevolent and beautiful young girl who frequently helps those in need. Shiroisha said, fanning herself elegantly. Roy chuckled inwardly at her self-praise. Hello, Shiroisha. I'm Roy. My previous affiliations are unimportant. I'm new to Little Garden, so please take care of me. Roy said. Oh, you're a devil, aren't you? Shiroisha said, her eyes narrowing. Roy was surprised. She had seen through him instantly. Even Black Rabbit was surprised. That's right, Roy admitted readily. In Little Garden, a world of gods and spirits, being a devil wasn't unusual. Shiroisha and Black Rabbit didn't seem bothered by his revelation. A devil from outside Little Garden? You apostrophe re. Different from other devils. Shiroisha commented, her curiosity piqued. Most devils were grotesque, towering figures. She had never seen a devil who looked so human. Roy smiled but didn't elaborate. Shiroisha, seeing his reluctance to explain, didn't press the matter and turned to Black Rabbit. So, Black Rabbit, what brings you to Thousand Eyes? I wanted to have Roy's gift appraised. I see. Shiroisha had been about to offer her assistance, but appraising gifts wasn't her specialty. But then she remembered something: gift cards. Gift cards, officially known as fragments of Laplace, were fragments of omniscience. They recorded the names of gifts' powers connected to one's soul. Even without a formal appraisal, they could reveal the true nature of most gifts. They could also store materialized gifts, allowing them to be rematerialized at will. Quite convenient. Of course, she wasn't just going to give Roy a gift card. Let's have a gift game. If you win, I'll give you this, she said, holding up a gift card. A gift card? Black Rabbit exclaimed. Gift cards were incredibly rare and valuable. But Roy shook his head. A gift card isn't enough to satisfy me. Oh? Shiroisha raised an eyebrow, then smirked. What kind of challenge do you desire? Or perhaps a duel with me? As soon as she finished speaking, the space around them distorted. They appeared on a hillside. Don't be surprised. This is just one of my game boards, Shiroisha explained. Roy looked around with interest. He knew about her game board. It was said to be the size of an asteroid, filled with powerful monsters. She carried an entire miniature planet with her. Roy was envious. If he could do that, he could take all the girls from his harem with him wherever he went. He decided. After defeating Shiroisha, he would ask her to teach him this technique. Or perhaps she could just give him the planet. While Shiroisha was showing off her game board, Roy was already plotting to acquire it. Are you even listening to me? Shiroisha snapped, annoyed. Roy, startled, returned to the present. What is it? I'll ask you again. Do you want a challenge, or a fair duel? She pointed her fan at him, an invisible pressure emanating from her. Was she trying to intimidate him? Roy smirked. Just as Black Rabbit and Shiroisha expected him to choose a challenge, a duel. A fair duel. With everything on the line. What? Huh? Shiroisha was stunned. Black Rabbit was horrified. She couldn't believe Roy wanted a duel with Shiroisha. It was suicidal. He had no chance of winning. Roy, how can you? Roy, are you certain? Shiroisha interrupted, her eyes narrowed. Of course. But this isn't a gift game between communities. It's between you and me. If I lose, I'm yours. And if you lose, you're mine. Roy said without hesitation. You're interesting. Very well, I accept your challenge. Shiroisha said with a smirk, accepting his terms. Shiroisha-sama. Black Rabbit exclaimed, worried. While she acknowledged Roy's strength, she didn't believe he could defeat Shiroisha. It's not my fault, Black Rabbit. He insisted on a duel. And with such interesting terms, I couldn't disappoint him. Shiroisha said, fanning herself casually. Roy, ignoring Black Rabbit's protests, turned to Shiroisha. Then let's have our duel in 3 days. And I have one request, I want to allow family members to participate. No problem. That's within the rules. Shiroisha nodded, a thoughtful expression on her face. On their way back to No Name, Black Rabbit continued to complain. Why did you challenge her? She's Shiroisha, the strongest star spirit. You have no chance of winning. Roy, however, was thinking about something else. He had requested that family members be allowed to participate for a reason. He knew that Shiroisha's only family member was the water serpent god, Shiryuki Hime, weakling, even with her divinity. She was a super devil level. Roy's assessment, a pushover. Roy, on the other hand, had Lukoa and Pandora, both planetary level beings, and many super devil servants. With their help, he was confident he could win the gift game. While Shiroisha could use her game master authority to temporarily boost her power to solaric level, it wasn't that simple. Roy believed his chances of winning were high. Roy, are you even listening to me? Black Rabbit, seeing him lost in thought, stood before him, her arms crossed, her foot tapping impatiently. Roy, startled, looked at her, then, unable to resist, quickly kissed her. He turned and ran. Black Rabbit froze, feeling the warmth of his lips on hers, then her face turned crimson, her hair and ears turning pink. Roy. You. Just wait until I catch you. She shouted, chasing after him. Roy chuckled, hearing her angry cries. They returned to the no-name headquarters, their playful banter echoing through the settlement. Black Rabbit, are you a dog? Roy asked, looking at Black Rabbit, who was currently biting his arm. He didn't mind, of course. But if she bit him somewhere else that would be even better. I'm not. Black Rabbit retorted, finally releasing his arm. Roy looked at the teeth marks on his arm and winced. You've been wondering why I'm so confident about the duel, right? I reveal a bit of my power. He said. Oh? Black Rabbit, who had been about to bite him again, paused, her curiosity piqued. You know about the tier system in Little Garden, right? From tier 1 to tier 7? Of course. Black Rabbit nodded. Tier 3, stellar level. What? Black Rabbit gasped. After their gift game that morning, she had known he was strong, at least stellar level. But stellar level? It was unbelievable. It explained why he had challenged Shiroisha. But it still didn't make sense. Even if you're stellar level, you're still no match for Shiroisha-sama. Black Rabbit said, shaking her head. She knew how powerful Shiroisha was. Don't worry about it. Roy said dismissively. With his family's support, his power was already at the peak of stellar level. And with Lukoa and Pandora's help. Unless Shiroisha used her game master authority to boost her power to solaric level, she couldn't defeat him. By the way, the gift game with Galdo is tomorrow night, right? Yes. Black Rabbit confirmed. Then I should summon everyone. Huh? Black Rabbit was confused. Chapter 315, returning to the underworld. Lukoa and Siko, the gift game begins. Siko steps up. I meant summoning my servants from outside Little Garden. Roy explained with a smile. Roy's servants? Black Rabbit was still confused. He didn't elaborate further and vanished. Black Rabbit could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, Roy returned to the high school DxD world and began gathering his forces. Lukoa, come here. Roy, do you need something? Lukoa appeared instantly, pressing her ample chest against him. Roy struggled free, catching his breath. If you want to fight, that's fine. But first, business. He said. All right. Lukoa, hearing the serious tone, stopped her teasing. Soon, the other girls gathered from the underworld. Roy, you're finally back. Greyfire, taking a break from her duties, arrived. Yes, sister. I ran into a bit of trouble. Roy said with a smile. Roy, you're back. Seraphol, dressed in her magical girl outfit, leaped into his arms. Roy chuckled and patted her head. What kind of trouble? If you need help, just ask. Lukoa said. Well, I encountered a powerful spirit. Roy explained the situation in Little Garden. The girls were fascinated by Little Garden's complex setting and power structure. They were used to Roy being practically invincible, so hearing that he faced a challenge piqued their interest. They were all eager to go to Little Garden and help. Roy was pleased by their enthusiasm, but he couldn't take too many people this time. He didn't control No Name yet. However, he suspected that after winning the gift game against Galdo, Black Rabbit would likely hand over leadership to him. Currently, Jin Russell was still the nominal leader, but that was only because Black Rabbit couldn't find anyone else. The community consisted mostly of children, and Jin, while slightly older, wasn't a strong fighter. So, Roy decided to bring only 5 people for now. Once he secured leadership of No Name, he would bring the others over. The girls understood his reasoning. Then Lukoa, Athena, Taru, Elma, and Ilyalu, you'll come with me. Roy finally decided. They were among the strongest in his harem. Of course, not all the girls were present. Ryaz and Suna were still busy in the Konosuba world. Hestia and Loki were in the Danmiki world. But Lucoa, Athena, and the others would be more than enough. Roy noticed Zuko looking a bit downcast and felt a pang of guilt. Zuko had been with him the longest, but as his power grew, he didn't need as much help in battle, and he had unintentionally neglected her. Before leaving, Roy suddenly said, "Zuko, you come too. I'll need your help on this mission." Zuko, who had been looking dejected, beamed, her face blooming like a flower. "Yes." She nodded and moved to his side. Roy took Zuko's hand and turned to the others. "We're leaving now. Come back soon. You have to take me next time." After saying goodbye, Roy and the 6 girls returned to Arcadia. "Roy, you're back." Black Rabbit, who had been waiting anxiously, greeted him with relief. "Yes, I'm back." Roy nodded. "Let me introduce you. This is Zuko. Nice to meet you. I'm Black Rabbit." After introductions, they quickly became acquainted. "Black Rabbit, is it okay for them to join No Name?" Roy asked. "Of course." Black Rabbit nodded without hesitation. No Name desperately needed members. She was overjoyed to have new recruits. "Good. Show them around, then prepare for the gift game tonight," Roy said. "Okay." Black Rabbit agreed and showed Lucoa, Zuko, and the others around, explaining the basics of Little Garden. The next day Roy, Lucoa, Zuko, and the others spent the day exploring Little Garden City. They showed no signs of nervousness about the upcoming gift game. Black Rabbit, however, was incredibly anxious. Evening arrived. The gift game between No Name and Forest Garrow began in a designated forest area. Let me explain the rules. You must reach Galdo and obtain the G-scroll. Then, you must defeat him according to the conditions specified on the scroll. Black Rabbit, acting as the referee, explained the rules. "So, just follow the rules on the scroll. Get on with it, Zuko." Roy yawned, then called out to Zuko. "Understood." Zuko immediately understood his meaning, a testament to their bond. "Hey, this is too complicated. Let me just burn down the whole forest. That'll force him out, right?" Ilyalu suggested with a wicked grin. "That's definitely not allowed." Elma immediately objected. "That's right, it's too reckless." Black Rabbit was shocked by their thinking. "Enough. Let Zuko handle this," Roy said. "Fine." The others didn't argue. Whoosh! Zuko vanished into the forest. The forest was filled with traps and ambushes set by Galdo's forces. But they were useless against Zuko. She was determined to impress Roy and swiftly eliminated all the ambushes. Galdo's community wasn't large, and many members had been forced to join. But that didn't matter to Zuko. Anyone who stood in her way was cut down. Black Rabbit watched in shock. Who was this girl? He must be in there. After dealing with all of Galdo's forces, they arrived at a dilapidated shrine deep within the forest. "That's right, Galdo is inside. You just need to get the G-scroll and defeat him according to its rules," Black Rabbit explained. "Should we go in?" Taru asked curiously. Zuko smiled. "No need." She drew her katana and swung casually. Rumble. A blade of lightning flashed, slicing the entire shrine in two. Galdo, who had been inside, was exposed. As soon as they saw each other, a G-scroll materialized between them. "Oh? Defeat him using a specific weapon?" Roy examined the scroll. The condition was to use a special sword to defeat Galdo. "It's that sword." Zuko instantly spotted a cruciform sword mounted on a nearby wall. "That must be it." Roy nodded. Galdo, recovering from the shock of having the shrine split in two, finally realized what was happening. Seeing Roy, he was terrified. He had barely escaped Roy's ice magic last time. "Damn it. You joined the No Names? Who are you?" Galdo roared. Roy scoffed. "You challenged us to a gift game without even knowing who's in No Name now. How foolish." Galdo's face darkened. He made a decision. He took out a small vial filled with crimson liquid from his pocket. He uncorked it and drank the liquid. Roar! Galdo roared, transforming into a ferocious giant tiger. His crimson eyes fixed on Roy and the others, he lunged. "Looks like he drank some kind of potion to temporarily boost his strength," Roy observed, looking at the enraged, beast-like Galdo. "Yes. It probably raised his power temporarily," Black Rabbit confirmed. Roy chuckled and shook his head. Zuko was a planetary-level powerhouse. No matter how much Galdo boosted his power, he was no match for her. Zuko, seeing Galdo charge, sneered. She casually slapped him with the flat of her blade. Bang! Galdo was sent flying. Zuko didn't waste any time. She grabbed the cruciform sword specified on the G-scroll and swung. Slash! Galdo, unable to resist, was slain. Chapter 316, Becoming Leader of Arcadia. The gift game with Shiroisha begins. With the gift game concluded, it was time to collect the spoils. All of Galdo's community resources now belong to No Name. Black Rabbit handled the transfer. That evening, during the celebration feast, Jin Russell approached Roy. "Well, if it isn't the little leader. You don't seem very happy," Roy teased, looking at the young boy. "No, I'm very happy we won the gift game," Jin said, shaking his head, then added seriously, "Roy, I want to give you the leadership position. I believe that under your leadership, No Name can reclaim its name and flag and achieve glory once again." "Oh?" Roy wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this. Jin Russell wasn't strong. In fact, he was quite weak. He had only become the leader because No Name lacked anyone else capable. But he was determined to defeat the Demon Lords and reclaim No Name's pride. So determined, in fact, that in the original story, he eventually left No Name and joined another community to achieve his goal. "That's right. I also believe you can restore No Name's glory," Black Rabbit added, joining them. It seemed they had already planned to offer him the leadership. Roy chuckled. "Since you put it that way, I accept. But you understand that I'm not here just to play games. I have my own ambitions." "Yes, I know." Black Rabbit had realized this when Roy challenged Shiroisha. Someone who dared to challenge Shiroisha couldn't possibly be weak. And he could bring so many powerful people from outside Little Garden that was no easy feat. But it didn't matter. No Name needed someone like Roy to rise again. Even if he had his own ambitions, as long as the community could regain its glory, that was all that mattered. That was Black Rabbit's thought process. Roy was surprised by her acceptance but quickly understood. No Name was on the verge of collapse. If they didn't change, they would likely disband soon. Black Rabbit was betting everything on him. "Don't worry. While I pursue my own ambitions, I'll make sure No Name regains its glory along the way," Roy said with a smirk. Black Rabbit and Jin exchanged relieved glances. It seemed their gamble had paid off. The gift game with Shiroisha is in one day. Black Rabbit, please handle the transfer of Galdo's community resources quickly. After this, our community will grow significantly," Roy said, now issuing commands as the new leader. "Understood." Black Rabbit nodded seriously. "By the way, are there any other former members of No Name still around?" Roy asked. "Besides Canaria-sama and the others who have disappeared. Only Letitia-sama is still accounted for." Black Rabbit hesitated. "Where is Letitia now?" "She's being held by the community Perseus. Their leader is Laius Perseus," Black Rabbit explained. Laius Perseus was a coward who had betrayed his comrades. He had captured Letitia and forced her into participating in gift games. "I see. After the duel with Shiroisha, we'll deal with Perseus and rescue Letitia," Roy declared. Letitia Draculae, the pure-blood vampire princess, a Lili vampire who could also transform into a mature woman. She perfectly matched Roy's preferences. He had to rescue her. And Letitia was no weak vampire. She was the Draculae demon lord. The vampire king. During Little Garden's early days, the 12-year-old vampire princess Letitia had reached the rank of Dragon Knight. She led the Knights of Little Garden, protecting the city and establishing the Floor Master system for the lower levels. She was the first Soul Floor Master. And she possessed the 13th zodiac sign, the Ophiuchi Sun Authority. At her peak, Letitia's power reached Solaric level. But due to internal conflict within the vampire race, she fell and became a demon lord. Canaria rescued her from the abyss. That's why Letitia had joined Arcadia. "Really? That's wonderful," Black Rabbit exclaimed. She believed that with Roy's strength, defeating Perseus would be easy. As for the gift game with Shiroisha, she had already forgotten about it. She couldn't possibly predict the outcome. 3 days passed quickly. It was time for the gift game with Shiroisha. She hadn't announced the game publicly. The venue was still her game board. "So, these are your community members?" Shiroisha asked, observing Lukoa and the others with surprise. She recognized Haru, Alialu, and the others as dragons, and powerful ones at least planetary level. Even she didn't have many servants of that caliber. She hadn't expected this man to have so many. "That's right. Everyone, introduce yourselves," Roy said with a smile. "I'm Lukoa, Roy's servant. It's a pleasure to meet you," Lukoa said with her usual gentle smile, her heterochromatic eyes hidden. "I'm Taru, Roy's wife. Nice to meet you. I'm Ilialu." Taru, Alialu, Elma, Athena, and Siku introduced themselves. "Nice to meet you all. Allow me to introduce my side as well," Shiroisha said, seemingly confident in her own strength, as she only had 2 servants beside her. A large serpent and a griffin. "Greetings, I am Shiryuki Haim, the water serpent god, servant of Shiroisha-sama." The white serpent spoke first. "I'm Grey Grief, servant of Shiroisha-sama." The griffin introduced itself simply. "Shiroisha, are you sure you're only using them?" Are you trying to go easy on me because this is your game board? Roy asked, looking at the serpent and griffin. I didn't expect you to have such powerful servants. Shiroisha chuckled, fanning herself. Oh? You still have time to summon reinforcements. Shiroisha scoffed. I wouldn't break the rules like that. Fine. Roy shrugged. He wasn't trying to trick her. He knew Shiroisha had stronger servants. But this was better. Shiryuki Haim the super devil level disgrace and a planetary level griffin? Siko alone could handle them. Let the game begin. Shiroisha looked at Black Rabbit, the referee. Oh, right. Black Rabbit, startled, contacted the host master. 2 contract scrolls materialized and floated into Roy and Shiroisha's hands. The rules were simple, a duel of strength. The loser would submit to the winner. I accept. Roy confirmed without hesitation. I accept as well. Then the contract is established. Black Rabbit announced, connecting with the host master to confirm the gift game. Let the gift game begin. Shiroisha didn't attack immediately. Instead, she observed Roy with interest, curious about his abilities and why he had challenged her to a duel. Shiroisha-sama, be careful. Shiryuki Haim and Grey Grief warned, sensing an oppressive aura from Roy and his companions, a primal pressure that instilled fear. They didn't know that Lukoa, Taru, and the others were dragons, their natural superiors. Roy smirked. If Shiroisha wouldn't make the first move, he would. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and everyone was transported to a subspace. The subspace resembled Shiroisha's game board, but it was a different dimension entirely. Fighting on her game board gave her a home field advantage. Star spirits could draw power from Little Garden. Roy had created this subspace to sever her connection to Little Garden. A subspace. Shiroisha smiled, observing the surroundings, unfazed. That's right. In this subspace, your power should be suppressed, Shiroisha. Roy chuckled. Ho ho. Don't be so sure. Shiroisha chuckled, fanning herself, still calm and collected. Then, Lukoa, let's begin. Roy, no longer wasting time, decided to get serious. Lukoa smiled and nodded, then transformed into her dragon form. Roar. Lukoa's true form Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god from Mayan mythology, was tens of thousands of meters long, stretching beyond the horizon. Auspicious clouds gathered beneath her massive body as she soared through the subspace, a truly breathtaking sight. Chapter 317, Roy and Lukoa's teamwork. The power of Shiroisha, Lukoa's true form, Quetzalcoatl, was revealed, stunning even Shiroisha. Little Garden, created by numerous gods and spirits, included figures from Mayan mythology. She had encountered Quetzalcoatl before, but none were as powerful as Lukoa. Shiroisha was surprised. Her servants, Shiryuki Haim and Griffin, trembled on the ground, completely overwhelmed by Lukoa's presence. They had no will to resist. Lukoa in her dragon form didn't waste time. The entire subspace froze. She specialized in time manipulation and attempted to stop time to immobilize Shiroisha. In that instant, everything in the subspace, except for Roy and his companions, stopped. Did it work? Taru asked excitedly, looking at the frozen figures of Shiroisha and her servants. It should have? Roy wasn't entirely sure. Shiroisha was formerly a solaric level being. Even though she had lowered her divinity to stellar level, who knew what tricks she had up her sleeve? Attack now. Don't hesitate. Lukoa urged. Right. Roy nodded, unleashing a torrent of magic power. An icy blast surged towards the 3 frozen figures. Absolute Zero. This was an incredibly powerful technique. Roy was confident that once frozen, even Shiroisha wouldn't escape easily. Just as the ice was about to engulf them, watch out! Lukoa cried. The subspace began to tremble violently. Rumble. Roy's subspace shattered under an external force. An immense power broke through Lukoa's time stop. Then, the same power shattered Roy's, Absolute Zero. Within moments, their combined attack was neutralized. How? Taru, Alilu, and the others were stunned. The situation had reversed in an instant. Is this the power of a star spirit? Roy stared intently at Shiroisha, shocked by the immense power she had unleashed. It didn't make sense. Shiroisha was only stellar level now. Roy was at the peak of stellar level. How could she break through the combined attack of 2 stellar level beings so easily? Oh, you underestimated me. Shiroisha chuckled, fanning herself, her expression hidden. She looked at Roy and Lukoa, surprised by their strength. Lukoa's time stop ability was troublesome, even for her. But the main threat was Roy. His ice magic had posed a significant danger. Shiroisha was the star spirit of the sun and the White Knight. She had drawn upon the power of the White Knight within Little Garden. It had taken considerable effort to break free, and she couldn't use that power again anytime soon. She's incredibly strong, Lukoa said grimly, looking at Shiroisha. She was the strongest opponent they had faced so far. Black Rabbit was also stunned. She had finally witnessed Roy's true power, and it was almost unbelievable. But she was also worried. Shiroisha had effortlessly countered Roy's attack. "Hey, you almost had me fooled, Shiroisha." Roy suddenly chuckled. "If you hadn't lowered your divinity, we would be no match for you. But now. How many times can you use that kind of power? That last attack, it must have been your strongest, right?" He had figured it out. A stellar level Shiroisha shouldn't have been able to break their combined attack so easily. She must have used a powerful gift. And such abilities usually couldn't be used repeatedly in quick succession. Shiryuki and Griffin looked at Shiroisha, surprised by Roy's deduction. "Hey! Why don't you find out?" Shiroisha continued to smile mysteriously, hiding her true thoughts. But Roy was certain she was bluffing. "Lukoa." "Understood." Lukoa prepared to use her time stop again. But before she could activate it, another surge of power nullified her magic. Was this the true power of a star spirit? Omniscience and omnipotence? Shiroisha was undoubtedly capable of such feats. Preventing Lukoa's time magic was likely within her power. She must have been caught off guard the first time. "Roy, what now?" Lukoa asked, unsure how to proceed after her time magic was nullified again. "Don't worry. Watch this." Roy frowned, then turned to Shiroisha with a smile. "Show me what you've got, Shiroisha. Otherwise, you're going to lose." "Humphrey. Winning this gift game won't be easy," Shiroisha chuckled, revealing her small fangs. "Is that so? Then try this." Roy's lips curled into a smirk. He hadn't had a proper fight since reaching stellar level. He had developed many new techniques but hadn't had a chance to use them. This was the perfect opportunity. "Stand back," Roy instructed Lukoa and the others. The girls exchanged glances and retreated. Even Black Rabbit looked serious. She knew Roy was about to get serious. Shiroisha's expression also turned grave. She hadn't attacked proactively because counteracting Lukoa's time magic had taken a toll on her. After all, she was only stellar level now. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted. Black Rabbit shivered involuntarily. She saw Roy prick his finger, and droplets of blood floated into the air. The temperature dropped even further. Bloody absolute zero. This technique used Roy's own blood to create an intense cold that surpassed absolute zero. He had learned it after reaching planetary level. It consumed a significant amount of blood, but its power was immense. No one had ever forced him to use it before. The blood transformed into an icy wind that swept towards Shiroisha and her servants. The very air froze in its path. Crack. 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 "Shiroisha-sama, what do we do?" Shiryuki cried, hiding behind Shiroisha. "Shrink down and stand behind me," Shiroisha said seriously. Shiryuki and Griffin obeyed instantly. Shiryuki transformed into a beautiful human woman with flawless white skin and long legs. Griffin shrunk down, not taking human form. They stood behind Shiroisha. She channeled the power of the stars, creating a protective barrier around them. Roy's bloody absolute zero reached them. Crack. 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 The barrier froze instantly, transforming into a massive iceberg. The iceberg continued to grow, freezing the surrounding air. Phew. Roy sighed in relief. Did he win? Siko, Taru, and the others stared intently at the iceberg. "We'll have to ask Black Rabbit," Lukoa said, looking at the referee. Black Rabbit frowned. She couldn't see inside the ice. If Shiroisha broke free, the battle wasn't over. But if she couldn't break free, Roy had won. Unless Shiroisha uses her host master authority to regain her former power, she won't escape, Roy said confidently. But Black Rabbit hesitated, still uncertain. "Let's wait. If she doesn't emerge soon, you can declare the result," Roy said with a wave of his hand. Black Rabbit reluctantly agreed. "All right. If Shiroisha could break free, she would have done so already. If she couldn't escape quickly, she likely wouldn't be able to escape at all." Roy landed on Lukoa's dragon head to rest. That attack had taken a lot out of him. Taru gave him a lap pillow, while Siko, Elma, and the others massaged his shoulders. Black Rabbit's eye twitched, seeing this, but remembering his power, she didn't comment. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Roy yawned. "All right, Black Rabbit, you can announce the result now." 2 hours had passed, and the iceberg remained motionless. It was clear Shiroisha couldn't break free anytime soon. As for whether she would die, Roy hadn't considered it. His technique, while powerful, wasn't strong enough to kill Shiroisha. He knew his limits. Black Rabbit took a deep breath. "Then, I declare Roy the winner of this gift game." With the host master as a witness, the gift game concluded. "Roy-sama, please release Shiroisha-sama." Black Rabbit requested, her tone now filled with respect. All right. Roy nodded and slowly withdrew the power of bloody absolute zero. The iceberg began to melt. Chapter 318, Roy's demand. Creating his own game board. Shire Yukihime. Roy withdrew the power of bloody absolute zero. The iceberg gradually melted. When it was halfway melted, the ice exploded. Bang! Shiroisha broke free. Aku. Before she could confront Roy, she let out several sneezes. Her cute appearance made Roy burst into laughter. Shiroisha is really adorable. Ha ha ha. Humphrey. Shiroisha puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. She couldn't believe she had lost, especially on her own game board. This loss of face was unbearable. Thankfully, this gift game hadn't been announced publicly. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined. Behind her, Shire Yukihime and Griffin shivered violently. If Shiroisha hadn't protected them, they would have perished under the bloody absolute zero. Absolute zero could even obliterate souls, let alone bloody absolute zero, which was twice as powerful. Just then, Black Rabbit spoke. Shiroisha-sama, according to the terms of your contract scroll, you lost this gift game. Yes, I know. Shiroisha was frustrated. She hadn't expected to lose. She turned to Roy. Although I lost, it's best not to make excessive demands. After all, I belong to Thousand Eyes now. Roy frowned. Shiroisha's meaning was clear. It wasn't that he couldn't make unreasonable demands, but her emphasis on the Thousand Eyes community indicated she couldn't join No Name. Roy then recalled that Shiroisha's affiliation with Thousand Eyes wasn't entirely voluntary. She had joined after being defeated by the Twin Goddesses. The Twin Goddesses were also Solaric-level powerhouses in Little Garden, and there were two of them. No wonder Shiroisha had lost. This was one of her few defeats. In other words, ownership of Shiroisha still rested with the Twin Goddesses. Having Shiroisha join No Name would require the Twin Goddesses' agreement. This complicated things for Roy. He had indeed wanted her to join No Name, but now it seemed impossible. The Twin Goddesses were currently beyond his ability to challenge. Little Garden Solaric-level beings were omniscient and omnipotent, residing at the pinnacle of Little Garden's power structure. All right then. Roy sighed. I won't make that request. Black Rabbit, who had been nervous, also sighed in relief. Then state your request quickly. Shiroisha urged. Lukoa, Siko, and the others watched him, likely having an idea of what his request would be. My request is for you, Shiroisha, to become my servant. Huh? Question mark. As soon as Roy finished speaking, Shiroisha, Black Rabbit, and the others were utterly astonished. They hadn't expected this kind of demand. Generally, while servant could imply family, it more often meant a pet or subordinate. Like Shiroisha's servant, Shire Yukihime, that idiot snake goddess, was merely her pet. For powerhouses of the same level, becoming someone else's servant was difficult to accept. But this was a gift game, even Shiroisha couldn't refuse this demand. Roy, you. Black Rabbit looked at Roy in shock. She hadn't expected him to demand Shiroisha become his servant. This was incredibly bold. Roy ignored her. Getting Shiroisha to join No Name was impossible, but making her his own servant was achievable. This was his primary objective. Although Shiroisha was currently only stellar level, if she reclaimed her divinity and original power, she could become a Solaric level powerhouse again. By then, Roy's strength would also break through to Solaric level. At that point, with Roy and Shiroisha allied, who in Little Garden could possibly stand against them? This was Roy's ultimate goal. So, Shiroisha, what's your answer? Roy chuckled. Shiroisha looked at him with a complex expression. Since I lost to you, do I still have a choice? The host master was created with the power of Little Garden's gods. Even she couldn't resist it, so she had no right to refuse. Hee, Shiroisha, don't worry. Even as my servant, I won't force you to do anything. And eventually, I'll snatch you away from the Twin Goddesses. Just you? It wasn't that Shiroisha looked down on him, his current strength was simply too weak compared to Solaric-level beings. Although only one tier apart, the difference in strength was monumental. Stellar-level beings were utterly insignificant compared to Solaric-level. That's right, just me. Roy chuckled, displaying unparalleled confidence. Shiroisha was skeptical but didn't question his words further. Let's sign the contract. Roy said, taking out an evil piece. What is this? Shiroisha took it, puzzled. This is called an evil piece. Accepting its power will make you my servant, and it can also increase your strength. Roy explained with a smile. Oh? It can increase my strength? Shiroisha was skeptical. She was inherently the star spirit of the Sun and White Knight, her power had been at its peak since birth and couldn't be increased. If you don't believe me, just try it. Roy laughed. The evil pieces granted by the system ignored level restrictions for improvement, even for someone like Shiroisha. Shiroisha didn't speak, silently accepting the power of the evil piece. The piece's power slowly merged into her body. Rumble. Suddenly, a tremendous force caused the entire world to shift color, as if something terrifying was about to descend. But the sensation vanished in an instant. It actually increased. Shiroisha opened her eyes, examining herself in amazement. And it wasn't just a minor rank raise, it had raised her power limit as the White Knight Demon Lord. In other words, once she reclaimed her divinity and restored her solaric level power, she would be even stronger than before. Shiroisha looked at him in amazement. Roy, how did you do that? Hee hee. Roy chuckled lightly, his own strength hadn't increased much. Only when Shiroisha reclaimed her divinity and became the White Knight Demon Lord again could his strength break through to solaric level, potentially becoming omniscient and omnipotent. Of course, this power boost came from the evil piece, perhaps it wouldn't truly make him omniscient and omnipotent. Maybe I can acquire that authority. Roy was already thinking about other matters. If he succeeded. But now wasn't the time for that. Next, Roy learned from Shiroisha how to create his own game board. With his strength, creating such a portable planet wasn't difficult, he just lacked the method before. Under Shiroisha's guidance, he quickly learned the technique and created his own game board. It was called a game board, but it was essentially a pocket dimension. All the rules on the planet were set by him. For example, like in the Toriko world, he could make all the plants and animals on his planet edible ingredients. Or, like in Pokemon, the entire world could become a world of Pokemon. The planet Roy created was like this, full of Pokemon, and the entire planet was filled with various ingredients. A foodie's idea. And the Pokemon would keep the planet from being too boring. Next, he just needed to place his servants inside. Thus, his own world was created. Yo Roy, the game board you created is really childish. At this time, Shiroisha, Black Rabbit, Siko, and the others were all inside Roy's game board. Looking at the cartoon-style planet before her, Shiroisha couldn't help but complain. I quite like it here. It's beautiful, no conflict, carefree. Black Rabbit said with a look of longing. Hearing Black Rabbit say this, Shiroisha was also a bit moved, but being somewhat tsundere, she wouldn't admit it. Hee hee, you can all live here too eventually. Roy chuckled. Really? Black Rabbit was excited. Of course. Roy nodded naturally. He wasn't planning on letting this clumsy rabbit go. After admiring the game board, Roy and the others said goodbye to Shiroisha, preparing to return to the Arcadia headquarters. But when they returned, there was an extra person, no, it should be said, an extra clumsy snake. Roy-sama, is this pressure okay? At this time, inside Arcadia, Roy was lying on Shiryuki Haim's lap, being comfortably served by her. Shiryuki Haim, in human form, had long black hair and an exquisite face, ranking among the top even among Roy's servants. Plus, she was indeed very fair, yes. Very fair all over, and had black stocking thighs. Finally, adding her gentle, weak, and cautious temperament, this perfectly matched Roy's preferences. Yes, not bad. Roy smiled and nodded. Although her technique wasn't as good as Akano's or Ryaz's, it was good for a first time. Chapter 319, Letitia Draculae, the Lily-capable vampire. A confrontation with Perseus, holding Letitia high several days passed quickly. With Shiroisha also becoming Roy's servant, No Name underwent a significant transformation. Roy summoned more of his servants. Little Garden was an intriguing world, and he planned to develop his community here. Perhaps he could even relocate the entire Lucifuge family, making the Lucifuge family the strongest in Little Garden. That would fulfill Roy's long-held ambition. Black Rabbit, having witnessed Roy's power, no longer interfered with his decisions regarding the community. Her goal was simple: reclaim No Name's flag and name, restoring Arcadia to its former glory. Leader, I've found information about the Perseus community. After dealing with Galdo's affairs, Black Rabbit finally had time to investigate Perseus. Oh? Tell me. Roy said with a smile. No Name had only Black Rabbit to handle its affairs. It was understandable that it took her so long to gather information. Black Rabbit nodded. Laius Perseus, the leader of the Perseus community, is planning to hold a gift game in a few days. And Letitia-sama is the prize. Is that so? Roy nodded. He already knew. Shiroisha had told him. But he also knew that Laius might not necessarily hold the gift game. In the original story, he had suddenly cancelled the game and decided to sell Letitia directly. So, the best course of action was to challenge Perseus to a gift game. Roy smiled at Black Rabbit. Don't worry about it. Challenge Perseus to a gift game with everything on the line. Are you sure? Black Rabbit was worried. Perseus wasn't like Galdo's community. They were backed by the entire Greek pantheon. Laius was a former cadre of Thousand Eyes, a student of Jack-o'-lantern and a descendant of Perseus. He possessed the divinity of Hephaestus, the god of the forge. His community resided in the fifth-digit outer gates. "What are you worried about?" Roy chuckled. Black Rabbit hesitated, then, seeing his confidence, she relaxed. After all, Roy had defeated Shiroisha. "All right. I'll issue the challenge right away." Black Rabbit left without further hesitation. Just then, Roy sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching the Arcadia headquarters. Before the intruder could react, Siko, Taru, and the others surrounded them. The figure, however, didn't resist. They brought the intruder before Roy. Letitia. Roy was surprised. It was a little girl with golden hair tied with a black ribbon, her figure petite and adorable, her expression blank. It was Letitia Draculae. She had managed to escape from Perseus. It must have cost her dearly. Letitia looked at him expressionlessly. "Are you the current leader of No Name?" "That's right." Roy nodded, observing her with interest. Letitia summoned a spear and charged towards him. But before she could reach him, Siko intercepted her. Letitia gasped, surprised by Siko's speed. "Humphrey." Siko didn't waste words. She attacked with her katana. Bang. Letitia, unable to defend herself, was sent flying. "Siko!" Roy called out, stopping Siko from delivering the final blow. Siko obediently returned to his side. Letitia picked herself up and looked at Siko, then at Roy. Letitia ignored their gazes and simply stared at Roy. Her blank expression gave Roy a mischievous idea. He approached her, then scooped her up into his arms, holding her high above his head. "Welcome back, Letitia." He chuckled. Letitia, despite her usual stoicism, blushed at being held like this in front of everyone. Let me down," she mumbled, struggling slightly. Roy observed her with amusement, then gently lowered her. "Leader, I want to be held high too." Lily tugged on Roy's sleeve, her eyes filled with envy. Roy's eye twitched, but he indulged the little girl's request. After a moment, "I intended to disband No Name. The children can't survive like this. But hearing that there was a new leader, I wanted to see for myself." Letitia explained. "So you want to know my strength?" Roy chuckled. "Certainly." The surrounding scenery shattered like a mirror, and they were transported to another world. It was a bright, sunny world filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers like a fairy tale. "Where?" Letitia gasped, looking around in shock. "This is my game board." "You wanted to test my strength, Letitia. Then come," Roy said with a smile. Seeing Roy's game board, Letitia already acknowledged his strength. A game board the size of a planet meant the new leader was at least stellar level. Letitia was stunned but still summoned her spear. Speculation was just speculation. She had to experience his power firsthand. "Close combat?" Roy chuckled, then summoned a State Demon King's sacred sword into his hand. Letitia charged. Clang. 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 Sword and spear clashed, sparks flying. The sounds of battle echoed through the air. The beautiful landscape was ravaged by their fight. Roy, enjoying the sword fight after a long time, seemed relaxed. Letitia, however, grew increasingly serious. She considered her spear techniques to be unparalleled. No one had ever lasted this long against her in pure combat. But this man's swordsmanship was unfathomable. He effortlessly countered all her moves. She finally acknowledged his strength. Bang. 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 After another exchange, Roy disarmed Letitia, sending her spear flying. Letitia looked at him deeply. "I concede." Roy shrugged, bored. He snapped his fingers, and the ravaged landscape instantly returned to its pristine state. He transported everyone back to Arcadia. "Letitia, since you're back, you should stay. We were already planning to confront Perseus anyway. We can rescue you properly then," Roy said. Letitia frowned. She didn't agree with Roy's plan. She knew the strength of the Perseus community. But she couldn't gauge the strength of this new leader. Roy, sensing her hesitation, pulled her onto his lap. "Don't worry about it, Letitia. Just watch." He chuckled. Letitia frowned but didn't struggle. Holding the little Lily was quite comfortable. And if he removed the black ribbon from her head, she would transform into a mature young woman. How fascinating. Black Rabbit returned, overjoyed to see Letitia. But it seemed her mission to issue the gift game challenge to Perseus hadn't been successful. While Black Rabbit and Letitia were catching up, Taru explained that Laius, the leader of Perseus, hadn't been at their headquarters. Roy frowned. Just then, a message came through the devil contract from Shiroisha. Laius had gone to see her. No wonder he wasn't at his headquarters. He must have learned that Letitia had escaped to Arcadia. Roy smirked. This was getting interesting. If Laius dared to send someone to retrieve Letitia, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a painful lesson. Chapter 320, The gift game with Laius preparing for the duel reclaiming divinity. Letitia, stay here. No one can take you away from this place. Roy patted Letitia's head affectionately. Are you saying Laius's men will attack? Letitia frowned. If that's the case, I should leave. She started to get up, but Roy gently pushed her head back down. Didn't I say not to worry? No one will cause trouble here. If Laius's men come, they're just asking for death. Roy said confidently. That's right, Letitia-sama. You should stay here. Listen to Roy, it's the right decision. Just stay. Any enemy who comes here won't leave alive. Taru, Alilu, and the other girls chimed in, reassuring Letitia. Letitia, touched by their words, finally nodded and agreed to stay. Black Rabbit, let's go see Shiroisha. Everyone else, hold down the fort. Roy said. Okay. Black Rabbit nodded. Roy wasted no time, grabbing Black Rabbit and disappearing. They reappeared beside Shiroisha. Another person was present in the tatami room. He had short blonde hair with a single black streak, an odd combination, and an arrogant expression, as if he looked down on everyone. It was Laius Perseus, leader of the Perseus community. Yo. Shiroisha-sama, you have guests? Care to introduce me? Laius said with a smirk, looking at Roy and Black Rabbit. Shiroisha nodded. Yes, this is Roy, the new leader of No Name. And this. She gestured to Black Rabbit, needs no introduction. Haha, of course, I know her. The noble moon rabbit of Little Garden. I've always wanted a pet rabbit, ha ha ha. Laius laughed arrogantly. And I didn't expect the No Name community to actually recruit someone new. Quite rare. But I advise you not to touch my things. Otherwise. Laius clearly harbored ill intentions towards No Name, or perhaps he simply coveted Black Rabbit. His words were incredibly arrogant, openly threatening Roy. Roy wasn't angered. In his eyes, Laius was just a buffoon. Your things? Roy's eyes narrowed. He suddenly pulled Black Rabbit into his arms, much to her surprise. If you want her, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, this clumsy rabbit might get eaten up by me. Black Rabbit, caught in his embrace, didn't struggle, simply blushing and resting against his chest. Humphrey. Laius's face darkened. Roy had openly defied his warning. This was a blatant slap in the face. But he couldn't do anything about it. Black Rabbit was a member of Roy's community. As a vulgar hedonist with a violent and lecherous nature, Laius couldn't tolerate such humiliation. His expression turned cold. New leader of No Name, do you dare to play a gift game with me? The loser forfeits everything. Roy smirked inwardly. This was exactly what he wanted, to provoke Laius into challenging him to a gift game. Of course. Let's have Shiroisha serve as the judge for this gift game. Roy said, looking at Shiroisha. Shiroisha understood. Are you both certain you want to engage in a gift game, wagering everything you own? I have no problem with it. Roy agreed readily. Humphrey. Neither do I. But I have one more condition. Laius added. Oh? What condition? Shiroisha asked curiously. He's not allowed to do anything to Black Rabbit before the gift game ends. Laius sneered. Roy, do you agree? Shiroisha asked Roy. No problem. But you're also forbidden from doing anything to your territory. Because that will soon become the property of No Name. Roy retorted with a smirk. Black Rabbit, while beautiful, wasn't worth risking his plans over. He knew she wouldn't escape him anyway. The important thing was to prevent Laius from playing dirty. And you, Laius? I agree. Laius didn't hesitate. The condition seemed irrelevant to him. He was certain he wouldn't lose. Very well. The contract is established. Shiroisha, communicating with the host master, summoned 2 contract scrolls from the void. The scrolls detailed the rules of the gift game. Once agreed upon, they could not be changed. Both Roy and Laius reviewed the scrolls and agreed. Your gift game will be held in 3 days. Until then, you must abide by the terms of the contract scroll. Failure to do so will result in forfeiture. Shiroisha announced, collecting the scrolls. Under the supervision of the host master, gift games were absolute. No one could defy the rules. The host master system was created by the collective power of Little Garden's gods. Unless one's power surpassed the sum total of all gods in Little Garden, resistance was impossible. Humphrey. Don't think I don't know that Letitia ran away. It doesn't matter where she's hiding. She can't escape. Laius suddenly added with a smug expression. It seemed that, just like in the original story, he had sent people to attack the Arcadia headquarters, intending to intimidate them and recapture Letitia. Roy simply smiled at Black Rabbit. Isn't trespassing considered an act of hostility? Yes, that's correct. Black Rabbit confirmed, playing along. Humphrey. Laius scoffed, dismissing their words entirely. He was confident in his plan to capture Letitia. Based on his knowledge of No Name's current strength, they shouldn't be able to resist. Just then, Leas's expression changed drastically. He had received a message from his community. His face turned grim. The message reported that the team sent to capture Letitia had been completely wiped out. Impossible. How could No Name defeat his forces? He had even equipped the capture team with special gift cards. Those useless idiots. Leas cursed under his breath. Roy and Black Rabbit exchanged amused glances. The girls back at the headquarters were no pushovers. Alilu and Siko, especially, wouldn't show any mercy. Losing his elite capture team clearly pained Leas greatly. Ha ha ha. Someone suffered a huge loss, but I won't say who. Roy chuckled, looking pointedly at Leas. I wonder who that could be? Black Rabbit giggled. Even Shiroisha couldn't suppress a smile. Leas, realizing he had been played, stood up, his face dark. You'll regret this. This isn't over. He snarled, then stormed out of the room. Ha ha ha. Roy burst into laughter. Roy, Leas has the entire Greek pantheon behind him. Shiroisha commented, fanning herself, though she didn't seem particularly worried. In the current era, stellar-level beings were already considered top-tier. Unless a Solaric-level being intervened, Roy was practically unbeatable. She had nothing to worry about. If they cause trouble, I'll just absorb the entire Greek pantheon. Roy said dismissively. There weren't that many Solaric-level beings in Little Garden, and the Greek pantheon certainly didn't have any. He wasn't worried. Hearing this, Black Rabbit finally relaxed. If they had lost the gift game, her fate would have been uncertain. Moon rabbits, nobles of Little Garden, were highly sought after whether as mascots for a community or as playthings. It was a matter of prestige. Leas clearly had designs on Black Rabbit, but his plans were doomed to fail. Anyway, we don't need to worry about Leas for now. Shiroisha, you need to reclaim your divinity as soon as possible. Roy said, sipping the tea a servant had brought. Reclaim my divinity. All right. Shiroisha agreed. Reclaiming her divinity was always possible, though somewhat troublesome. She suspected Roy's motive. Perhaps when she regained her Solaric-level power, Roy's strength would also undergo a dramatic transformation. Regardless, she was looking forward to seeing what changes Roy would undergo. After discussing matters further with Shiroisha, Roy and Black Rabbit returned to Arcadia. The gift game with Leas was in 3 days, but Roy didn't need any special preparations. With him present, there was no possibility of failure. He had one more thing to attend to. The next morning, Roy summoned Black Rabbit. Black Rabbit, do you have a way to contact Canaria? Canaria-sama? Black Rabbit was startled, then shook her head sadly. I'm sorry, I don't have any way to contact her right now. Chapter 321, Scheming for the Simulated Star Creation Map Asuka Kadu IC. Roy frowned. Currently, it was 2 years after Arcadia's destruction. Tsukamaki Izatoi would arrive in the 3rd year. But Canaria had been banished decades ago. The flow of time was different outside Little Garden. Only 2 years had passed here, so Canaria shouldn't have died from exhausting her gift yet. He wanted to find her and perhaps save her life. But more importantly, Roy was interested in Izatoi's simulated star creation map, a gift coveted even by Solaric-level beings. Possessing it might even give him a chance to reach cosmic level. But finding Canaria was a problem. Suddenly, Roy slapped his forehead. What's wrong, Roy? Black Rabbit asked, concerned. I just thought of a way to find Canaria. Roy said with a smile. Really? What is it? Black Rabbit was excited. It's a secret. I have my ways. Roy chuckled, not explaining further. His method involved the system's world travel ability. The system allowed him to travel to different points in time within the same world. So, traveling to the time when Izatoi was on his original world was possible. He turned to Black Rabbit. You take care of the community matters. I'll be back soon, with Canaria. That's wonderful. But will you be back in time? Black Rabbit, well overjoyed, was worried about the gift game in 3 days. If Roy wasn't back by then, they would be in trouble. Even if I'm not back, Lukoa and the others can easily defeat Leas. Don't worry. Roy said with a wave of his hand. If you say so. Black Rabbit reluctantly agreed. Roy, after a brief farewell to Lukoa and the others, left Arcadia. He reappeared on a modern-looking planet. He concealed his aura to avoid being detected by Canaria, then confirmed the current time. Canaria hasn't used the poet's gift yet. Perfect? Sensing no signs of Canaria's weakening, he knew he had arrived at the right time. He also saw a 10-year-old Tsukamaki Izatoi. This meant Canaria was already preparing to use the poet's gift. Once the historical turning point arrived, Izatoi would receive several powerful gifts, including the simulated star creation map. Can I intercept it? Roy wondered. He suddenly remembered his authorities from the Campione world, including the prophecy authority which allowed him to see the past and the future and even change them. I don't know if it'll work, but I can try. Roy smirked. It was worth a shot. And even if he failed, it wasn't a big deal. The simulated star creation map wasn't unique to Isaiah Little Garden. To steal the gift, he had to remain hidden. Roy observed Canaria's every move from the shadows. Time flowed differently outside Little Garden, so he wasn't worried about missing the gift game. On this planet, besides Canaria, there were also two former Arcadia members, Baron Lockroy and Komai Kasuke, the former leader. After being banished, Komai seemed to have given up on revenge, settling down and starting a family. Baron Lockroy was similar. He seemed to have no intention of returning to Little Garden, perhaps lacking the power or the will. Only Canaria was still fixated on revenge, determined to avenge Arcadia's destruction and reclaim her community's former glory. Days turned into weeks, and Canaria still hadn't used the poet's gift. One day, Roy encountered a young girl with brown hair in a park. She looked like a rich kid, a proper little lady, an Ajawa-sama. "Little girl, why are you alone? Want to come with me for some candy?" A fat man approached her, a creepy smile on his face. An ordinary child, hearing the word candy, might have been tempted. But this girl was different. Her eyes were sharp, and she didn't react to his offer. "Get lost, you creep," she said coldly, glaring at him with disdain. The fat man, angered by her dismissive tone, snarled, "You little brat." He lunged at her. A child would have been terrified. But this girl's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor cold and aloof. "Stop." As soon as she spoke, the fat man froze mid-stride, as if bound by an invisible force. "Get down." Thud. The fat man collapsed to his knees, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the park. It seemed he had broken his kneecaps. He screamed in agony. The other people in the park shivered and avoided the area. "Shut up." The girl, covering her ears, couldn't stand his cries. As soon as she spoke, the fat man's screams stopped abruptly. Finally, some peace. The girl sighed in relief, then waved her hand dismissively. "Roll out." She didn't want to see him anymore. The fat man, as if obeying a command, began rolling on the ground. Roy and the girl were stunned. She had told him to roll out. But she hadn't meant literally. Roy approached them, clapping his hands. The little girl, seeing Roy, was startled by his handsome appearance, then she tensed up, remembering that she had just used her powers in public. "Don't worry, you did well. What's your name?" Roy asked gently, approaching her. The girl calmed down and looked at him curiously. "I'm Asuka Kadu." "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of my power?" She was Asuka Kadu, one of the main heroines. "I'm Roy. You can call me Unii-chan," Roy said with a smile. "Roy? Who are you, really?" Asuka didn't use the honorific. She wasn't easily fooled. Having possessed her unique abilities since childhood, she had few friends. This had made her independent and wary of strangers. "Tell me, who are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a strange force compelled Roy to reveal his true identity. This was Asuka's gift Oraculum? It was quite powerful. Roy was impressed. Oraculum could control people and even other gifts. It was a formidable ability. Alas, it was useless against Roy. "You weren't affected by my power." Asuka frowned. "Of course not. You're not strong enough to control me yet." Roy chuckled. "And you don't have to be so wary. I mean you no harm. You couldn't stop me even if you wanted to." Asuka considered his words, then realized he was right. Her power had no effect on him. Calling for help would be pointless. "That's better. Now, how about some cake?" Roy sat down on a nearby bench and beckoned her over. Asuka, still suspicious, approached him. Roy took out a piece of cake and offered it to her. Asuka looked at the cake. It was beautifully decorated and smelled delicious vanilla and cream. But she didn't take it. She was still wary. She wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. "You don't want it? Then I'll eat it myself." Roy shrugged and took a bite. So sweet." He moaned in satisfaction after finishing the small cake. Asuka couldn't help but gulp. While she was a rich kid and had plenty of cakes at home, this cake smelled different. It was incredibly tempting. Roy chuckled, seeing her conflicted expression, wanting the cake but still wary. "Don't worry, there's nothing in the cake. I'm not interested in little girls like you. And besides, you couldn't resist me even if I did want to do something." He teased. Asuka realized he was right. She was already sitting beside him. If he wanted to do something, she couldn't stop him. "Give me one," she demanded. "No problem," Roy said, handing her a piece of vanilla cake. Chapter 322, Canaria's gift, the paradigm shift, acquiring the simulated star creation map. Asuka Kadu took the cake and ate it without hesitation. As Roy had said, she couldn't resist him, so there was no point in being cautious. I don't think I've gotten your name yet, Roy said with a smile. Asuka Kadu, she replied, her mouth full of cake. Asuka. Why are you here alone? Jay just taking a walk. Asuka stammered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Roy chuckled, seeing through her lie, but didn't press the matter. Asuka's gift, Oraculum, made other children fear her, so she had few friends. By the way, Roy, who exactly are you? Asuka asked after finishing her cake, her curiosity about him growing. Me? I'm from a faraway land. And I'm not human. I'm a devil, Roy said, trying to scare her playfully. But Asuka wasn't fazed. A devil? I don't believe you. She had never seen a devil, but in her imagination, they weren't this handsome. Haha, if you don't believe me, I'll tell you a story about a devil. Want to hear it? Roy offered. Yes. Asuka nodded eagerly. Roy smiled and began to tell the story of a low-level devil who became incredibly powerful. His own story, of course. Asuka was captivated by the fantastical tale, completely engrossed. By the time they realized how much time had passed, it was already evening. Alright, that's enough for today. You should head home, Asuka, Roy said, ending the story. Asuka was disappointed. She wanted to hear more. But it was getting late. If she didn't go back soon, someone might come looking for her. She had snuck out today. Her family wouldn't have allowed her to approach a stranger otherwise. Thank you, Roy. Can I see you again? Asuka asked, reluctant to leave. What if she never heard another story again? Roy thought for a moment. I'll be on your way to school tomorrow. You'll see me then. Okay. It's a promise. See you tomorrow. Asuka nodded happily and ran off. Roy watched her leave, a smirk playing on his lips. Asuka's background wasn't as simple as it seemed. She was a descendant of the Arcadia members who had been exiled to this planet, and she was even being groomed as a potential future leader. It seemed there were still many former Arcadia members here. But he couldn't bring them all back to Little Garden. That would destabilize No Name. It was best to only bring back Canaria and a few others. The next day Roy, as promised, waited for Asuka on her way to school. He had transformed into a child to blend in. Roy, why are you a kid? Asuka asked, much more comfortable with him now, having clearly accepted him as a friend. So I can go to school with you, of course. Roy chuckled. Asuka's eyes lit up, touched by his gesture. He had transformed into a child just for her. Here. She took out a small, beautifully wrapped pastry from her bag. You treated me to cake yesterday. It's my turn today. Roy accepted the pastry. Thank you. Asuka smiled. They reached the school. Thanks to Roy's preemptive use of his perception-altering magic, they entered without any issues. He was enrolled as a transfer student in Asuka's class. Several familiar faces were also present: Heisei Oisakamaki, Yokasuke, and Hamura's Gu. Within a few days, Roy had become friends with them. He then began his plan using his prophecy authority to subtly alter their fates. Months passed. Roy sensed a shift in the world. Asuka, Yo, and the others called, informing him that they wouldn't be attending school today. It seemed Canaria was finally going to use the poet's gift to alter history. She wanted to trigger a paradigm shift and become the center of a new pantheon. But the paradigm shift wouldn't unfold as she expected. Canaria was too weak. She wouldn't gain much from the paradigm shift. But Roy could. With his prophecy authority, he could alter the course of the paradigm shift and reap the benefits himself. Its beginning. While in his rented apartment, Roy could see Canaria and the other former Arcadia members through his authority. Canaria had activated the poet's gift. It was an invisible change. But Roy could see the ripples in the river of fate and manipulate them. As Canaria's divinity rapidly declined, the poet's gift activated. Simultaneously, an unknown power, guided by Roy, flowed into his body. After a long moment, he opened his eyes. It worked. Roy was overjoyed. He had successfully intercepted the simulated star creation map. With the simulated star creation map, once activated, and combined with Shiroisha reclaiming her divinity, his power would surge dramatically. Then, he could truly dominate Little Garden. Roy began studying the simulated star creation map, trying to activate it. Each person's simulated star creation map had different abilities. It wasn't a bounded field. It was more like a rule. Anyone within its domain had to obey its rules. For example, as a Dahaka's Avista, as long as the opponent wasn't human nor Zoroastrian, it could perfectly copy their power and even nullify their attacks. Or the Taisui of His Highness, as long as the opponent was a natural-born god, dragon, or star spirit, it could forcibly seal the opponent regardless of the power difference. Roy's simulated star creation map, having been acquired from Aizoi, had similar abilities. It was the power to create miracles. In the original story, Aizoi had used it to create a massive pillar of light that pierced the heaven and shattered stars. But that was just a superficial application. The true power of the simulated star creation map was far greater. It was the core of a pantheon, the foundation of a universe. It was a domain where everyone had to follow its rules. Perhaps I can even create a universe. Roy chuckled. He didn't delve too deeply into its mechanics. It wasn't something he could master in a short time. He had to bring Canaria back to Little Garden. He couldn't miss the gift game with Laius. The next day Roy revealed himself to Canaria and the others. Canaria, having exhausted her divinity using the poet's gift, had only 5 years left to live, having shortened her original 500-year lifespan. This was the punishment for being banished from Little Garden. Inside Little Garden, divinity could be replenished. Vanishing them was a slow death sentence. Who are you? Roy's sudden appearance in Canaria's room startled her. She was lying weakly in bed, her divinity depleted. Black Rabbit sent me to bring you back, Roy said, observing Canaria carefully. Her short, golden hair and delicate features made her look both beautiful and capable, despite her current weakened state. Her nightgown revealed her surprisingly ample bosom. She was quite attractive. Roy was surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so well endowed. Canaria struck him as intelligent, beautiful, and surprisingly voluptuous. Arcadia wouldn't have achieved such heights without her. In her youth, Canaria had even been mentored by Baron Lockroy, Sun Wukong, the Halloween Queen, and even Indra. She was well connected in Little Garden. But why hadn't anyone helped her after she was banished? Roy was puzzled, then he realized that perhaps Shiroisha, the Halloween Queen, and the others didn't have the power to find her outside Little Garden. Black Rabbit? Canaria repeated the name, then her eyes lit up. Did Black Rabbit really send you? Yes. Roy nodded. That's wonderful. How is Arcadia doing? Her first thought was for her community. It's been 2 years since you left. Arcadia is no more. Only No Name remains, struggling to survive. So they took our flag and name? That's why they're called No Name? Damn it. Canaria's voice was filled with anger and frustration. But what could she do? She didn't have the power to fight the demon lords. Chapter 323, Canaria's Compromise. Returning to Little Garden with Canaria. Seeing Canaria's self-reproach, Roy chuckled. Canaria-senpai, don't worry. While No Name's current situation is less than ideal, I'm confident we can reclaim our flag and name soon. Canaria calmed down slightly, hearing his words. She had been exiled for over a decade, her heart aching for Arcadia. By the way, I don't think I've gotten your name. And how did you join No Name? She asked, curious. He had managed to find them. He must be special. Call me Roy. I haven't been with No Name for long. Let me tell you about our current situation. Roy introduced himself and explained No Name's current state. After hearing his explanation, Canaria understood. She was impressed that this young man had become the leader of No Name in such a short time, even winning a gift game and resolving their immediate crisis. It seemed Black Rabbit had chosen wisely. He was capable of leading No Name. But she was also concerned. No Name wasn't the same as Arcadia. This boy clearly had his own ambitions. If they all returned to Little Garden, would it cause internal conflict? After all, the previous leader of Arcadia Komai was still alive, along with many other former members. And she, having used the poet's gift, was nearing the end of her life. She wasn't sure how much she could contribute to No Name. These were the thoughts weighing on Canaria's mind. Roy, seeing her silence, understood her concerns. Canaria, don't worry. I welcome Arcadia's former members back to Little Garden. But they must follow my lead. He said, his words leaving no room for misinterpretation. He was in charge of No Name now. I know you want revenge against the demon lords who destroyed Arcadia. Come with me. No Name needs you. And in your current state, you won't last much longer. Roy said, gently persuading her. Canaria frowned. She knew her time was running out. She had used the poet's gift, hoping to trigger a paradigm shift and gain divinity, becoming the center of a new pantheon. It seemed she had been too naive. If she returned to Little Garden, she might recover. She pondered his offer. Roy waited patiently, admiring her form. I'll go with you. But I want No Name to develop according to my vision. And I can't guarantee the others will follow you. Canaria said, looking at him intently. Roy chuckled and shook his head. Develop according to your vision? I can't agree to that. But I believe our goals align. We both want No Name to reclaim its flag and name, to become the sole floor master of Little Garden once more. Our objectives are the same, aren't they? Reclaim our flag and name? Become the sole floor master? Canaria was surprised by his confidence. But he was right. Their goals did align. After a moment of consideration, Canaria nodded. All right, I agree. She didn't have much of a choice. Roy's appearance had given her hope of reviving Arcadia and getting her revenge. Even if no name wasn't the same as Arcadia, she couldn't refuse. Roy smiled. Welcome back. With Canaria's agreement, things became much simpler. She gathered the former Arcadia members and discussed the matter with them. However, upon learning about No Name's current state, most of them hesitated. They had been living on this peaceful planet for over a decade and had grown accustomed to their new lives. They had formed new bonds, new attachments. Returning to Little Garden to face those terrifying demon lords, they didn't have the courage. They had been defeated at Arcadia's peak. What was the point of going back? So, in the end, only a few agreed to return to Little Garden. Among them were Asuka and Yo, whom Arcadia had been grooming as future leaders. Issei Oisakamaki wasn't present. He might not even be aware of the situation. Canaria didn't want to involve him in this conflict. While Asuka and Yo were willing to go to Little Garden with Roy, their families wouldn't allow it. Roy didn't force them. They were only 10 years old, after all. So it's just me? Canaria sighed, seeing that no one else was willing to return. We still have Asuka and Yo. While they can't come now, once we reclaim our flag and name, the others will likely change their minds. Roy said, comforting her. I hope so. Canaria nodded, then looked at him curiously. Roy, why are you so confident we can reclaim our flag and name? Because of my strength. Roy said with a smile. Strength? I still don't know how strong you are. You managed to find us outside Little Garden. Canaria's curiosity grew, seeing his confidence. You'll find out soon enough. But first, shouldn't we deal with those two over there? Roy gestured towards two little girls hiding behind a nearby door. One had long black hair and was wearing a red Lolita dress Asuka Kadu. The other was petite, with short brown hair and a cat in her arms Yo Kasukabe. What are you two doing here? Canaria asked, having also noticed them. We want to go to Little Garden with you. Asuka said hesitantly. That's right. I've always wanted to see the world Daddy talked about. Yo added with a smile. You're too young. You can't just run away from home. And your families wouldn't allow it, Canaria sighed. I don't care. I'm going. Royani-chan, you'll let us come, right? Asuka looked at Roy pleadingly. After months of spending time together, they had become close friends, and Asuka now comfortably called him Ani-chan. It might be good for them to see the world. And it'll be easy for them to return if they want. Roy said, nodding in agreement. Yay! Asuka cheered. Fine. Canaria sighed, giving up on arguing. We should leave now, before their families come looking for them. Roy said. All right. Canaria nodded. Roy took Asuka and Yo's hands, then activated a teleportation circle. They vanished. Just as they left, Komai and Baron Lockroy arrived, but they were too late. Little Garden. Arcadia headquarters. The gift game with Laius is about to begin. Why isn't Roy back yet? Black Rabbit paced anxiously. Black Rabbit, we've told you, we can handle it. Even if Roy's not here, it'll be fine. Tata reassured her. That's right. I can defeat them all on my own. Alialu declared, puffing out her chest. Black Rabbit sighed. She knew Taru, Alialu, and the others were powerful, but without Roy, she felt uneasy. It seems he's not coming. Let's go. She was about to lead them to the gift game arena when seems like I made it just in time. 4 figures appeared in the hall. Black Rabbit and the others' eyes lit up, recognizing the familiar voice. Roy's back. Haha, I'm back. Roy greeted them with a smile. Canaria-sama. Black Rabbit, seeing Canaria behind Roy, was overjoyed, her blue hair and bunny ears turning pink. Black Rabbit, it's been a while. Canaria said, patting Black Rabbit's head affectionately. When Black Rabbit was young, she had been bestowed with 4 divine regalia, marking her as a divine child of the Moon Rabbit tribe. Black Rabbit wasn't her real name. She was supposed to receive her true name at her naming ceremony when she turned 10. But the ceremony had been interrupted by the demon lord, Azadahaka, so she never learned her true name. On her 10th birthday, her home was destroyed by Azadahaka. Canaria had rescued her and taken her in, adopting her as her daughter. Canaria had always treated Black Rabbit as her own child. This is interesting. Roy mused, looking at Canaria and Black Rabbit with a smirk. Letitia. It's so good to see you're alright. Canaria finally noticed Letitia. Welcome back. While Letitia didn't say much, her joy was evident. Chapter 324, Demon Lord Algol the Idiot. Laius Perseus. Alright, it's time for us to go to the gift game with Laius. Roy announced, breaking up the reunion. Huh? A gift game with Lias? Canaria frowned. She hadn't heard anything about this. Black Rabbit will fill you in. Let's talk on the way. Roy waved his hand and activated a teleportation spell. In the next moment, they vanished from the hall. They reappeared in a forest clearing. Suddenly, another figure materialized before them. It was Shiroisha. "You're finally here." Shiroisha began to complain, but stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she saw Canaria. "Canaria?" "Shiroisha-sama." Canaria bowed respectfully. Black Rabbit had explained that without Shiroisha's help, no name would have likely collapsed long ago. Canaria was deeply grateful. "I can't believe you're back in Little Garden. Roy, did you do this?" Shiroisha looked at Roy in amazement. She, too, had been searching for Canaria, but Little Garden's vastness made it an impossible task, even for her. Yet, Roy had not only found Canaria but also brought her back. Roy simply smiled without replying. Shiroisha, though delighted to see Canaria's return, knew this wasn't the time for a reunion. The rules of this gift game are simple: it's a siege. Lias's castle is over there. Defeat him, and we win. Easy. Leave it to us. Siko stepped forward, eager for a challenge. Us too. Taru, Alilu, and the others were already raring to go. Good. I'll leave it to you. Roy nodded, confident that Siko and the others were more than enough to handle this, as long as they were prepared for Lias's gift card. Algol. Algol was one of Little Garden's original problem children, as infamous as Shiroisha and the Halloween Queen. It normally took the form of a golden, skull-shaped ornament, Lias's most powerful gift. Algol possessed a petrification ability called the Glare of Medusa. When unsealed, it transformed into a gray-haired woman bound by chains and restraints, constantly emitting a piercing scream. Originally, Algol was a celestial star spirit, a demon lord with many titles, including Medusa and Primordial Demon. Due to her portrayal as a primordial demon in the Hebrew Old Testament, she wreaked havoc across countless eras and worlds, engaging in battles against the Devas and Buddhas of the 3,000 worlds. It took countless years for the Panthans to finally seal her. However, the Old Testament pantheon refused to safeguard the seal of such a problem child. After much deliberation, the Greek pantheon took custody of her. But Algol, dissatisfied with Athena's beauty and normie lifestyle, waged war against her. Perseus, seizing an opportunity while Algol was intoxicated, assassinated her, ending the conflict between the goddesses. Algol was then integrated into the Greek mythology, her status falling from star spirit to mere divinity, becoming subordinate to Perseus. Now, she served Laius. But due to Laius's immaturity, Algol's power was drastically reduced, currently only at planetary level. Even so, she shouldn't be underestimated. Anyone unable to resist the petrifying glare of Medusa would become easy prey. Roy, how do you know so much about Laius? Black Rabbit asked, puzzled. Roy had just arrived in Little Garden, he shouldn't know these things. That's a secret. Roy chuckled, shrugging, offering no further explanation. We'll be careful. Siko said, nodding seriously. As they spoke, they reached Laius's castle. Siko, Alilu, and the others charged inside without hesitation. Laius's community, Perseus, wasn't weak, but they were no match for Siko and the others. Within moments, only Laius remained. They gathered in a large, arena-like space. Useless. Can't believe they couldn't even stop a single one of you. Laius shook his head in disdain. He was, of course, referring to his own community members. You're such a jerk. Your subordinates are fighting for their lives, and you're just sitting here making snide remarks? Taru exclaimed, her hands on her hips. You're not fit to be a leader. Siko glared at him, her eyes icy. Humphrey. How I treat my subordinates is my business. It's none of your concern. Laius retorted, annoyed. Humphrey. Regardless, welcome to the upper levels. Allow me to entertain you. Laius stood up from his throne, a condescending smirk on his face. Of course, I won't be the one fighting. White wings sprouted from his sides, lifting him into the air. He looked down at them and continued, You're not worth my time. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning-fast sword strike tore through the air, narrowly missing him. Laius's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively teleported a short distance, narrowly avoiding the attack. Despite dodging the attack, he was drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't expected them to attack without warning, not even letting him finish his arrogant posturing. Siko glared at him, her hand resting on the hilt of her katana. It was clear she had been the one to attack. She wouldn't tolerate anyone insulting Roy. Damn. Laius, recovering from his shock, was furious. This time, he didn't waste any words. He ripped the necklace from his neck and raised it high. Awaken Demon Lord Algol. He roared, and a crimson light erupted from the skull-shaped necklace, shooting towards the ceiling. Rumble. Thunder echoed through the air, and a bolt of crimson lightning descended from the sky. Boom! The ground exploded, creating a large crater, and a 3-meter-tall, blue-haired monster, crouched on all fours, appeared before them. So this is the demon lord Algol. Siko, Taru, and the others looked at Algol, their expressions serious. Roy looked at Algol's grotesque appearance with disgust. He remembered that Algol had once been adorable. How had she become this monstrous? Humphrey! Algol, unleash your demonic power! Leia sneered. Algol shrieked in response, and a beam of black and red energy shot towards them. It's the glare of Medusa. Scatter! Black Rabbit shouted a warning. But they didn't move. I'll take this. Taru stepped forward, taking a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon breath. Rumble! The two beams collided midair, creating a shockwave that shook the arena. Algol's gift was powerful, but Taru was no pushover. Dragon breath was one of the strongest attacks a dragon could unleash. Moreover, Algol's power was currently limited. Seeing the stalemate, Siko and Alilu joined the fray. Siko unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike. Alilu, meanwhile, unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each one as powerful as Taru's dragon breath. Laius, seeing that he was also within the blast radius, paled with fear. He was a hedonist, not a fighter. He was completely outmatched. As the attacks approached, he instinctively summoned Algol to shield him. Rumble! Taru, Alilu, and Siko's attacks struck Algol simultaneously. A massive cloud of dust and debris filled the arena, obscuring their vision. Idiot! Roy scoffed, seeing Laius's last-minute action. He's an absolute liability. He's just hindering Algol. Canaria agreed. Laius had pulled Algol into the path of 3 powerful attacks. Even a star spirit would struggle to withstand such a combined assault. Taru, Alilu, and Siko were all planetary-level powerhouses. Algol could barely handle one of them, let alone all 3. And with Laius hindering her, defeat was inevitable. Looks like this gift game is already decided. Roy shook his head. He had expected Laius to be more prepared after their previous encounter, but he was still as foolish as ever. He had underestimated them completely. When the dust settled, as Roy predicted, Algol, having taken the full brunt of the combined attack, was severely injured. Laius, shielded by Algol, remained unharmed. Damn it! Algol, kill them! Laius, oblivious to Algol's condition, pointed at Taru, Alilu, and Siko, roaring in rage. Chapter 325, One Punch Man World. Algol shrieked and lunged again, but it was no use. Taru and Alilu were equally formidable in close combat. As dragons, their raw power was immense, even Algol couldn't gain an advantage. However, their battle wouldn't reach a conclusion. Siko wasn't bound by the convention of defeating the summon being before attacking the summoner. She wouldn't keep Roy waiting. A flash of violet light sliced through the night sky, and Siko appeared behind Laius. Her sword returned to its sheath. Thwack! Before Laius could even utter a plea for mercy, he was slain. Simultaneously, Algol reverted to her skull necklace form. Roy reached out, and the necklace flew into his hand. He was quite interested in the artifact. Perhaps he could restore Algol to her former glory. Then, using an evil piece to form a contract with her would be a significant boost to his power. I declare no name the victor of this gift game. Shiroish appeared, announcing the result. No one was surprised. With Roy leading them, victory was a foregone conclusion. Black Rabbit, go and collect our winnings from Laius's community. Roy instructed. Okay. Black Rabbit nodded, ready to carry out her duties. Roy, you shouldn't have killed him. Shiroish said suddenly. Roy waved his hand dismissively. Doesn't matter. I already said, if the Greek pantheon wants trouble, I'll be happy to oblige. Fine. Shiroish sighed. There was no point arguing now. She realized that Roy was also a problem child, a fearless one at that. This had been a gift game with everything on the line. There was never any possibility of a peaceful resolution. With the gift game concluded, they returned to the Arcadia headquarters. This gift game had been public, and they had killed a member of the Greek pantheon. The news would undoubtedly spread throughout Little Garden. The Greek pantheon would likely retaliate openly. And those who had destroyed Arcadia, the Ouroboros Alliance, wouldn't stand idly by and watch no name rise again. Roy had anticipated these potential problems, but he wasn't concerned. He just needed to wait for Shiroish to reclaim her divinity. Then he could break through to Solaric level. Combined with the simulated star creation map he now possessed, he would be among the strongest even at the Solaric level. With Shiroish's help, they could dominate Little Garden. The twin goddesses, the Halloween Queen, and all the others would bow before him. All of Little Garden would be under his control. Of course, this was just a future possibility. For now, after defeating Perseus, no one would challenge No Name for a while. This was a period of rapid development for No Name. Black Rabbit was incredibly busy every day, thankfully assisted by Canaria. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed. Roy, meanwhile, settled into a leisurely routine, teasing Shire Yukiheim and the other girls. He was also waiting for Shiroisha to reclaim her divinity, a crucial step, but not something that could be rushed. He patiently bided his time. In his free time, he brought more people over from the high school DxD world and Danmaki, focusing on developing No Name. He needed more members. I'm so bored. Roy sighed dramatically, lounging on Shire Yukiheim's lap, enjoying the fruit she peeled for him, occasionally teasing her. He was hoping the Greek Pantheon or the Ouroboros Alliance would provide some entertainment, but neither side had made a move yet. Roy, if you're bored, you could participate in the gift games held throughout Little Garden. Many of them are quite interesting. Canaria, finally free from her duties, said with a chuckle as she sipped her tea. Interesting? I find them boring. Over the past few days, Roy had explored Little Garden City with the others. Many areas used gift games for events and entertainment, offering rewards to attract participants and boost popularity. Gift games were integrated into every aspect of their lives. Of course, not everyone had the authority to host gift games. Those without the authority would invite someone like Black Rabbit, who could communicate with the host master, to assist them. However, most gift games were too simple for Roy and the others. Hence, his boredom. Perhaps I should visit another world. There are still so many I haven't been to yet. Roy mused. With that thought, he checked the system's world travel function. Over time, the number of accessible worlds in the system had increased significantly. Among them were worlds Roy was familiar with: Overlord, Re-Zero, Data Live, One Punch Man, Sword Art Online, and more. There were simply too many worlds to choose from, including some he hadn't even heard of. He stroked Shire Yukiheim's thigh thoughtfully, pondering his options. One Punch Man world it is. After some consideration, he chose the One Punch Man world. It was one of his favorites. Having made his decision, he didn't tell anyone. After all, he'd be back in an instant. He made an excuse and left the living room, returning to his room to activate the system's world travel function. In the next moment, he vanished from Little Garden. One Punch Man world. Roy reappeared on an unfamiliar street. There's a monster, run. So scary. Run away. Honey, save me. Roy found the street in chaos. People seemed to be fleeing from something. A monster, you say? Interesting. Observing the panicked crowd, Roy quickly understood the situation. He headed towards the source of the commotion. He soon found the monster, a grotesque, tentacled creature. Hee pretty ladies, don't run. I'll give you pleasure. The tentacle monster chased after the fleeing women. The women screamed in terror. Roy's eye twitched. What a bizarre monster. He was curious about its origins. Hey. You have interesting taste. How did you even become a monster? Roy stepped in front of the monster and asked. The tentacle monster was annoyed at being interrupted, but it was happy to answer his question. I was watching a movie when the power went out. My resentment transformed me into this. But it's actually pretty great. The monster waved its tentacles proudly. Roy was speechless. What a strange origin story. Now, human, move aside. I'm not interested in men. I'm looking for pretty ladies. The tentacle monster ignored him and slithered away. Roy was amused by the monster's single-mindedness and decided not to interfere. However, the tentacle monster didn't get far before it was taken down by someone claiming to be a hero. He was a bit disappointed that he didn't get to witness a tentacle monster versus female hero battle, but Roy found himself interested in the concept of heroes. Well, since I have nothing better to do, I might as well try playing hero for a change. Roy had always played the villain. It might be fun to try being a hero for a change. With a thought, he teleported to the Hero Association headquarters. Hey, I wonder if I'll run into Fubuki or Tatsumaki? Oh right, I don't even know the current timeline yet. Just then a bald man in a yellow jumpsuit and a cool-looking cyborg walked over from nearby. It was Saitama and Genos. What a coincidence. Roy instantly grasped the current timeline. Genos had just brought Saitama to the Hero Association to take the hero test. It seemed the story hadn't progressed very far. In other words, Saitama and Genos had just defeated the House of Evolution. Roy stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just then, Saitama and Genos stopped beside him. Are you here for the hero test too? Saitama greeted him casually. Huh? Are you talking to me? Roy was surprised that Saitama would initiate a conversation. Yes, Saitama-sensei is talking to you. Genos confirmed. Oh. Yes, I'm here for the hero test. Roy replied with a smile and a nod. Is that so? Want to join us? Saitama invited. Roy was intrigued. Why would you invite me? Because I get the feeling you're strong. Saitama looked at him intently, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Roy was stunned. Saitama could sense his strength? Chapter 326, Roy vs. Saitama. Saitama being able to perceive his strength was simply illogical. Roy chalked it up to intuition. Hello, my name is Roy. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Saitama, and this is Genos. Saitama introduced, gesturing to his cyborg companion. After the introductions, they entered the Hero Association building together. The testing area was already filled with aspiring heroes. The three of them registered and the exam began. Roy didn't take the written exam seriously, answering casually. Saitama, on the other hand, put in a surprising amount of effort, breaking previous records and shocking everyone present. When the results were finally announced, Genos ranked 17th in S class, barely making the cut. Roy placed 5th in B class, unsurprising given his lack of effort. As for Saitama, he was ranked 388th in C class, a disappointing result despite his serious attempts. Hey, Saitama, don't be so down. Look, I'm only in B class. Roy said, clapping him on the shoulder, trying to cheer him up. Oh, right, Roy, want to spar? Saitama, momentarily consoled, suddenly looked at him intently. Huh? Sensei, you want to fight Roy? Genos was surprised. He had also been hoping to spar with Saitama. Yeah. I sense that Roy is really strong. Saitama nodded seriously. Roy smirked. Sure. He also wanted to see Saitama's strength firsthand. So, the three of them went to a nearby hill outside the city. Genos, you want to spar with Saitama too, right? Want to go first? Roy asked, turning to Genos after they chose a suitable location. Yes. I'd like to know my current weaknesses. Genos replied, nodding. Okay, then Genos will go first. Saitama, any objections? Roy looked at Saitama. Sure, that works. Saitama didn't refuse. He figured it wouldn't take long to defeat Genos. Roy wanted to witness their classic first spar, hence his suggestion. Without further ado, Genos attacked Saitama. As a cyborg, Genos's entire body was weaponized. His thrusters gave him incredible speed. Their battle was truly spectacular, and Roy watched with interest. However, the outcome was predetermined. Genos was defeated with a single blow. Seeing Genos's dejected expression, Roy offered some words of encouragement. Genos, your strength is already quite impressive. I think you'd rank high even among the S-class heroes. Genos snapped out of his stupor. Thank you, Roy-san. But I want to know, what are my weaknesses? Weaknesses? Saitama was clueless. He didn't know anything about cyborgs. Genos, your advantage is that as a cyborg, you don't feel pain. You can remain calm in battle, and your advanced weaponry gives you considerable power. However. Roy paused, his arms crossed. However. What? Genos pressed eagerly. However, your strength as a cyborg is also your weakness. Your power is limited by your mechanical enhancements. You can only become stronger through modifications, not through training. Roy explained. Genos looked downcast. He knew Roy was right. But there are other ways for you to become stronger. What ways? Genos asked eagerly. As a cyborg, you can only improve through modifications. Perhaps you could find a scientist to upgrade your weapons. The technology in the One Punch Man world was quite advanced. Roy immediately thought of Metal Knight. The Hero Association headquarters, built by Metal Knight, had withstood the bombardment from Burroughs' spaceship, demonstrating his technological prowess. It was rumored that Child Emperor, the 5th-ranked S-class hero, was Metal Knight's student. However, Metal Knight might be the cyborg who destroyed Genos' hometown, so Roy didn't recommend seeking him out. Honestly, if Genos could obtain the android technology from the Dragon Ball world, he would become incredibly powerful. But that was just wishful thinking. Thank you. Genos now had a clear path towards increasing his strength. However, Dr. Kuzno, his creator, had limited resources and couldn't provide him with significant upgrades immediately. It would take time. Roy chuckled. It was just a suggestion. Don't mention it. Alright. Roy, it's time for our fight. Saitama, having waited for a while, was eager to battle him. Hey, bring it on. Roy chuckled. Genos retreated to a safe distance. He, too, was curious about Roy's strength. Saitama had sensed something special about him. Saitama didn't hesitate. He vanished, reappearing before Roy and throwing a punch. Roy didn't dodge. He caught Saitama's fist with one hand. Although his hand-to-hand combat skills weren't exceptional, he could still easily handle Saitama. Saitama, surprised that his casual punch was so easily blocked, his eyes lit up with excitement. He threw another punch. Normal punch. The punch, carrying a powerful shockwave, struck Roy's outstretched hand. Roy blocked it effortlessly. He wasn't just going to stand there and take hits. He casually threw a punch of his own. Boom! Saitama was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain. Rumble. The mountain crumbled into rubble. Sensei. Genos, shocked and worried, rushed towards the destroyed mountain. Don't worry. That was nothing to Saitama. Roy chuckled, reassuring him. And indeed, it was true. The punch had only sent Saitama flying, it hadn't caused any injuries. Saitama emerged from the rubble, completely unharmed, and unleashed a flurry of punches at Roy. Consecutive normal punches. This time, Saitama was using a bit more of his strength. Roy, intrigued, decided to play along. Rumble. Their battle intensified, the shockwaves from their punches devastating the surrounding landscape. Genos, as a cyborg, could barely keep up with their speed, his optical sensors struggling to track their movements. In the blink of an eye, the area around them was reduced to ruins. It felt like an earthquake. The commotion attracted the attention of the Hero Association, and they dispatched a team to investigate. Meanwhile, Roy and Saitama's battle continued, neither of them using their full power. If they did, the planet wouldn't be able to withstand their combined might. Even so, the area around them was completely devastated. Sensei. Roy-san. The Hero Association is here. Genos suddenly shouted. Roy and Saitama stopped fighting. Let's call it a draw. Roy said, waving his hand dismissively. This kind of close-quarters combat was exhilarating, but he preferred using his swordsmanship and ice abilities. This spar with Saitama had satisfied his itch for a good fight. Okay. Next time, let's find a quiet place and fight again. Saitama was still eager for a rematch. He had finally found someone who could challenge him, someone he couldn't defeat with a single punch. Roy rolled his eyes but nodded in agreement. Let's get out of here first. He called out to Genos, and the three of them left the area. Saitama lived in Z City and had been inviting Roy over for hot pot. Roy, having nothing better to do, agreed. Z City was also a frequent target for monster attacks. Perhaps he'd encounter something interesting. They arrived at Saitama's small apartment and started preparing the hot pot. Roy, finding Saitama's ingredients lacking, produced a feast of delicacies, shocking Saitama into near speechlessness. Poor Genos, as a cyborg, couldn't enjoy the food, no matter how delicious. Chapter 327, Fubuki's arrival. As Roy and Saitama were enjoying their hot pot, a black car pulled up nearby. The car stopped in front of Saitama's apartment. Click. The door opened, and a tall, elegant woman stepped out. She had dark green hair, delicate features, and wore a stylish green dress beneath a long, white coat. Two men in black suits and sunglasses followed her. Lady Fubuki, is this the place? One of the suited men asked. Yes. According to the address he provided for the hero exam registration, this is it. The woman replied, her voice cool and composed, her arms crossed. There was no prior information on this individual, yet he immediately jumped to 5th rank in B class after the exam. This man is hiding something. Let's find him. With a curt command, she gestured towards the apartment. The men nodded in unison. Meanwhile Roy, still inside enjoying the hot pot, already knew who had arrived. He hadn't expected Fubuki to show up so soon. Was it because of his B-class ranking? Roy smirked. He turned to Saitama. Saitama, you go ahead and eat. I have something to take care of. Okay. Saitama replied, completely absorbed in his meal. Genos had also noticed the newcomers, but since Roy was handling it, he didn't interfere. Outside, Mountain Ape, ranked 2nd in B class, was just about to knock when the door swung open. Roy stepped out, his gaze sweeping past the suited men to focus on Fubuki. His eyes lit up. Fubuki certainly lived up to her reputation, stunning looks, no doubt. But that haughty attitude needed adjusting. Can I help you? Roy asked with a smile. You're Roy, 5th rank in B class, correct? Fubuki, the rank 1 B class hero, has something to discuss with you. Mountain Ape announced. Oh? Roy looked at Fubuki, amused. Seeing his casual attitude, the other suited man spoke up. Let me remind you. According to regulations, newly promoted B-class heroes are required to pay their respects to Lady Fubuki. Pay respects? Oh. Right, I forgot about that. Hello, Fubuki. Just call me Roy. Roy said, offering a casual wave. Fubuki frowned at his flippant attitude and sighed. Do you even know how the Hero Association works? There are factions within the hero ranks. Without joining a group, you won't survive. Oh? Is that so? If you can't survive as a hero without joining a group, then don't be a hero. Roy retorted with a shrug. The two suited men bristled at his words, but they remained silent. It seems you don't understand. It's very difficult to rise in the ranks alone. There will be people who obstruct your progress. Fubuki continued, her voice calm. Oh? And who would that be? Roy asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Your fellow heroes, of course. Fubuki replied matter-of-factly. PFFT, haha seriously, Fubuki, do you think being a hero is like climbing the corporate ladder? Roy couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Fubuki's face darkened. Eyelashes, Mountain Ape beat him. Make sure he can never be a hero again. She ordered coldly. Yes, ma'am. The two suited men, Eyelashes and Mountain Ape, lunged at Roy. Roy chuckled. Fubuki, if you want to defeat your sister, this kind of gang mentality won't help. True strength doesn't rely on numbers. A true hero doesn't associate with weaklings. He snapped his fingers twice. Bang. Bang. Mountain Ape and Eyelashes were sent flying, as if struck by an invisible force. Fubuki stared in shock. Are you interfering with me? She asked, a faint green aura flickering around her, a sign of her telekinetic abilities. A powerful wind swirled around her, forming a small tornado behind her. Anyone who underestimates me will pay the price. Hellstorm. With a shout, Fubuki unleashed the tornado, engulfing Roy. The tornado, filled with debris and dust, obscured their vision. This technique is hard to control. Those caught in it will be torn to shreds. This is your own fault. Fubuki said, slowly dissipating the hellstorm. When the tornado subsided, the scene before her made Fubuki's eyes widen. Fubuki stared in disbelief. Roy stood unharmed within the dissipating tornado, his arms crossed, even yawning as if bored. Roy looked at Fubuki, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. She was still stubborn and arrogant, influenced by her sister's presence. She had threatened to end his hero career just because he disagreed with her. This attitude needed correcting. It seems you don't understand what it means to be a hero. Damn. Fubuki was furious that her attack hadn't even fazed him. She slammed her hands on the ground. Rumble. The ground beneath Roy erupted, attempting to crush him. Roy teleported behind Fubuki. A true hero fights against powerful monsters, protecting the people. Not forming gangs and pretending to be strong. That's pathetic. Shut up. You don't know anything about me. Fubuki shouted angrily, refusing to listen. She unleashed another telekinetic attack. But no matter how she attacked, she couldn't even touch Roy. Roy shook his head. It seemed a lesson was necessary. He used his magic to seal her telekinetic abilities. Fubuki, who had been levitating and using debris as projectiles, suddenly lost control and fell from the sky, landing hard on her backside. The physical pain was negligible compared to the horrifying realization that her powers were gone. What? What happened? Why can't I feel my telekinesis? She sat on the ground, muttering in disbelief, on the verge of a breakdown. It was understandable. A powerful Esper suddenly losing their abilities would be devastating. Although her telekinesis wasn't as strong as her sister Tatsumaki's, it was her only hope of surpassing her, her only reliance. But now, it was gone, leaving her feeling lost and vulnerable. Roy walked over and crouched before her, a gentle smile on his face. You said I don't understand you? You're wrong. I understand you perfectly. You've always been a strong-willed girl, Fubuki, but your sister, Tatsumaki, is even more so. Her overprotective nature and overwhelming power have always overshadowed you, forcing you to live in her shadow, always following her lead. But you eventually rebelled against her suffocating protection. With your strength, you could have easily reached A-class. But you wanted to be number 1, and the current A-class rank 1 hero is simply too strong. So you stayed in B-class, forming your own group. Am I right? Roy chuckled. Fubuki's expression flickered, but she remained silent. Want your powers back? Finally, Fubuki reacted, her gaze fixed on Roy. You'll return my powers. I can, but not until you understand what it truly means to be a hero. Roy stood up and left. Nearby, Mountain Ape and Eyelashes, having regained consciousness, rushed to Fubuki's side, confused by her disheveled appearance and the devastated surroundings. Lady Fubuki, what happened? Did you defeat that guy? They looked at the scene in bewilderment. Fubuki didn't answer. She was still pondering Roy's words. After a long moment, she struggled to her feet. Let's go. Just then beep. 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 Z City's emergency alarms blared. Emergency evacuation alert. Disaster level, Dragon. All citizens of Z City, please evacuate immediately. Meteor impact in 30 minutes. Fubuki's face paled. A dragon-level disaster? Dragon-level disasters could easily destroy an entire city, and they were at the predicted impact site. Lady Fubuki, what should we do? Should we leave? The suited man asked frantically. Of course. Wait. Fubuki suddenly thought of Roy. If he died here, she might never regain her powers. She decided to warn him before leaving. Chapter 328, Dragon-level disaster meteor impact chaos in Z City. Back at Saitama's apartment, Roy was enjoying the hot pot, noticing Fubuki's actions with a smirk. It seemed his lesson had had some effect. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Genos, could you get that? Roy asked. Yes, Roy-san. Genos replied, standing up to answer the door. You're the new S-Class Rank 17 hero? Fubuki's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Genos. Who are you looking for? Genos asked, his expression impassive. I'm looking for Roy. Wait. There's a dragon-level disaster happening in Z City. Why are you guys just sitting here eating hot pot? Fubuki exclaimed, seeing Roy and Saitama casually enjoying their meal. Yo. Fubuki, want some? Roy greeted her with a smile and an invitation. Fubuki was exasperated. They were facing a city-destroying disaster, and they were acting like it was a normal day. Weren't they afraid of dying? Fubuki, do you even know what a hero is? Roy asked, continuing to eat. Fubuki was speechless. She wondered if she should just flee Z City now, before it was too late. Seeing her silence, Roy turned to Saitama. Saitama, why don't you tell her? Huh? A hero? Saitama, startled, thought for a moment, then replied, someone who defeats monsters. Well, that's a bit simplistic, but essentially correct. Roy nodded. Simply put, a hero is someone who saves people from danger. They don't need recognition, they just need to do what they believe is right. Saitama was the perfect example. A hero for fun. He cared nothing for fame or recognition, only for defeating monsters and saving people. Roy had to admit, he admired that. Someone who saves people from danger. Fubuki repeated his words thoughtfully. It seemed something clicked. Alright, Saitama, let's go. Time for some hero work. Roy said, snatching the last piece of beef and pulling Saitama up. Even though we're not heroes for fun anymore, we're still getting paid to save people. Roy chuckled. Being a hero and getting paid weren't mutually exclusive. While being a hero for fun seemed noble, earning a living was important too. Look at how poor Saitama was. Yeah, you're right. Saitama agreed, nodding. Fubuki finally snapped out of her daze. You guys can stop that meteor? She asked, incredulous. That was a dragon-level threat. Even most S-Class heroes were helpless against a falling meteor. Yet, these two, a B-Class and a C-Class hero, were acting so casually. She looked at Genos. He seemed calm and confident, so perhaps he had a plan. After all, he was an S-Class hero. I don't have a solution for a meteor of that size. We'll need Saitama-sensei and Roy-san to handle this. Genos admitted. Fubuki's jaw dropped. Genos, an S-Class hero, was calling a C-Class hero sensei? What was going on? Her entire worldview was shattered. Let's go. We don't have much time. Let's find a good vantage point. Roy said, leading the way. Okay. Saitama nodded in agreement. The three of them left the apartment. Hey. Fubuki followed them, but as soon as they stepped outside, they were gone. She turned to Mountain Ape and Eyelashes. Where did they go? They flew away. Mountain Ape said, pointing towards the sky, still stunned. The three of them had flown into the sky at incredible speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He had almost missed it. Which direction? Fubuki asked urgently. That way. Mountain Ape pointed towards the center of Z City. Lady Fubuki, weren't we leaving Z City? I've changed my mind. You two go ahead. I have something to do. Fubuki started running towards the city center. Mountain Ape and Eyelashes exchanged glances, then followed her in the car. They were incredibly loyal. Even facing a life-or-death situation, they wouldn't abandon their leader. Lady Fubuki, get in. You guys. Fubuki looked at them, touched by their loyalty. Don't worry about it, Lady Fubuki. This is our choice. We have no regrets. Now, get in. Mountain Ape's words moved Fubuki deeply. She climbed into the car. Without her telekinetic abilities, she wouldn't reach the city center in time. And she wouldn't get to see Roy in action. She was now incredibly curious about his strength. And she hadn't regained her powers yet. Fubuki was determined to follow Roy closely. Z City was in chaos. Countless people tried to flee in their cars, creating massive traffic jams and widespread panic. By the time Fubuki and her men reached the city center, half an hour had passed. Where are they? Fubuki scanned the skies, searching for Roy, Saitama, and Genos. Just then, A metallic figure streaked across the sky, a robot. Fubuki watched as the robot landed on top of a tall building. That must be them. Fubuki's gaze was fixed on the rooftop, but from her vantage point, she couldn't see what was happening up there. She wanted to go to the rooftop, but the building was filled with people trying to escape. She couldn't get through. The meteor loomed in the sky, growing larger with every passing moment. Everyone could clearly see its massive size. Panic intensified. Those who believed they were about to die abandoned all pretense of civility. Looting, arson, assault. Z City descended into chaos. Not far from Fubuki, a burly man, overcome by fear and lust, grabbed a young woman, his intentions clear. The surrounding people, paralyzed by fear, did nothing to help. Stop. Let her go. Fubuki shouted. Hey, I'm about to die anyway. And this little lady is still a virgin. Might as well have some fun before the end. The man sneered, tightening his grip on the woman and continuing his assault. The woman, terrified, froze, seemingly resigned to her fate. I said, let her go. Fubuki repeated, about to use her telekinesis, but then she remembered she no longer had her powers. Clenching her teeth, she charged towards the man. However, Fubuki usually relied on her esper abilities. Without them, she was just an ordinary woman. Perfect? The more the merrier. The man laughed, reaching for Fubuki. Although Fubuki lacked combat training, she had witnessed enough fights to know the basics. She ducked under his grasp and delivered a swift kick to his groin. The man doubled over in pain. But Fubuki's kick lacked power. It had only caused him momentary discomfort. The man recovered quickly and lunged at her. Fubuki knew she couldn't dodge, and she braced herself for the impact. But then, it was as if the man had run into an invisible wall. He stopped before reaching her. This felt familiar, similar to her own telekinesis. Who did that? Was it my sister? Fubuki looked around, but Tatsumaki wasn't there. Could it be him? If it wasn't her sister, then it must have been Roy. With that thought, she looked up at the sky again. The meteor loomed, only minutes away from impact. But Fubuki felt a strange sense of calm, a trust in Roy. He would find a way. I'm Blizzard of Hell, the #1 B-class hero. Don't panic. Don't commit crimes. The S-class heroes are here. This disaster will be resolved. Please remain calm. Fubuki suddenly shouted. The surrounding people recognized her. It's Blizzard of Hell. She must be right. The S-class heroes are here. We're saved. Yes. They'll definitely stop that meteor. The crowd cheered. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Roy, Saitama, and Genos watched the approaching meteor. They were joined by Bang, the S-class rank 3 hero, and Metal Knight's robot. Metal Knight, are you here to deal with the meteor? Bang asked, his arms crossed behind his back. No. I'm here to test a new weapon. The robot replied in its monotonous, mechanical voice. Bang frowned. Before he could say anything, Metal Knight's robot flew towards the meteor. It deployed several missile launchers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of missiles streaked towards the meteor. Rumble. A series of explosions rocked the sky, drawing the attention of those still in Z City. Yes. The S-class heroes are fighting. We're saved. They cheered, watching the explosions. However, when the smoke cleared, the meteor remained, completely unharmed. Despair washed over them. It seems I've failed. Oh, well. With those words, Metal Knight turned and flew away. If he stayed any longer, his robot would be destroyed. Roy, Saitama, and the others watched him leave, their expressions unreadable. Chapter 329, Stopping the Meteor. Bang's astonishment. S-class promotion. Bang sighed. Even Metal Knight couldn't do anything. Who are you? Saitama, hearing his voice, turned to look at him. You don't know me? Bang looked at them in surprise, then demonstrated a few martial arts poses. Have you seen the water stream rock smashing fist before? This is Bang, the S-class rank 3 hero, Silver Fang. Genos introduced him to Saitama and Roy. By the way, Silver Fang, why didn't you evacuate? I am old, can't run anymore. Besides, my dojo is here, so I didn't want to leave. Bang sighed. Roy understood. Many people refuse to abandon their homes, even in the face of death. It was a matter of principle. Genos nodded, then removed his core from his chest and inserted it into his arm. He was preparing to unleash his full power to try and stop the meteor. Genos, what are you doing? Saitama asked, confused. Sensei, I'm going to unleash my incineration cannons at full power to try and stop the meteor. Genos explained, his expression serious. Oh. Saitama nodded. Roy didn't interfere. Once Genos finished prepping his energy, everyone, stand back. Genos warned, then raised his arm. A beam of intense heat shot towards the sky. The force of the blast almost caused the rooftop to collapse. Rumble. The beam struck the meteor, engulfing it in flames. It's working. The meteor's being pushed back. Bang exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Really? A flicker of hope ignited in Genos's eyes. I think I was wrong. Bang said a moment later. Eventually, Genos's energy reserves were depleted, and the flames dissipated, revealing the meteor, completely unharmed. Having survived atmospheric entry, ordinary flames were useless against it. And now, the meteor was even closer. The impact was only seconds away. Those still in Z City abandoned all hope, bracing for the inevitable. It's over. Nothing we do will change the outcome. Bing sighed. Faced with a natural disaster of this magnitude, even he could only accept his fate. No. Saitama-sensei and Roy-san haven't done anything yet. Genos's words made Bing pause. He looked at Saitama and Roy. He hadn't paid much attention to them initially. If even the S-class heroes were helpless, what could they possibly do? But Genos's words made him curious. Alright, I'll take care of this. I won't let that meteor fall on Z City. Saitama crouched, ready to punch the meteor. If Z City was destroyed, getting food and groceries would be inconvenient. He had to intervene. Roy, however, stopped him. Even if you destroy it, the fragments will still obliterate Z City. Leave this to me. Oh, you're right. Saitama, convinced by Roy's words, relaxed. Roy-san, how are you planning to stop the meteor? Genos asked curiously. Well, it's quite simple. Roy smirked, then slowly raised his hand towards the meteor. To everyone's astonishment, the rapidly descending meteor, carrying immense kinetic energy, abruptly stopped in midair. Chow. Bang's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes. The meteor had simply stopped. Seeing the meteor halted in the sky, the people below, who had been awaiting death, suddenly felt a surge of hope. Cheers erupted throughout the city. It's B-class rank 5 hero, Demon Lord. Who saved us? The Hero Association, monitoring the situation via satellite, instantly knew who had stopped the meteor. They broadcast the news to Z City, and the cheers intensified, echoing the title Demon Lord. Is this what it means to be a hero? Fubuki stared at the meteor, a sense of awe and admiration washing over her. It seemed she finally understood. Meanwhile Roy, finding it bothersome to hold the massive meteor aloft indefinitely, especially now that everyone knew he was responsible. He waved his hand, and the meteor changed trajectory, flying away from Z City and landing in an uninhabited area. Rumble. The impact shook the ground, and the tremors were felt throughout Z City. Everyone in Z City was filled with a sense of relief and gratitude. If that meteor had hit, no one would have survived, not even the S-class heroes. Hero Association headquarters. A meeting was in progress. Can someone explain to me why this Demon Lord was ranked in B-class? Sitch, the head of the Hero Association, asked, his voice stern. His power rivals even the top S-class heroes, yet his performance during the hero exam was average. Perhaps he didn't use his full power during the exam. Full power? I doubt he even used 1% of his strength. That was a dragon-level disaster. Even S-class rank 3, Bang, couldn't do anything. The room buzzed with discussion. But one voice stood out. Humphrey. I should have been the one to handle that. It was just a meteor. A small girl, levitating in the air and surrounded by a green aura, huffed. No one dared to contradict her. This little girl was the Hero Association's trump card, Tatsumaki. There wasn't time to contact you. Now, let's move on. Sitch waved his hand, silencing the discussion. This Demon Lord has successfully resolved a dragon-level disaster, saving the entire city of Z City, including S-class hero, Bang. I propose we promote him directly to S-class. Any objections? Sitch's gaze swept across the room. No one objected. Anyone who could single-handedly stop a dragon-level disaster deserved to be in S-class. Then it's decided. We'll promote Demon Lord to S-class rank 10. Sitch announced. What? Straight to rank 10? Everyone was surprised. S-class hero rankings weren't solely based on strength. They also took into account a hero's contributions and achievements. While no one opposed his promotion to S-class, jumping straight to rank 10 seemed excessive. They were worried about the other S-class heroes being demoted and causing resentment. Isn't that too much of a promotion? No, it's not. We notified nearly all available S-class heroes about the dragon-level disaster in Z City, yet only Metal Knight, Bang, and the newly promoted Genos showed up. I believe the Demon Lord deserves this honor. Sitch's gaze was sharp. The others either feared for their lives and didn't go, or simply ignored the Hero Association's orders. Sitch's gaze was sharp. He intended this as a wake-up call for the other S-class heroes. This newcomer, Demon King. Possesses immense power. The Hero Association must treat him well. He might become one of our greatest assets in the future. Sitch's words silenced the room. With no further objections, Sitch finalized the decision. The Hero Association's announcement was quickly disseminated. Meanwhile Roy, ignoring the excitement of Z City's citizens, returned to Saitama's apartment with Saitama, Genos, and Bang. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Bang, the master of the water stream rock smashing fist. Bang said formally. Oh. Saitama sprawled lazily watching TV, responded nonchalantly. Hello, I'm Roy, the newest B-class hero. Pleased to meet you. Roy introduced himself with a smile. That's incorrect, Roy-san. Genos said. The Hero Association just announced your promotion. You've been promoted from B-class rank 5 to S-class rank 10. What? Bang was surprised by Roy's rapid promotion, but considering he had averted the meteor crisis, it made sense. S-class? Roy was also a bit surprised. The Hero Association was more decisive than he thought. Already S-class? Looks like I need to get more active too. Saitama seemed a bit envious. Haha, I don't really care about rankings. Roy chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. If he had wanted to reach S-class, he could have easily aced the exam, just like Genos. There was no need for this roundabout method. I see. Bang nodded approvingly. This young man was not only powerful but also humble, not driven by fame or recognition. I also want to thank you. If not for you, my dojo would have been destroyed. Bang valued his dojo highly. It was his legacy. It was why he hadn't evacuated. Chapter 330, Tank Top Tiger Challenge. Fubuki pours her heart out. It was nothing. Roy chuckled, shaking his head. Bang's admiration for the young man grew. Such power, yet no arrogance, truly rare. I should be going. You three are welcome to visit my dojo anytime. Bang extended a formal invitation. We will. Roy replied with a smile and a nod. After seeing Bang off, Roy decided to leave Saitama's apartment as well. He bid farewell to Saitama and Genos, then stepped out onto the street. He was immediately recognized. Hey! You cheater! A voice shouted from behind him. Roy paused, turning to see a muscular man in a tank top. Are you talking to me? Roy asked, pointing at himself, feigning confusion. Of course. You cheated. You rode the coattails of the S-class heroes and got promoted straight to S-class. That's cheating. The man shouted, his voice filled with indignation. And you are? Roy asked, his expression impassive. I'm Tank Top Tiger. Remember that name? I'm going to expose you. Tank Top Tiger declared, pointing at himself proudly. Hey. There are idiots everywhere, I see. Roy scoffed. There were always those who sought fame through such foolish methods. It was pathetic. You called me an idiot? Big bro. Tank Top Tiger roared, calling for backup. Did someone call for me, little bro? Another muscular man, wearing a black tank top, appeared before they could finish speaking. It's him. He stole the credit from the S-class heroes and jumped from B-class to S-class. That's never happened before in the Hero Association. Tank Top Black Hole, Tiger's older brother, glared at Roy, his voice loud, clearly trying to attract attention. His tactic worked. A crowd quickly gathered. So? What are you going to do about it? Roy asked, his arms crossed, amused by their antics. We're going to beat you, of course. And expose you for the B-class fraud you are. You're not fit to be an S-class hero. Tank Top Black Hole declared. Is that so? Then come at me. Roy didn't waste any more words. He beckoned them forward with a dismissive wave of his hand. This gesture further enraged the Tank Top brothers and they charged at Roy, roaring. Many of the onlookers had witnessed Roy stopping the meteor. They didn't believe the Tank Top brothers' accusations. However, some were now starting to doubt Roy's strength. Just then, Fubuki and her two subordinates arrived. After the meteor crisis was averted, Fubuki had gone to the rooftop to find Roy, but he was gone. She had then rushed back to Saitama's apartment, only to find it surrounded by a crowd. Curious, she pushed her way through. It's Roy. Fubuki recognized him instantly. Listening to the surrounding conversations, she quickly understood the situation. These idiots, I hope they get what's coming to them. She muttered, hoping they wouldn't be too badly injured. She knew how powerful Roy was. The Tank Top brothers reached Roy and threw punches. Against an ordinary person, those blows would be devastating. Roy sneered. Without any visible movement, he froze the two brothers in place. Then, to their horror, ice began to spread from their feet, slowly encasing them. Crack. 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 The sound of spreading ice filled the air as the Tank Top brothers screamed in terror. No. Help. Let me go. You're supposed to be a hero. How can you do this? I don't want to die. Their cries sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Soon, their screams were silenced as they were completely encased in ice. The crowd watched in horrified silence, afraid to even breathe, lest they become the next victims. Even Fubuki was shocked by Roy's casual display of power. Whether the Tank Top brothers were dead or alive, they were definitely suffering. She was also surprised by his ruthlessness. He had frozen them solid just for a mere provocation. Roy ignored the frozen brothers and turned to leave. "Roy, please wait." A voice called out. He turned to see Fubuki running towards him. Roy looked at Fubuki in surprise. He hadn't expected her to follow him here. "What is it? Are you here to plead for their release?" he asked, a playful smirk on his face. He assumed she wanted him to spare the Tank Top brothers. However, Fubuki's response surprised him. "No, I'm not. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's their own fault," she said, shaking her head. Each S-class hero was incredibly powerful, and most of them had eccentric personalities. Anyone foolish enough to insult them deserved whatever happened to them. The Hero Association wouldn't intervene. They were too busy trying to appease the S-class heroes. "Then what do you want?" Roy asked, turning to leave. He didn't want to be surrounded by the crowd any longer. Fubuki quickly followed. You want your powers back, don't you?" Roy chuckled, seeing her hesitation. "Yes. My Esper abilities are very important to me. Please, Roy, give them back." Fubuki pleaded. "I can, but not yet. I've been observing you, Fubuki. You've made progress. You're almost a true hero. If I'm in a good mood, I might return your powers, and perhaps even make them stronger." "Stronger?" Fubuki's eyes lit up. "Can you make me stronger than my sister?" "Your sister? Tatsumaki S-class rank 2? "Yes." Fubuki nodded eagerly. "Of course. That's easy." Roy smirked, nodding confidently. He has countless ways to make Fubuki stronger than her. Fubuki was thrilled. The chance to surpass her sister was finally within reach. She had to seize this opportunity. But then, she realized something. Roy had said he would only return her powers if he was in a good mood. How could she improve his mood? Roy, are you in a good mood right now?" she asked cautiously. Roy's eye twitched. "No. Definitely not." Fubuki frowned, trying to think of a way to cheer him up. Roy, seeing her deep in thought as she followed him, chuckled inwardly. He sighed dramatically. It's getting late, and I don't even have a place to stay." Fubuki's eyes lit up. "I have a place. If you don't mind. Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way," Roy said, gesturing for her to proceed. "Oh. Right. This way." Fubuki hurried off, leading the way. Roy followed behind her. Mountain Ape and Eyelashes trailed behind them. They were both intimidated by Roy, especially after witnessing the Tank Top brothers being frozen solid. It sent shivers down their spines. They vowed never to provoke this demon lord. Soon, Fubuki led them to a detached villa. Mountain Ape and Eyelashes had already departed. "Wow, not bad." Roy looked around the villa, impressed by its elegant decor. "My sister gave me this place, but I don't like it," Fubuki said, pouring him a cup of tea. "Why not?" Roy asked, sipping his tea. Fubuki sighed and began to explain. Driven by her desire to surpass Tatsumaki, she had left Hay City in defiance and come to Z City, hoping to make a name for herself. Her sister, Tatsumaki, was the guardian of A City. Fubuki knew she couldn't thrive under her sister's shadow. Although Tatsumaki had tried to stop her, she eventually relented due to Fubuki's stubbornness. This villa was a gift from Tatsumaki back then. Roy listened patiently, though he found the story rather mundane. It was just a typical sibling rivalry between an overprotective older sister and a rebellious younger sister. He couldn't say who was right or wrong. It was their own choice. Once Fubuki started talking, she couldn't stop. She began pouring out her frustrations about her sister to Roy. Roy, seeing no way to interrupt, simply listened patiently. They chatted until late into the night. "Alright, it's getting late. You should get some rest," Roy said, finally finding an excuse to end the conversation. He was getting bored listening to her complaints. "Okay. You should dress too." Fubuki nodded and went to her room. Chapter 331, Deep Seeking appears. Sister Complex. Tatsumaki goes berserk. The next day Roy awoke to find Fubuki had already prepared breakfast. "Roy, you're awake. Just in time for breakfast." Fubuki, wearing a white apron, greeted him with a smile. The sight was surprisingly heartwarming. Even Roy had to admit, Fubuki looked incredibly charming at that moment. "You'll make a wonderful wife someday, Fubuki," he said with a smile and a nod. Fubuki blushed. No one had ever complimented her like that before. After breakfast, Roy relaxed on the sofa, sipping his tea. Fubuki, seeing his good mood, decided to seize the opportunity. "So, Roy. How are you feeling?" Roy chuckled, amused by her question. "I'm feeling great." Then, Fubuki's voice was filled with anticipation. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Do you still want to become stronger?" Roy asked with a smile. "Of course." "Then be patient. I'll return your powers when the time is right." Roy stretched and leaned back on the sofa. "Come and give me a shoulder rub." "Oh, okay." Fubuki quickly complied. She knew that regaining her powers and becoming stronger was her priority. Roy, enjoying Fubuki's service, wasn't going to end this pleasant arrangement quickly. He would enjoy it for a few more days. "Fubuki, peel me a grape." "Okay, coming right up." "Fubuki, make me some tea." "Right away." For the next few days, Roy reveled in being pampered by Fubuki. And Fubuki, after spending time with him, had shed her cold and aloof demeanor. The Fubuki he had first met had been on the verge of succumbing to her darker impulses. In the original story, it had been Saitama who helped her. This time, it was Roy. Without his intervention, Fubuki might have eventually turned into a monster herself. After all, it wasn't uncommon for humans to transform into monsters in this world. But now, there was no such danger. Breaking news. A large number of demon-level monsters have appeared in J City. A class rank 19 hero, Lightning Max, a class rank 10 hero, Stinger, and other S-class heroes are en route. The news report on TV caught Roy's attention. He was lounging on the sofa, his head resting on Fubuki's lap, enjoying the fruit she was feeding him. "Monsters again, huh?" "Yes." Fubuki confirmed. "They're deep-sea clan monsters. Apparently, a large number of them have emerged from the ocean." "I see. It's been a while since I've had some action. Time for some hero work." Roy sat up and stretched. "With Roy there, I'm sure this disaster will be resolved quickly," Fubuki said with a gentle smile. "You've become quite the caring wife lately, Fubuki." Roy teased. Fubuki blushed. Spending these past few days together, she found herself becoming increasingly obedient to Roy. Roy even suspected that if he asked her to warm his bed, she wouldn't refuse. "But you're wrong. You're going to deal with the Deep-Sea Clan, Fubuki." "Not me." "Me?" Fubuki was startled, then her face lit up with excitement. She understood what Roy meant. "Hey, let's go." Roy chuckled. "Okay. I'll go get the car." Fubuki stood up. Roy, however, stopped her. "No need for that. We'll just teleport." Before Fubuki could react, they vanished from the villa. They reappeared in the night sky above J City. Fubuki looked around, then gasped as she realized they were airborne. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Roy like an octopus. Roy didn't mind the beautiful woman clinging to him. Dark clouds filled the sky, making the night seem even darker. A light rain began to fall, and the city below was eerily silent. Except for the repeating emergency broadcast. "Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Disaster level in J City has been upgraded from Tiger to Dragon. All citizens are advised to evacuate immediately." The repeated warnings indicated the severity of the situation. Unlike in the anime, the Deep-Sea King wasn't alone. He had brought an army. Deep-sea monsters were numerous, far more so than land-based monsters. This time, the Deep-Sea King, intending to conquer the surface world, had brought an army of thousands of deep-sea folk. This explained the sudden upgrade from Tiger to Dragon-level disaster. The Deep-Sea King's invasion, with thousands of deep-sea clan monsters, was beyond the capabilities of average heroes. J City was in chaos. The only fortunate thing was that the Deep-Sea Clan wasn't adapted to land. Their movements were slow, giving the citizens time to evacuate. The heroes were providing cover for the evacuating civilians, but they couldn't hold out forever. They would eventually be overwhelmed. The Hero Association, seeing the situation, was also frantic. This wasn't like previous monster attacks. The Deep-Sea Clan was a civilization. If they weren't dealt with quickly, they might actually succeed in occupying human cities. The Hero Association had already contacted several S-class heroes. Even Roy received a call. "Hello? Is this Mr. Demon Lord?" The Hero Association receptionist sounded anxious. "Yes. Thank goodness. We need your help. J City is under attack from a large number of Deep-Sea Clan monsters. If we don't act quickly. I'm already in J City with Blizzard of Hell." "I'll leave this to her," Roy said, then hung up. The receptionist was stunned, then quickly relayed the message to her superior. The higher-ups at the Hero Association were overjoyed to learn that the Demon Lord was already in J City. "That's wonderful. Few heroes were willing to respond to this disaster. We didn't expect Demon Lord to go there on his own initiative." Looks like Director Sitch made the right decision. While other heroes like Genos and Bang also agreed to go, they won't arrive for a while. It all rests on Demon Lord now. Indeed. I hope he can resolve this. The higher-ups discussed the situation, optimistic about the outcome. Suddenly, a small girl with green hair, levitating in the air, spoke up. Hey. What did you just say? Fubuki went to that dangerous place with that jerk? Tatsumaki looked at Sitch, incredulous. The room fell silent. Everyone knew that Fubuki was Tatsumaki's younger sister. And now, her sister was in danger, with another man. Tatsumaki, with her extreme sister complex, wouldn't stand for it. As expected, before Sitch could say anything, Tatsumaki stormed out of the room, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent the others sprawling. They picked themselves up, looking at each other in dismay. Tatsumaki was the Hero Association's trump card, their ultimate defense. They rarely allowed her to leave headquarters. That's why she hadn't been assigned to this mission. They hadn't expected Fubuki to be in J-City. And with Tatsumaki's personality, no one could stop her from going there. So, they didn't even try. They knew it would be futile. Tatsumaki, leaving the Hero Association headquarters, flew towards J-City at incredible speed. Meanwhile, Roy hung up the phone and looked at Fubuki, who was observing the city below with a worried expression. Roy, shouldn't we do something? The heroes seem to be struggling. She said. In J-City, the Deep-Sea Clan monsters were relentlessly attacking, while the heroes were retreating, providing cover for the evacuating civilians. Even S-Class Rank 17, Puri Prisoner was struggling against the Deep-Sea King. It was clear he was outmatched. Chapter 332, Crushing the Deep-Sea King. Tatsumaki's arrival. Fubuki's boyfriend? Seeing the heroes on the verge of being overwhelmed by the deep-sea folk, Roy nodded. He turned to Fubuki. This is your chance. Resolve this dragon-level disaster, and you'll probably be promoted to S-Class. This dragon-level disaster in J-City wasn't simple. The Deep-Sea King was incredibly powerful, few S-Class heroes could defeat him, let alone with the Deep-Sea Folk army backing him up. Thousands of Deep-Sea Folk monsters, even S-Class heroes couldn't withstand such a relentless assault. For Fubuki to resolve this, her Esper abilities needed a significant boost. And the easiest way to achieve that was to become Roy's servant. Fubuki, do you want to become my servant? Huh? Fubuki was taken aback, confused by his sudden offer. Just tell me yes or no, Roy said, not explaining further. Fubuki hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Yes, I do. Good. Roy nodded, satisfied with her answer, then embedded an evil piece into her body. A brilliant white light enveloped Fubuki. Roy gently released her, letting her float in the air. After a long moment, the light faded, and Fubuki opened her eyes. A green aura radiated from her, and black devil wings sprouted from her back, giving her the appearance of a noble and mysterious demon. I'm so strong. Fubuki examined herself, sensing the immense power coursing through her. Her telekinetic abilities were amplified beyond anything she had ever experienced. It felt like she could lift an entire building with a single thought. And her wings felt completely natural, allowing her to fly without using telekinesis. It was exhilarating. Roy, watching her excitement grow, smirked. Fubuki, it's showtime. Yes, Master. Fubuki nodded and flew towards the deep-sea folks' rampage below. Roy paused, hearing her address him as Master. Then chuckled. It seemed she understood what it meant to be his servant. Fubuki, radiating a green aura, descended from the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It's Blizzard of Hell. Several heroes recognized her. Look out. Get away from there. Puri Prisoner suddenly shouted. The Deep-Sea King, annoyed by Fubuki hovering above him, had changed targets and leaped towards her. If even S-Class heroes weren't a match for the Deep-Sea King, what chance did a B-Class hero have? Everyone felt a pang of sympathy for Fubuki. If that attack landed, she would be severely injured, if not killed. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Deep-Sea King stopped midair, inches away from Fubuki. Or rather, he was held in place by an invisible force. Then, in a shocking display of power, Fubuki slammed him into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, forming a large crater. After becoming a devil, Fubuki's strength had increased dramatically. Not only was her physique enhanced, but her telekinetic abilities had also grown exponentially. Even Tatsumaki's telekinesis wasn't as powerful now. The Deep-Sea King, despite his struggles, couldn't escape her grasp. That's impossible. How can a B-Class hero be this strong? Yeah. She's just a B-Class hero. Even S-Class hero, Puri Prisoner, was no match for him. How is she doing this? Are you sure that's not Tatsumaki? The heroes were in disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how a B-class hero could so easily overpower the DxD King. Just then Rumble, the DxD King, having slammed into the ground, roared, grabbed a massive boulder, the size of a small car, and hurled it at Fubuki. The sheer power and speed behind the projectile demonstrated the DxD King's immense strength. However, it was useless against Fubuki's telekinesis. With a casual wave of her hand, she stopped the boulder midair. Then, she launched it back at the DxD King with even greater force. The DxD King's eyes widened as he flexed his muscles, his body bulging, and punched the incoming boulder. But the boulder, reinforced by Fubuki's telekinesis, was unbreakable. Rumble. A deafening explosion shook the city as the boulder slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater where the DxD King had stood. The DxD folk monsters and the heroes all stopped fighting, stunned by the display of power. No one had expected Blizzard of Hell a B-class hero to possess such devastating telekinesis. Fubuki, hovering in the air, her expression calm and unreadable, looked down at the DxD folk monsters. She clenched her fist. The DxD folk monsters were lifted into the air, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Then, with a sickening crunch, they exploded, their bodies crushed by an immense force. The gruesome sight left the heroes speechless. She's incredible. Is that really a B-class hero? Even S-class rank 2, Tatsumaki, might not be that strong. Could that be Tatsumaki? Have you never seen Tornado of Terror before? That's her sister, Blizzard of Hell. She's so strong. Maybe even stronger than some S-class heroes. The heroes, recovering from their shock, began discussing Fubuki's power in hushed tones. Fubuki ignored them. Having effortlessly resolved the dragon-level disaster, she flew towards Roy. Master, the monsters have been dealt with. She reported, her earlier cold demeanor replaced by a warm smile as she faced Roy. Good job, Fubuki. You don't have to call me Master, though. Just Roy is fine. Or Hubby, if you prefer. Roy teased. Fubuki blushed deeply. Calling him hubby was too embarrassing. Haha, don't worry. There's no rush. Roy chuckled, amused by her reaction. With the dragon-level disaster resolved, they were about to leave when another figure, radiating a green aura similar to Fubuki's, appeared in the distance. It was Tatsumaki. Roy frowned. Why was she here? Sis. Fubuki was also surprised. She didn't understand why her sister had come. Tatsumaki, having spotted them, flew towards them. Fubuki? Tatsumaki landed before them, looking at Fubuki with suspicion. She knew her sister's limits. Fubuki's telekinesis, while strong, shouldn't allow her to fly this high or for this long. Yet, Fubuki seemed perfectly comfortable, showing no signs of strain. This puzzled Tatsumaki greatly. Roy, meanwhile, observed Tatsumaki. The classic green, curly hair, the petite frame, the strange outfit that looked like a dress but was mostly just strips of fabric and the exposed, toned thighs. He had heard rumors that Tatsumaki didn't wear underwear. He wondered if it was true. Sis, why are you here? Fubuki asked, surprised. Humphrey. You're in a dangerous place. Of course, I had to come. I told you, you're too weak. Don't go to dangerous places. And who is this man? Tatsumaki berated Fubuki, then pointed at Roy. Fubuki's face darkened at being scolded in front of Roy, but she still introduced him. This is Roy. He's my boyfriend. What? Boyfriend? Are you kidding me? Tatsumaki's reaction was explosive. She couldn't believe her little sister had a boyfriend. Chapter 333, Fubuki and Tatsumaki's battle taming the tsundere. Tatsumaki hearing Tatsumaki's words, any trace of shyness vanished from Fubuki's face. She wrapped her arms around Roy and kissed him. Believe me now, sis. Fubuki's tone was defiant. Tatsumaki was livid. Her little sister, not only had a boyfriend, but was flaunting their affection right in front of her. She trembled with rage, the green aura around her intensifying. I don't approve. Absolutely not. You don't approve? Humphrey. You never approve of anything. I've always had to do what you want. I'm done with that. Fubuki exploded. Her sister's overprotective nature had always felt like a cage. Now, she was breaking free. You dare disobey me? Tatsumaki's voice was laced with anger. She couldn't understand why Fubuki was so rebellious. She was only trying to protect her. A surge of telekinetic energy erupted from her, dispersing the clouds and revealing the full moon. Fubuki responded with her own surge of power. Tatsumaki stared in disbelief, sensing the intensity of Fubuki's telekinesis. Humphrey. My telekinesis is stronger than yours now, sis. I don't need your protection anymore. If you think you're stronger than me, then prove it. Tatsumaki refused to believe it. she wouldn't accept being weaker than her little sister. With a wave of her hand, she lifted several nearby buildings into the air. Fubuki responded by levitating countless pieces of debris. Oh my god. What's going on? Some of the people below were confused. Look at the sky. One of the heroes, with sharper eyesight, spotted the three figures. It's Blizzard. No, that's Tatsumaki, S-Class rank 2, with her. And who's that guy standing so close to Blizzard? Idiot, that's the new S-Class hero, Demon Lord. Strange. Why would a hero use Demon Lord as their hero name? The crowd below murmured among themselves as Fubuki and Tatsumaki's battle began. Esper battles were straightforward, a contest of raw power and control. They hurled debris at each other, their telekinetic abilities deflecting the projectiles. From a distance, it looked like they were playing volleyball. Roy was getting bored. However, despite the seemingly mundane nature of their fight, the scale was immense. Countless pieces of debris filled the sky above J-City, the sounds of their collisions echoing through the night. Falling debris rained down, sending the people below scrambling for cover. The Hero Association received numerous complaints. After all, this wasn't a monster attack, it was two heroes fighting. They could only sigh. They couldn't, and wouldn't, try to control Tatsumaki. They could only hope the damage wouldn't be too extensive. However, they were also pleasantly surprised. It seemed that Blizzard, Tatsumaki's younger sister, had become strong enough to rival her. This meant the Hero Association would soon have another powerful S-Class hero. Meanwhile, Fubuki and Tatsumaki's battle intensified. Hellstorm. Tatsumaki, seeing the stalemate, unleashed her special move. Fubuki responded in kind. They both manipulated the air with their telekinesis, creating massive tornadoes. Two black vortexes, reaching towards the sky, formed above the city. The destructive power of the tornadoes was immense. Within moments, the area around them was flattened. Buildings and cars swept up into the swirling winds. The two tornadoes collided, creating sparks and flashes of lightning. Although Fubuki's telekinesis was slightly stronger, she didn't have an overwhelming advantage. The battle reached another stalemate. Seeing the destructive battle continuing, with buildings collapsing and citizens complaining, the Hero Association finally decided to intervene. They knew Demon Lord was there, so they tried calling him. Ring. 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 Roy, who had been watching the fight with amusement, saw the phone provided by the Hero Association ringing. He knew what they wanted. He hung up and tossed the phone into his subspace, effectively blocking any further calls. Although he had ignored their call, he decided to end the fight. Telekinetic battles were boring. He was almost falling asleep. Alright, that's enough. Roy announced. Fubuki, hearing his words, tried to dispel her hellstorm. But Tatsumaki, refusing to back down, continued her attack. Fubuki had no choice but to defend herself. Roy rolled his eyes. Tatsumaki was being stubborn. He teleported behind Tatsumaki and spanked her. Kaya. Tatsumaki yelped, her telekinesis flaring as she instinctively retaliated against her attacker. But her attacker wasn't there. Instead, she received a few more spanks. Tatsumaki teleported away and turned around, her face flushed with rage. You pervert. Fubuki also looked at him, surprised. She hadn't expected him to spank her sister. I told you to stop. You didn't listen. What else was I supposed to do? Roy chuckled, his arms crossed. You spanked me. Tatsumaki, enraged and embarrassed, unleashed a barrage of debris at Roy. The projectiles flew towards him at incredible speed, each one capable of creating a sizable crater upon impact. Roy casually waved his hand, and the debris fell harmlessly to the ground. Then, he sealed Tatsumaki's telekinesis. My powers. Before she could finish speaking, Tatsumaki, no longer supported by her telekinesis, began to fall. Fubuki, reacting quickly, caught her sister with her own telekinesis. Fubuki, take your sister. Let's get out of here. Okay. Fubuki nodded and brought Tatsumaki to Roy's side. You bastard. Give me back my powers. As soon as she was within earshot, Tatsumaki unleashed a torrent of insults. Roy sighed, then snapped his fingers, silencing her. Much better. He looked at Tatsumaki's murderous glare and shrugged, then created a teleportation circle beneath them. With a flash of light, they vanished. The heroes below watched in astonishment as the three figures disappeared. Everything they had just witnessed was beyond belief. Blizzard of Hell had fought S-Class rank 2, Tatsumaki, to a standstill, even seeming to have the upper hand. And even more shockingly, Demon Lord, a newly promoted S-Class hero, had effortlessly subdued Tatsumaki. Rumors and speculations spread throughout the hero community. Meanwhile, Roy, Fubuki, and Tatsumaki had returned to the villa in Z City. Inside the living room, Roy relaxed on the sofa, sipping his tea. Fubuki sat beside him. Tatsumaki glared at him. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Roy asked, genuinely curious. Fubuki, hearing his question, sighed. Snap. Roy snapped his fingers, releasing the seal on Tatsumaki's speech. "You bastard. Scum. Jerk." Tatsumaki unleashed a torrent of insults. Roy sighed and sealed her mouth again. He turned to Fubuki. "Fubuki, it seems your sister needs some discipline. You handle this. If you can't, just send her away." Fubuki looked at her sister, then nodded reluctantly. Chapter 334, The Hero Association pays a visit. The ancient king attacks. Unlike Fubuki, Tatsumaki was terrified of losing her powers, a fear stemming from her childhood trauma. Though she had initially put on a brave face that night, she went to Fubuki's room and slept beside her. In that moment, Tatsumaki was like the younger sister, needing Fubuki's comfort. Fubuki, surprisingly, enjoyed taking care of her usually domineering sister. It seemed to have healed years of resentment and frustration. By the next day, Tatsumaki had become much more docile, no longer hurling insults at Roy whenever she saw him. Roy, seeing this, released the seal on her speech. As for her telekinesis, he would return it when he felt like it. For the next few days, Roy focused on studying the simulated star creation map within him. It represented the core of a universe. Could he use it as a foundation to create a universe of his own? Creating a pocket dimension was child's play for him, but creating a universe was far more complex. If he succeeded, he could even take the entire One Punch Man planet with him. And not just this planet, but any planet he had visited. To achieve that, he would need to reach Solaric level power. But even with his current strength, taking this planet with him wouldn't be a problem. As Roy was studying the simulated star creation map, the Hero Association finally decided to act. Ever since the Deep Sea King incident, Tatsumaki hadn't returned to headquarters. This was a serious problem. Each S-class hero was responsible for a specific city, and a city, where the Hero Association headquarters was located, only had Tatsumaki. If a powerful monster attacked headquarters, it would be disastrous. Even summoning S-class heroes from other cities wouldn't be fast enough. After some investigation, the Hero Association learned that Tatsumaki was currently at Blizzard of Hell's residence in Z City. And Fubuki, having resolved the Deep Sea King incident, had been promoted to S-class, ranked 11th, just below Roy. Super Alloy Darkshine, the previous rank 11, had been demoted. The Hero Association headquarters couldn't be left unprotected, so Director Sitch dispatched a team to Z City to bring Tatsumaki back. That day, the Hero Association representatives arrived at Fubuki's villa. "Can I help you?" Fubuki, opening the door and seeing the two men in black suits, had a feeling she knew why they were there. "We're from the Hero Association." "You're Blizzard of Hell, correct?" one of the men asked. "Yes. What do you want?" Fubuki confirmed. "We're here to escort Tornado of Terror back to headquarters." Fubuki nodded, understanding. "Come in." She led them inside. Tatsumaki was in the living room, watching TV and snacking. The two men were momentarily stunned. Tornado of Terror, we're here to escort you back to headquarters," one of them said cautiously. Tatsumaki glanced at them and continued watching TV. The men exchanged awkward glances. "Tornado of Terror, the Hero Association needs you." "Yes, there have been several powerful monster attacks recently, causing significant damage to cities." The two men tried to persuade her. "Humphrey." Tatsumaki ignored them. She also wanted to leave this place, to get away from that demon. But without her powers, what could she do? The men were in a difficult position. They had been ordered to bring her back. Otherwise, if the ancient king attacked a city, no one would be able to stop him. "Powerful monster, you say?" Fubuki frowned, hearing their words. "Yes, a monster called the Ancient King is approaching a city from the mountains. If no one stops him, a city will be destroyed," the men explained. "The Ancient King? Is he related to the Deep Sea King?" Fubuki wondered, hearing the similar name. "One's from the sea, the other from the land. Maybe there's a Sky King too." Roy chuckled, joining the conversation. Fubuki rolled her eyes, but she had to admit, it was a possibility. And indeed, there was a Sky King. But that monster was weak and had been quickly dispatched by one of Burroughs' subordinates. The other S-class heroes are unavailable. "We need Tornado of Terror to come back with us," one of the men said. "Humphrey. I want to leave too. Tell that man to give me back my powers." Tatsumaki finally exploded. The two men looked at each other in confusion. "You two go back. Fubuki will handle this," Roy said, ignoring Tatsumaki's outburst. He opened a portal and sent the men back to the Hero Association headquarters. "Fubuki, you take care of this," Roy said, lying back down on the sofa. Okay. Fubuki nodded and left without hesitation. The sooner this was dealt with, the better. With Fubuki gone, only Roy and Tatsumaki remained in the room. Tatsumaki, remembering her earlier outburst, felt a bit embarrassed. Roy, looking at her, had a mischievous idea. Ahem. Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki jumped, startled by his sudden words. You don't want anything to happen to your sister, do you? What do you want? Tatsumaki glared at him. Was he finally revealing his true colors? If you don't want Fubuki to get hurt. You. Tatsumaki gritted her teeth, furious. He was using her sister to threaten her. Forget it, if you don't want to cooperate. Roy shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. He really didn't care. He had only said that to tease her. However, Tatsumaki took his words seriously. In her eyes, this demon was capable of anything. Her expression shifted rapidly. Just as Roy was about to leave out of boredom. Wait. Oh? Roy turned around, intrigued. I'll take Fubuki's place. As long as you let her go. Tatsumaki said through gritted teeth. Of course. Roy replied with a smile. Naturally, he wasn't planning on keeping his promise. He sat back down on the sofa and instructed Tatsumaki to begin. Meanwhile, Fubuki, following the Hero Association's instructions, had located the Ancient King. The monster was massive, resembling Godzilla, towering figure like a mountain. Who are you? You dare stand in my way? The Ancient King looked down at the tiny human. Fubuki didn't reply. She wanted to end this quickly. With a wave of her hand, she split a nearby mountain in two, then sent half of it hurtling towards the Ancient King. Don't underestimate me. The Ancient King, sensing the danger, charged his attack. A powerful beam of energy erupted from his mouth, striking the mountain. The mountain crumbled. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, then used her telekinesis to lift more rocks and mountains, launching them at the Ancient King. This time, the monster couldn't dodge. It braced for impact. The Ancient King's thick hide protected it from fatal injury. Chapter 335, Tatsumaki's Embarrassment. The Hero Association Emergency Meeting. Seeing that the Ancient King's thick hide was resistant to her attacks, Fubuki stopped playing around. She reached out towards the monster with her hand. Powerful telekinetic energy enveloped the Ancient King, constricting him. Chow. The Ancient King struggled, but he couldn't break free. The pressure intensified. Fubuki clenched her fist. Crack. The Ancient King, a massive figure like a mountain, was crushed, exploding into a shower of gore. The heroes and Hero Association members watching were stunned into silence, despite already knowing that Fubuki's power rivaled Tatsumaki's. It was still a shocking display. While we lost Tatsumaki, we gained Fubuki. Not a bad trade, wouldn't you say? Sitch addressed the Hero Association executives. According to our intel, Tatsumaki was kidnapped by S-Class rank 10. Shouldn't we intervene and have him release her? Intervene? You think he cares what we think? He's not going to listen to us. Perhaps we could send S-Class heroes to rescue her? The others stared at him as if he were an idiot. S-Class rank 10 subdued Tatsumaki, and Blizzard seems to be okay with it. Who could possibly rescue Tatsumaki from them? Besides, it doesn't seem like she is being held against her will. The executives continued their discussion. Meanwhile, after eliminating the Ancient King, Fubuki wasted no time and boarded a Hero Association aircraft, heading home. Roy wasn't there, so she could finally handle this mission with her full power. And now she had a reason to get even stronger. Back at the villa, Tatsumaki was unconscious. Although 28 years old, her small frame couldn't handle Roy's rigorous straining. She had climaxed 3 times before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Roy smirked, then gently carried her to her room and tucked her into bed. Having taken care of Tatsumaki, he returned to the living room and resumed his research on the simulated star creation map, his mind deep in thought. Soon, Fubuki returned. Roy, I'm back. She called out cheerfully, entering the living room. Welcome back, Fubuki. Good job. Roy praised with a smile. Huh? Where's my sister? Fubuki looked around, but Tatsumaki wasn't there. Oh, she's tired. She went back to her room to sleep. Roy explained, pointing towards the bedroom. I see. Fubuki nodded, then went to check on her sister. She opened the door and saw Tatsumaki sleeping peacefully. Fubuki frowned. Her sister wasn't one for sleeping in. Why was she tired at this hour? She dismissed the thought. Roy, what are you doing? Fubuki asked, seeing Roy lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He didn't seem to be watching TV. Hey, I'm meditating. Roy explained, opening his eyes and smiling. Meditating? Yes. You should meditate too, Fubuki. Now that you're a devil, Your potential is limitless. You'll need to train diligently to become stronger. Roy tapped her forehead, and a beam of light entered her mind. Fubuki was startled, then surprised as memories of training techniques flooded her consciousness. What? What was that? Those are training methods from Akano and Ryaz. Train hard, Fubuki. Don't fall behind. Roy said with a smile. Fubuki nodded seriously. I will. Then, she asked curiously, who are Akano and Ryaz? They're my servants, just like you. Fubuki nodded, as if confirming her suspicions. She had already guessed that Roy had other servants. She made a mental note to train even harder and catch up to them. Evening arrived. Fubuki began preparing dinner. Tatsumaki, having slept the entire day, finally woke up. Oh, sis, you're awake. Fubuki, wearing an apron, greeted her with a smile. Tatsumaki felt a bit awkward seeing Fubuki, almost like she had stolen something from her sister. Seeing Roy, she couldn't help but let out a huff. Fubuki, not surprised by her sister's reaction, continued cooking. Roy, hearing Tatsumaki's huff, grinned and beckoned her over. Come here. What do you want? Tatsumaki asked, her voice low, glancing at Fubuki. Seeing that her sister wasn't looking, she sighed in relief. Hey, you don't want Fubuki to find out, do you? Roy asked with a mischievous grin. Tatsumaki had no choice but to comply. As soon as she approached, Roy pulled her onto his lap. Damn it. Tatsumaki gritted her teeth. Quiet down. Don't let Fubuki hear you. Roy chuckled. Tatsumaki, unable to protest, bit his shoulder. Fubuki was busy in the kitchen. Roy, meanwhile, was busy with Tatsumaki. It was quite enjoyable. Tatsumaki kept glancing at Fubuki, worried about being discovered. Soon, Fubuki finished cooking. Just as Tatsumaki was about to be caught in her exhausted state, Roy snapped his fingers, and Tatsumaki was instantly revitalized. All traces of their activities vanished. It was as if nothing had happened. Humphrey. Tatsumaki huffed and went to the dining table, ignoring him. Roy chuckled. For the next few days, Roy continued his research on the simulated star creation map, occasionally teasing Tatsumaki behind Fubuki's back. This secret, forbidden thrill was exhilarating. Even Tatsumaki's tsundere personality seemed to have softened. If she asked for her powers back now, Roy would gladly return them. But it seemed Tatsumaki had no intention of doing so. She was actually quite content with his peaceful life. However, their peaceful days were about to be interrupted. One day both Tatsumaki and Fubuki's phones rang simultaneously. Tatsumaki, seeing that Fubuki's phone was also ringing, hung up, letting Fubuki answer. Fubuki's expression turned serious after the call. The Hero Association is calling an emergency meeting of all S-Class heroes. They didn't specify the reason, but it must be something serious. Those guys are useless anyway. Tatsumaki scoffed. She didn't think much of the other S-Class heroes, except for Blast, whom she respected. It seems Burroughs has arrived. Roy said with a smile. Burroughs? Tatsumaki and Fubuki looked at him, surprised. Yes, the dominator of the universe Burroughs. He's quite powerful. Humphrey. Just some alien. The tsundere Tatsumaki muttered. Don't underestimate him. His top subordinate is supposedly the greatest psychic in the universe. It's hard to say who's stronger between you two. Roy chuckled. Tatsumaki shook her head, refusing to believe it. Don't believe me? We'll see. Roy snapped his fingers, releasing the seal on Tatsumaki's telekinesis. Feeling her telekinesis return, Tatsumaki's eyes lit up with joy. However, she quickly composed herself, trying to maintain her tsundere facade. Roy didn't mind her childish behavior. So, Roy, are we going to this Hero Association meeting? Fubuki asked. Of course. Let's go join the fun. Roy chuckled. He wouldn't miss the chance to witness the arrival of one of One Punch Man's most popular villains. Chapter 336, Saitama gets test S-Class heroes assembled. Disaster approaches Hero Association headquarters. Inside a conference room, Sitch and the other executives were growing increasingly anxious. What's the status? Have Tornado, Blizzard, and Demon Lord agreed to come? Someone asked urgently. Tornado and Blizzard are crucial assets. They're practically worth all the other S-Class heroes combined. If they don't come, this disaster. Relax. We've received confirmation from Blizzard. They're on their way, and they're bringing Demon Lord with them. That's wonderful. The executives were relieved. Meanwhile, Roy, Fubuki, and Tatsumaki had arrived at the Hero Association headquarters. The headquarters building was a massive, black cube in the center of a city. Built by Metal Knight, S-Class rank 6, it was incredibly durable. Even the Sky King and Burroughs' spaceship bombardment hadn't scratched it, a testament to Metal Knight's technology. Yo, Roy. You made it. Genos and Saitama flew over to greet them. Roy-san, you're here at the Hero Association's request as well? Genos asked. Sure. I had some free time, so I thought I'd drop by. Roy chuckled. With Roy-san here, this mission will be a breeze. Genos said, nodding seriously. Hey. You're all here. Bang approached them, his back slightly hunched. It's S-Class Rank 3, Bang. Fubuki said, surprised. Haha, with young heroes like you around, I guess this old man can finally relax. Bang chuckled. Let's go inside. Roy said, not one for formalities. Hey. Who's this guy? Tatsumaki glared at Saitama with a look of disdain. That C-Class hero, Saitama, if I'm not mistaken. Bang said, recognizing him. Although he hadn't seen Saitama's strength firsthand, being with Genos and Roy suggested he wasn't weak. Humphrey. Just a C-Class hero. What's he doing with us? Annoying. Tatsumaki huffed, crossing her arms. Her tsundere personality, subdued in Roy's presence, reasserted itself. Saitama was bewildered. He hadn't done anything to provoke her. He turned to Genos. Hey, Genos, I'm not good at dealing with this kind of thing. You handle it. Genos immediately struck a pose. Yes, sensei. You'll regret wham. Before he could finish speaking, Genos was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building. Roy almost burst out laughing. Tatsumaki's tsundere and sadistic nature was amusing. He wasn't going to try to change her. This was what made her so adorable. And Genos was a cyborg. A little crash wouldn't hurt him. Seeing that Tatsumaki was about to attack Saitama, Roy quickly intervened. Enough. Let's go inside. Have you forgotten what I told you this morning? Roy gently ruffled Tatsumaki's hair and pulled her along. Tatsumaki, who had been levitating, was dragged away by him. The onlookers were stunned. Was this really the arrogant and sadistic tornado of terror? The commotion died down as Saitama went to retrieve Genos from the wall. Hey, Genos, who was that kid? Cough. That was S-Class Rank 2, Tornado of Terror. She's incredibly strong. Genos replied, slightly disheveled. As a cyborg, he wasn't seriously injured, just a few dented parts. Oh. Saitama stood up, seemingly unconcerned about having thrown Genos under the bus. They followed Roy and the others into the Hero Association headquarters. This time, no one stopped Saitama. Hey. Why did you stop me? Tatsumaki, still floating ahead of them, glared at Roy. Idiot, didn't I tell you this morning? That C-Class hero is Saitama. Roy sighed, explaining patiently. It was Tatsumaki's first time meeting Saitama. It was understandable that she didn't recognize him. That guy? He's the one you said could handle this disaster? Why is he C-Class? Tatsumaki, her arms crossed, looked skeptical. Yes. If he's so strong, why is he only C-Class? Fubuki also looked puzzled. Well, you guys know the Hero Association rankings aren't entirely based on strength, right? Roy chuckled, explaining the ridiculous hero exam. The two sisters nodded, understanding. It was the Hero Association's flawed evaluation system that had placed Saitama in C-Class. Humphrey. I want to see how strong he really is. Tatsumaki scoffed, unconvinced. She didn't think Saitama was that powerful, and she still resented Roy. She had been inexplicably stripped of her powers, and then done things to her. She would get her revenge eventually. Just as she was plotting her revenge, she felt a sharp knock on her head. Ow! Tatsumaki yelped, clutching her head and glaring at Roy. It seems you don't believe me. I guess I'll have to show you. Roy smirked, looking at her playfully. How? How did you know what I was thinking? Tatsumaki stared at him, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected him to know about her revenge plan. Did he have telepathic abilities? I don't need telepathy. It's written all over your face. Roy rolled his eyes. Now that she had her powers back, she was getting cocky, not as obedient as before. Back then, she had been incredibly compliant, eager to please. She had even enjoyed their secret activities behind Fubuki's back, her excitement palpable. Now, she was acting like a completely different person. Tatsumaki still looked unconvinced, but she toned down her arrogance. They finally reached the conference room. Each S-Class hero had a designated seat. Roy and Fubuki sat together. As for Tatsumaki. You. Move. She glared at Drive Knight, S-Class Rank 9, shooing him away like a fly. Drive Knight didn't argue and moved to Tatsumaki's usual seat. Tatsumaki, satisfied, sat down. Just then, the door opened. Sorry I'm late. An elderly man with white hair and a serious expression entered the room with two suited men. We couldn't find Metal Knight or Blast. We can't reach them either. But we can't wait any longer. Let's begin the emergency meeting. I'm Sitch. I'll explain the situation. Sitch looked at the assembled heroes. Seeing Roy, Fubuki, and Tatsumaki present, he nodded discreetly. With these three here, this disaster should be manageable. He then noticed Saitama, sitting at the end of the table. He frowned. Who was this person? Sitch didn't recognize him, but since he was here, it didn't matter who he was. You are the strongest heroes of the Hero Association. We've gathered you here today because we need your help to protect Earth from a grave threat. Sitch's voice was grave, his hands resting on the table. However, the S-class heroes were an unruly bunch. They weren't intimidated by his words and remained silent, observing him with cold indifference. Sitch continued. This time is different. Even S-class heroes might die. If you want to withdraw, you may do so now. You'll retain your S-class ranking. But if you choose to stay, there will be no turning back. The S-class heroes frowned, hearing his words. This was serious.